Hola, hola, buenos días.
Hola, Begui.
Hola,
¿Cómo estás?
necesito. Dime. Sí. Creo que tienes el micro abierto en la otra, ¿no?
¿Eh?
Tú tienes el micrófono abierto en la otra sesión, porque me escucho doble.
Ahora sí ya me puedo ir, ¿cierto? segundo. 1, 2, 3, hola.
Oke. Buenos días, Esther. Estás ahí, ¿verdad? Buenos días.
Y buenos días, ingeniero, ¿cómo está?
Muy bien, ¿y tú qué cuentas?
Nada, aquí en casita todavía,
Ándale,
trabajando lo que se puede, así que muy bien, afortunadamente, con salud, que es lo más importante ahorita, ¿no, Inge?
exactamente. Qué bueno, me da gusto que estén bien tú y en casa.
Sí, bendito.
Te dejé de
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and I think we are ready to start. I am now just testing. Everybody can listen to me, right? Excellent, thank you. Perfect, so welcome to the 6th edition of Mexico Mining Forum. We are very excited to have you all here together. My name is Isabel Adame, so you have most likely heard from me before, and I will be your host during the next 3 days. And thank you for joining us today. This celebration of the Mexican mining industry is especially thought for all of you, so we are very grateful that you are here with us. To ensure that everyone has an optimal experience, I would like to start by explaining the language options we offer to follow the conference program. So we have 3 live streams in the stream tab. So when you go to the right, there is a menu on your streaming umbrella where you can select the language. We will strongly suggest that you select whether you want to listen to the stream in English or Spanish, depending on the language of your preference. You can select the live stream throughout the 3 days that the event lasts. Muy buenos días, bienvenidos a la 6ª edición de Mexico Mining Forum. Mi nombre es Isabel Adame y hoy voy a ser la conductora de este evento durante los próximos 3 días. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos, gracias a todos los asistentes y a todos los panelistas y conferencistas. Estamos muy contentos de que estén aquí con nosotros en esta celebración de la industria minera. Para asegurarnos que todos tienen una experiencia óptima del evento, les explicaré un poco cómo funciona el tema de los lenguajes. Dentro de la plataforma de Brela, ustedes tienen un menú en la parte superior derecha donde pueden elegir los lenguajes en los que desean escuchar todo el programa de la conferencia. Les recomendamos elegir ya sea español o inglés, dependiendo del lenguaje que acomode mucho mejor. Y este es el lenguaje donde podrán ustedes acomodarse toda la conferencia o solamente 1 o 2 días. El lenguaje puede ser cambiado a su preferencia. Les doy unos minutos para que puedan elegir el lenguaje de su preferencia y empezamos formalmente con el programa. Excelente. So we have a very exciting agenda for the coming days. We would like to encourage the audience to engage with the speakers, the moderators, and the panelists. You can do so by asking your questions in the chat to the right of the live stream of the stream tab. We will try our best, but cannot guarantee that all of the questions can be addressed due to time constraints. But we do by all means encourage you to still write your questions to the chats. And later down the road, we will write articles and have more interviews with the speakers and take into consideration all the topics and suggestions that you send us for our future editorial endeavors with the different interviewees. At 3 moments during the conference, our panelists will move to a breakout room. So when you look into the menu at the left of your Brela homepage, there is a menu that is called breakout room. In those breakout rooms, after the conclusion of each of the panels, we will have an interactive discussion with the panelists. These breakout rooms will be happening today at 12:30, at 2:30, and tomorrow at 5 p.m. They are allocated in a first-come, first-served basis. That means that only 50 people can enter the room, and we encourage you to arrive to the breakout room as soon as the panel is over. I will announce and let you know how you can go to those breakout rooms when those panels are over. Additionally, we will have 1 breakout room that will be devoted to help you in anything that you need. We will have our technical assistance team working together with any of the queries that you could have. We would also like to invite you to explore the event info section to the right of the homepage, and there you can find links to follow our editorial coverage of this conference on Mexico Business News. We will be publishing articles right after the panels are finished. Also, you can register for our upcoming mining webinar about sustainability. You can go to our social media, and we will kindly ask you to answer our conference survey, where we will hear from you your feedback on the conference. It is very important that you do check your meeting requests, you accept or decline the meetings, and more importantly, that you go to there's in the left, you have also a menu that is called agenda or schedule, and in that area you can see all of the meeting requests that you have, and that's where you can join the meetings that you have already accepted. Your personal schedule is available on that menu all the time. Finally, I would like to thank our sponsors for making this conference possible. I would like to thank Thermo Fisher Scientific, FL Smith, the Toronto Stock Exchange, Accendo Banco, Torex Gold Resources, Cyplus Idesa, Tacraft, Discovery Metals, Iberdrola, Sandvik, Sysmentech, and Emerson. Thank you all for making this possible. I would like also to encourage all of the attendees to visit the virtual booths of our sponsors. They can be accessed on the sponsor tab, as well as being able to scheduling one-to-one meetings with the sponsor representatives. And now, without further ado, I would like to introduce you to our inaugural speaker, Tatiana Cloutier Carrillo. She's the new Minister of Economy of Mexico, who has started her position just this past January. She sent us a message titled 2021, Agenda for Mexico's Mining Industry. And without further ado, I will let the record play.
Muy buenos días, muy buenas tardes. Saludo con gusto a todos los que están participando en este foro sobre minería. Debo reconocer que el 2020 fue un año con grandes dificultades y grandes retos para el mundo. México no fue la excepción y la minería tampoco. Igualmente, hoy del 2021 venimos cargando con esos retos del año pasado y adhiriendo unos nuevos. Estamos contentos de ver el esfuerzo que se hace por parte de las empresas mineras en todos los niveles, chicas, medianas y en toda la cadena productiva, en favor de la reactivación económica de nuestro país. El Producto Interno Bruto que se genera a través de la minería es de cerca del 3.2% y eso nos complace ver que puedan estos números seguirse moviendo a favor de la economía y de las familias mexicanas. 379,000 empleos fue lo que se generó el año 2019 de forma directa y estamos seguros que estos números no son solamente para estas personas, son para sus familias que representan un ingreso y que representan un bienestar importante. Por eso nos da muchísimo gusto que estos números sigan creciendo y reconocer los trabajos indirectos que se generan a partir de la cadena productiva que genera la minería. Estamos con retos importantes y hemos abierto hace algunos días la necesidad de volver a reencontrarnos en una mesa para la reactivación y solución de los problemas y retos que enfrenta la minería. En la Secretaría de Economía hemos invitado ya a grandes, medianas, chicas empresas y las asociaciones que están vinculadas con este tema para poder encontrar soluciones, para poder dentro del marco de la ley siempre activar aquello que tengamos que activar para que esta encomienda pueda manejarse mejor y pueda rendir mejores frutos a favor de nuestro país. Debo decir también que tenemos retos importantes en términos de la salud y el cuidado de nuestros trabajadores y trabajadoras. ¿A qué me refiero con esto? Todos sabemos que la minería es una profesión que requiere de mucho esfuerzo en nuestra salud. Pues ahora con la pandemia, el esfuerzo y el cuidado de los trabajadores mexicanos debe estar redoblado porque requerirán tener un cuidado mayor y requeriremos tener una observancia sobre ellos mayor. Invito a todas las compañías mineras, a los mineros y a todas las asociaciones vinculadas a trabajar en favor de ello. Y también la pandemia nos ha mostrado que necesitamos también cuidar la salud de la casa grande. Y cuando hablo de la salud de la casa grande, hablo de nuestro querido planeta, de nuestra querida naturaleza. Y en ese sentido debemos cuidar también a la naturaleza. La minería debe encontrar que ser o convertirse en una actividad sustentable, cuidando siempre todos los ejes, el económico, el humano y el de la naturaleza. Estoy segura que la responsabilidad a la que hemos avanzado y a la que nos está llamando esta pandemia habrá de ser el reto que enfrentaremos juntos y juntas todos los involucrados en esta tarea, sociedad, gobierno y empresas. Muchísimas felicidades y espero que los resultados del trabajo cotidiano que tengan en estos días y las reflexiones nos lleven no solamente a hacer crecer esta industria, sino a hacer crecer a nuestras familias mexicanas y el bienestar de las mismas. Enhorabuena y muchas felicidades.
Excelente, muchas gracias, maestra. Palabras bastante inspiradoras. These are very inspiring words. And without further ado, I would like to now start with our first panel. Our first panel is titled 2021, a year of rebirth for Mexico's mining industry. And to answer this question, we have an excellent array of panelists. As a moderator, we have Esther Arzate. She's the coordinator of Mexico Minero. We have as a panelist, Armando Alatorre, the president of the Colegio de Ingenieros de Minas, Metalurgistas y Geólogos de México, also known as the CIMMG. As a second panelist, we have Armando Ortega. He's the president of the Mining Task Force at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, also known as CANCHAM. As the Vice President of Women in Mining Mexico, we have Doris Vega, as well as Fernando Alaniz, President of the Mining Chamber of Mexico, also known as CAMIMEX, and Paola Cáceres. She's the Health, Safety, and Environmental Manager Mexico at Agnico Eagle. And we are very glad to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. Now I will hand over to Esther Arzate. Esther, por favor, empezamos con el panel.
Claro que sí, muchísimas gracias. Muy buenos días a todos. Gracias a Mexico Business News por la oportunidad de participar en el México Mining Forum 2021 y en particular por invitarme a moderar este panel denominado Un año de renacimiento para la industria minera de México, que resume perfecto los retos que estamos viviendo como humanidad y que está viviendo la minería. Esta industria tan importante para el desarrollo económico e imprescindible para la supervivencia humana. Sin duda, 2020 fue un año retador y desafiante. El 2021 se vislumbra también complejo, pero estoy segura que en este evento se plantearán propuestas, porque la minería siempre ofrece soluciones y no problemas. Así que, pues, sin más preámbulo, plantearé la primera pregunta y les solicito que vayan tomando la palabra conforme el orden del día el orden en que fueron presentados cada uno de ustedes. Y pues muchas gracias por compartir este espacio con expositores tan relevantes, tan importantes, pero sobre todo de una altísima calidad humana. Así que pues mi primera pregunta para el panel sería, pues, ¿qué suceso o tendencia fue la más importante en México durante 2020 en su área de desempeño? Adelante, ingeniero Armando Alatorre.
Ingeniero, disculpe, ¿está en silencio? ¿Nos podría apoyar? Listo.
Discúlpenme, perdón, buenos días nuevamente a todos. Y entrando ya en la respuesta específica, bueno, ¿qué es lo más importante, lo más trascendente del 2020? Bueno, hay muchísimas cosas y evidentemente el punto de la pandemia es el primero, el principal, el más evidente que golpeó el planeta entero. Sin embargo, por la obviedad de eso, creo que voy a centrarme un poquito más en cuestiones mineras y cuestiones en México. Y creo que lo más relevante que pasó este año desde mi perspectiva muy particular es el asunto de la iniciativa que se presentó en el Senado para nacionalizar el litio. ¿Por qué lo considero importante? Porque en caso dado de que eso continúe adelante, en este momento todo está así como que en stand-by, pudiera sentar un precedente muy fuerte para la industria en el país y que llevara primero a este elemento metálico a entrar en esta categoría especial, pero pues de ahí pudiera venir una serie de cambios, de cosas que no necesariamente van a ayudar a la industria, y sobre todo cuando vemos una iniciativa que realmente está redactada en mucha información carente de un sustento técnicamente correcto. Para mí, Esther, creo que ese es uno de los factores primordiales del penúltimo año. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, ingeniero. Pues adelante, licenciado Armando Ortega, ¿cuál es el suceso más importante que usted ubica desde su área de desempeño en este año que concluyó?
Buenos días a todos. Good morning to everybody y a todas. A mí me gustaría destacar el tema de las relaciones internacionales de México y específicamente el tema del TEMEC. Con todos sus avatares, entró plenamente en vigor. Y quiero destacar especialmente lo que va a significar para la minería el triunfo de un presidente demócrata con un aliado político demócrata que ya tiene mayoría en la Cámara de Diputados y en el Senado. Precisamente los cambios del TEMEC de adición en materia laboral, que son los que quiero destacar, se dieron para satisfacer las peticiones, sobre todo del ala demócrata, cuando todavía el Partido Republicano, con el presidente entonces Trump, era quien tenía mayoría en el Senado. Este capítulo laboral le impone restricciones muy significativas a la supervisión de cómo México está cumpliendo como país con sus reformas laborales, con las que integró en el tratado, pero también, y ese es un salto, a los particulares en el respeto a los derechos laborales de sus trabajadores. En particular señalo la libre asociación y la negociación colectiva. Entonces, para la minería, desde el año 2012, como todos los sectores, sufrimos una reforma significativa en materia laboral, que después quedó incrustada en el TEMEC, y hay un nuevo paradigma, y aquí paro mi primera intervención, porque ahora el incumplimiento que haga el país o el incumplimiento que hagan las empresas, en particular de la minería, que es uno de los sectores que están previstos como a ser supervisados, se establece que hay la presunción de que una violación laboral tiene un impacto en el comercio. O sea, la carga de la prueba, si hay una queja, recae en la parte demandada, lo cual es un poco atípico, por decirlo menos, porque en principio el que prueba debe afirmar. Entonces, si yo como empresa en una de mis unidades mineras violo un derecho laboral, se entiende que esa violación, por ejemplo, de un derecho de libre asociación, tiene un impacto en el comercio, salvo prueba en contrario, y eso le da derecho, de acuerdo con ciertos procedimientos, al país afectado, que podría ser Estados Unidos o Canadá, a imponer medidas en aduana que podrían traducirse hasta en la imposibilidad de que yo pudiera exportar mis minerales o los productos que yo fabrico. Lo dejaría en ese momento como un reto muy significativo que vamos a enfrentar este 2021.
Efectivamente, uno de los tantos retos, licenciado Armando. Pues adelante, maestra Doris Vega, vicepresidenta de WIM México.
Muchísimas gracias, Esther. Muy buenos días a todos. Bueno, definitivamente, ya lo comentaba el ingeniero Armando Alatorre, para todos indudablemente y definitivamente uno de los retos más importantes para 2020 fue precisamente que como especie humana tuvimos que acreditar la vulnerabilidad que somos ante esta pandemia, ¿no? Y esto nos obligó a reconfigurarnos como especie, pero también reconfigurar todas nuestras actividades, tanto económicas como organizativas. En el caso de las organizaciones como Mujeres WIM de México, bueno, pues tuvimos que reconfigurar la manera en la que estábamos relacionándonos con nuestras propias socias, qué estábamos haciendo para visibilizar la participación de las mujeres en la minería. Esta desaceleración, primero que fue económica, que se dio durante la bueno, a partir de marzo del 2020, también tuvo que ver con una desaceleración en todas las actividades, ¿no? Y esta desaceleración que pensábamos que iba a ser, pues por unos meses primero, porque así nos lo anunciaron y todos lo creíamos, ¿no? Va a ser dos meses, luego 3 meses y luego, bueno, pues vimos que todo el año tuvimos que irnos adaptando a esta nueva realidad, pues trajo consigo una serie de temas y una serie de adaptaciones que finalmente recayeron en que ahora, como lo vemos principalmente, todo se convirtió en una relación virtual. Eso es lo que tenemos que adaptarnos y readaptarnos a las nuevas tecnologías y hacernos las aliadas, como en el caso del día de hoy, ¿no?
Efectivamente, muy importante la presencia de la mujer y su visibilización en el sector minero. Muchas gracias, Doris. Pues ahora me toca darle la oportunidad al ingeniero Fernando Alanís, presidente de la Cámara Minera de México. Gracias, ingeniero.
Gracias a ti, Esther, y un saludo muy cordial y fraternal a todos mis amigos aquí panelistas y a todos los que están presentes en este foro. Yo subrayo prácticamente todo lo que han dicho mis antecesores con los temas relevantes. Es que el año pasado fue un año, pues yo podría decirte, quizás mi pregunta, ¿de qué semana es tu pregunta? Porque cada semana hubo eventos relevantes. Desde mi personal punto de vista, el más relevante de alto impacto, además de la pandemia, que obviamente sin duda es el de mayor impacto, pues estuvo la suspensión de actividades del sector minero. En el mes de marzo, la autoridad decide parar actividades no esenciales y clasifica la minería como no esencial. Y bueno, fue un grandísimo reto el que se tuvo que hacer como asociación, como Cámara Minera, como representante del sector minero mexicano, el lograr que la autoridad finalmente reconociera, después de casi 2 meses de suspensión de labores, en que la minería era una actividad esencial. Para mí fue algo muy importante. Aparte hay que recordar que a principio de año llega la pandemia, pero también todos los precios de los metales cayeron. Entonces fue el peor momento para la minería a nivel internacional, no se diga en México, el tener la pandemia, la suspensión de actividades y los precios, sobre todo los metales base, históricamente más bajos de hace muchos años. Poco a poco se han ido recuperando, se fueron recuperando, sobre todo los metales preciosos, pero en ese momento fue una situación realmente de crisis para todo el sector minero mexicano y yo creo, sin duda, que ha sido uno de los de mayor impacto el detener las operaciones mineras por 2 meses y sobre todo en comunidades lejanas donde la actividad minera realmente es el sostén de muchas de esas comunidades, de que provee otros servicios, salud, educación, servicios básicos como agua, etcétera. Hasta ahí yo podría dejar por el momento mi punto.
Muchísimas gracias. Pues sí, efectivamente complejo el escenario de esos 2 meses de suspensión de actividades de la industria minera. Pues muchas gracias, ingeniero. Adelante, licenciada Paola Cázares, con esta pregunta. ¿Cuál fue el suceso, la tendencia más importante que vislumbró desde su área de desempeño durante el 2020?
Muchas gracias, Esther. Buenos días a todos los panelistas. Y pues continuando con el mismo tenor, creo que el 2020 fue un año sin precedentes, definitivamente, no solamente en México, sino pues en todo el mundo. El COVID nos llevó a reinventarnos y ha sido uno de los retos más desafiantes para el bienestar social, económico y ambiental. En el inicio del 2020, la salud se convirtió en una de nuestras principales prioridades y llegó ese 31 de marzo que mencionaba el ingeniero Alaniz hace unos momentos, en el que nuestras autoridades decidieron que la actividad minera no era una actividad esencial. Esto implicó la suspensión de las operaciones. Para nosotros y para toda la industria fue un evento único. Realmente no teníamos un procedimiento por escrito en el cual nos indicaba qué pasos a seguir, como por ejemplo con un plan de evacuación en el cual desalojas un edificio y te diriges a un punto de reunión. La realidad era que nadie sabía qué hacer. Lo primero fue informarle a nuestros colaboradores que deteníamos las actividades, que nos quedábamos únicamente con actividades de cuidado y mantenimiento. ¿Y estás de acuerdo que la actividad minera no es una actividad en la que tú terminas un turno, recoges tus cosas, apagas la luz, cierras y te vas? Teníamos que priorizar algunas actividades según las regulaciones aplicables a nuestra actividad: el manejo de explosivos, el manejo de materiales y residuos, las soluciones de procesos, solo por poner algunos ejemplos. Y basados en nuestras políticas y en nuestra cultura organizacional, nuestra principal estrategia fue desarrollar un plan basado en 3 prioridades. La primera, proteger la salud de nuestros colaboradores. Segundo, proteger nuestras comunidades vecinas. Y finalmente, y no menos importante, nuestras operaciones. Hasta ahí dejo mi participación.
Muchísimas gracias, Paola. Pues vamos muy bien en tiempo. La verdad es que todos se están limitando a los 3 minutos. Muchísimas gracias a todos y muchísimas gracias por esta respuesta tan puntual. Pues vamos a continuar con el mismo orden, así como han sido presentados. Y yo les preguntaría a todos, ¿qué acciones en torno a esta situación actual que nos están describieron la nacionalización del litio, los cambios en las políticas para el manejo de los trabajadores, la visibilización de las mujeres, la detención, la suspensión de las operaciones y todos estos nuevos protocolos, cada uno? Entonces, en torno a estas acciones que en torno a estas situaciones que acaban de describir, ¿cuáles fueron las acciones que ustedes llevaron a cabo a partir de la organización y de su área de acción, pues para remediarlas, para dar soluciones? Como decía yo al principio del panel, la minería, más que problemas, ofrece siempre soluciones. Así que, ¿qué hicieron ustedes desde su área de influencia? Adelante, ingeniero Armando Alatorre.
Sí, Esther, muchísimas gracias. Mira, continuando con el tema de la nacionalización del litio, principalmente en el Colegio de Ingenieros de Minas, Metalurgistas y Geólogos, hicimos 2 acciones, creo que son las más importantes. Número 1 fue el tomar esta iniciativa, analizarla detalladamente, y publicamos un análisis casi renglón por renglón de la iniciativa, estableciendo cuáles son los puntos verdaderos en la iniciativa, cuáles estaban con información no técnicamente sólida, y argumentar todos y cada uno de esos puntos. Y además, la asociación nos hizo favor de invitarnos a un foro que con el nombre de La Verdad sobre el Litio en México, donde ahondamos sobre estas cosas en un panel igual con otras 4 gentes, para que el público minero mexicano y el público en general en nuestro país tuviera una mejor información con respecto al tema. Esos fueron los 2 puntos principales, Esther.
Muchísimas gracias, ingeniero. Adelante, licenciado Armando Ortega.
Muchas gracias, Esther. Bueno, parto de la base, como les decía, que entre los sectores estratégicos que quedaron cubiertos por este mecanismo rápido de solución de controversias en materia laboral, están las manufacturas, que incluye aeroespacial, autos, autopartes, cosméticos, acero, vidrio, aluminio, plásticos, pero por supuesto están la minería y los servicios. Ahora, en el caso de la minería, nosotros lo que hemos tenido es una pinza, porque por un lado están las acciones del gobierno federal para instrumentar las reformas que ha habido en materia laboral, como por ejemplo el gran reto de lo que se llama la legitimación de más de 500,000 contratos colectivos de trabajo, los cuales deben pasar por un nuevo tamiz para, en respeto a la democracia sindical, asegurarse que los trabajadores tienen una participación en su, digamos, confirmación. Esa es, digamos, una vertiente de la pinza en la parte interna de todo lo que hacen las autoridades para asegurarse en cumplir las propias disposiciones de orden nacional. Pero en la parte internacional, lo que nosotros, por ejemplo, en CANCHAM hicimos fue alertar a nuestra membresía sobre el reto que significaba este cambio, porque para nadie es un secreto, conociendo lo que hizo Estados Unidos, que formó un grupo intersecretarial desde el gobierno del presidente Trump, que se ha mantenido en el gobierno del presidente Biden, y en este grupo intersecretarial participa, entre otros, la AFL-CIO. Y este grupo ha estado monitoreando y el Congreso ha estado sacando papers sobre el cumplimiento que está dando el país, y se entiende que las empresas con él, de las obligaciones que se adoptaron en el TLC, que ya tienen efectos comerciales o implicaciones comerciales. La AFL-CIO, para nada es un secreto, que tiene alianzas con grupos sindicales que son muy agresivos en México. Entonces, lo que hemos tratado es, digamos, decirle a nuestra membresía que nos enfoquemos en lo que podemos controlar, y lo que podemos controlar en materia laboral es nuestro cumplimiento impecable de las disposiciones que respetan los derechos sindicales, por supuesto, tener una comunicación muy fluida con los sindicatos, y estar muy alertas a estos cambios. No tenemos mucho más que eso, y estar muy bien informados.
Muy bien, licenciado Armando Ortega. Adelante, maestra Doris Vega.
Gracias, Esther. Bueno, pues definitivamente una de las palabras que más escuchamos durante este último año fue la resiliencia, y la resiliencia como la capacidad de adaptación. Sin embargo, esta capacidad de adaptación fue todavía más retadora para cualquier organización, porque esa tuvo que ser muy rápido, y como lo comentaba el ingeniero Fernando Alanís, de todos los días, de todas las semanas, porque el panorama iba cambiando constantemente, los escenarios iban cambiando, los anuncios gubernamentales iban cambiando. Entonces, lo que sucedió es que en esta adaptación o en esta esperanza que nos dábamos de que íbamos a regresar muy pronto a la nueva normalidad, las organizaciones fuimos posponiendo algunas acciones hasta que llegó el momento en que nos dimos cuenta de que esto pues va ahora sí que va para muy largo, ¿no? Todavía incluso el gobierno anunció que el plan de vacunación puede extenderse hasta 2022. En este escenario, pues hay que adaptarse, y como lo comentaba yo anteriormente, las tecnologías nos han permitido tener un contacto más directo con nuestras agremiadas, con por supuesto, los medios de comunicación que han sido excelentes aliados para WIM, y seguir en esta tarea de visibilizar a las mujeres dentro del sector, dentro de la industria minera, en todas las posiciones, desde las posiciones operativas hasta las posiciones directivas. Seguir en esta tarea, y además seguir con este contacto con nuestras agremiadas, quienes a través de capacitaciones, vías virtuales, webinars, que ahora son muy famosos y conocidos por todos, tuvimos la oportunidad de estar compartiendo el conocimiento de las expertas que tenemos en los temas mineros, ¿no? Compartir este expertise con todas ellas para seguir con la capacitación, lo cual resultó en una experiencia muy grata porque tuvimos la oportunidad de que el conocimiento no solamente se quedara en WIM, sino que a estos webinars, a estas capacitaciones, tuvimos la oportunidad de que viniera gente de otros espacios también a ver qué estábamos haciendo las mujeres en la minería. Entonces, bueno, son pequeñas acciones que nos permitieron hacer gracias a la tecnología y que, bueno, se irán extendiendo durante este próximo año también.
Sin duda muy importante la labor de la mujer en la minería. Muchísimas gracias, Doris Vega. Pues adelante, ingeniero Fernando Alanís, con su respuesta.
Gracias, Esther. Pues básicamente, pues el gran reto que tuvimos en su momento, que mencioné hace rato, que era justamente la reactivación, el lograr que se considera la minería como esencial, fue pues ponernos a trabajar. Lo primero que hicimos como sector minero fue desarrollar un protocolo que fue presentado en aquel entonces a la Subsecretaría de Minas y que fue adoptado por la misma autoridad y publicado por la misma autoridad, y lo cual fue una demostración de la capacidad de reacción que tiene el sector, la disciplina que existe en el sector para poder reinventarse, bien lo decía Doris, capacidad de reinventarse y de poder adoptar nuevas medidas en un corto plazo. Ese protocolo nos tocó presentarlo a las diferentes autoridades en todo el proceso de tratar de demostrar que la minería era parte de la solución y no parte del problema. Por esa presencia en 696 comunidades, manejando 42 clínicas y hospitales, lo peor que podía pasar es que la minería siguiera detenida. Y sobre todo, fuente de empleo, como bien lo dijo Secretaria de Economía al inicio de este foro, de 379,000 empleos directos y 2.2 millones indirectos. Entonces, la responsabilidad que se tiene de este sector en cuanto a bienestar directo e indirecto es enorme, y por eso era urgente el lograr la reactivación. Recordarán ustedes que logramos la publicación inclusive en el Diario Oficial, y en la tarde nos lo quitaron del Diario Oficial. Sí, hubo situaciones complicadas, francamente complicadas, de hablar al más alto nivel en el país, hasta que logramos que verdaderamente se considerara la minería como esencial. Y eso fue más o menos por ahí del 20 de mayo, que bueno, fue antes, como el 15 de mayo que se publicó. Y luego todavía tuvimos que pasar por otro proceso de certificación. Afortunadamente teníamos ya nuestros protocolos, que fue relativamente rápido su implementación por todo el sector minero. Y hoy hemos demostrado, ahora sí que al paso del tiempo hemos demostrado que esos protocolos han sido efectivos. Y los resultados, si vemos datos duros de qué tan protegidas están las gentes que laboran con nosotros, inclusive las comunidades que están a nuestro alrededor, los datos duros nos dicen que que la labor que se ha hecho, que los protocolos que se han implementado han sido efectivos y han sido eficaces. Y la prioridad número uno del sector minero ha sido la salud de nuestra gente y mantener la base de trabajo, que fue otro compromiso que se hizo en todo el sector, el mantener la fuente de trabajo para toda nuestra gente.
Excelente, muy importante, por supuesto, la labor para implementar todos estos protocolos de seguridad y de salud en medio de la pandemia. Bien, muchas gracias. Licenciada Paola Cázares, adelante.
Gracias, Esther. Bueno, pues nosotros, basados en nuestras prioridades, nos enfocamos en 4 aspectos básicos. El primero de ellos fue el desarrollo y la implementación de medidas extraordinarias para continuar mejorando nuestros protocolos de higiene. Esto, obviamente, pues con la finalidad de proteger a todos nuestros colaboradores y contratistas. Trabajamos de manera estrecha con las autoridades para el desarrollo de protocolos de salud y, a su vez, generar la confianza para un retorno seguro al trabajo. No solo las autoridades, sino nuestro pilar más importante, nuestra gente. En las comunidades y en coordinación con las autoridades locales diseñamos una estrategia basada en un comité de salud, alineados en la colaboración mutua para apoyar, entre otros, a las personas más vulnerables. Asignamos un médico para la atención exclusiva de la comunidad, mantenemos los suministros críticos de seguridad, salud y alimentos en las comunidades donde las necesidades son mayores. Y en nuestras operaciones definitivamente no todo fue COVID. Llegó el momento de reanudar operaciones y retomar los planes y programas de producción de una manera responsable, definitivamente como siempre lo hemos hecho. Pero para el caso de las actividades de sustentabilidad, y es ahí a donde me voy a mover ahora, pues estas no se detuvieron, por el contrario, estas continuaron con mayor intensidad. Nuestra presencia en las comunidades, ahora con mucha más atención en los aspectos de seguridad, la salud y el bienestar. Todo esto nos llevó a un reimpulso de los estándares desarrollados a través de iniciativas, principios, normas internacionales de los que ACNICO es parte. Por ejemplo, el sistema de gestión que nosotros utilizamos para administrar los compromisos establecidos en la política de desarrollo sustentable es un sistema interno, denominado el Sistema de Gestión de Minería Responsable. Este sistema está alineado con los ISO 14001 y el ISO 45001. Otro ejemplo de una iniciativa es hacia una minería sustentable, por sus siglas en inglés el TCM, de la Asociación Minera de Canadá. Esta iniciativa básicamente es un ejemplo de un sistema de administración de riesgos. Es un sistema hecho por mineros y para mineros y promueve las mejores prácticas en materia de protección del medio ambiente, la eficiencia energética, el compromiso con la comunidad, la seguridad y la transparencia. Les comparto que el 2020 fuimos acreedores al Premio de Excelencia Ambiental del TCM con un proyecto innovador de restauración ambiental. Este premio es la primera vez que ACNICO lo gana y es la primera vez que una mina en México resulta acreedora. Estos sistemas solo son un ejemplo de la manera en la que planificamos y gestionamos nuestras actividades de desarrollo sustentable.
Muchísimas gracias, Paula. Pues sí, sin duda un ejemplo de la minería moderna, de la minería sostenible y sustentable es la que se practica en ACNICO Eagle. Muchísimas gracias. Y muchísimas gracias a la audiencia. También vemos que está muy participativa, que están ya incluso planteando algunas preguntas para el final de este panel. Este panel denominado 2021, el renacimiento de la industria minera. Y pues hacia allá quiero plantear mi siguiente pregunta para los panelistas. ¿Cuáles son las mejoras, las soluciones que ustedes plantearían desde su ámbito de trabajo, desde su área de influencia, justamente para mejorar y para lograr este renacimiento de la minería durante este 2021 que se plantea, como ya lo dije al principio del panel, pues muy retador, igual que el 2020? Adelante, ingeniero Armando Alatorre, por favor.
Sí, Esther, muchas gracias. Mira, de la forma que lo mencionaron hace un rato, todo este asunto de la pandemia nos agarró sin un plan de contingencia, sin una manera de hacer las cosas para bien o para mal. Ya han pasado varios meses, hemos aprendido, creo que las condiciones también se mencionaron hace un rato, van a continuar todo este año y tal vez, por desgracia, hasta parte del 2022. Entonces, hemos podido ya avanzar, ya establecer algunas cosas. Fernando mencionó hace un rato del establecimiento en protocolos. No hay que bajar la guardia en lo más mínimo. La parte de la ingeniería, por lo que se caracteriza en el mundo, es resolver problemas. Hemos tenido problemas y los hemos venido resolviendo de forma gradual y en pasos, y aunque sea gradual, ha sido en realidad rápido. Hemos aprendido mucho, debemos seguir construyendo sobre esa base y lograr, dentro de todas las limitaciones, mantener la actividad económica, porque la minería es el primer eslabón de toda una cadena de suministros de cosas que al final nos permiten mantener la vida como estamos acostumbrados, independientemente que sea en forma virtual o en forma presencial. Entonces, creo que hay que mantenernos con respecto a eso, reforzar el asunto e irnos adaptando a las nuevas circunstancias de la vida. Es mi comentario, Esther.
Gracias, ingeniero. Licenciado Armando Ortega, adelante, por favor.
Gracias, Esther. Retomo el tema del TEMEC con ese asunto laboral, solo para decir que vamos a tener, ya se ha anunciado así por distintos personajes en Estados Unidos, vamos a tener una supervisión extraordinariamente estricta sobre el cumplimiento que nosotros demos a nuestras prácticas de los respetos de los derechos laborales. Y creo que la minería formal puede sentirse muy tranquila, que está en perfecto orden con ese tema. El desafío es que invariablemente habrá siempre, digamos, un impulso de que más allá de las causas legítimas de violaciones particulares que pudieran presentarse de forma excepcional en alguna unidad, en algún proyecto o lo que fuera, para nadie es un secreto que con el tipo de aliados políticos que tienen en México organizaciones como la AFL-CIO, es muy probable que más de alguno de nuestros socios, que alguno de los miembros de la Camimex, sea escogido como target para que se le acuse sin ningún sustento de violación de prácticas laborales. Y a eso hay que agregarle un entorno político en México que nos genera un ecosistema donde vamos a tener las elecciones más grandes que ha tenido el país y que están exacerbando los impulsos que ya estamos viendo de presentar diversas iniciativas que yo calificaría como tóxicas, desde la reforma a la ley de Banjico, la prohibición de la subcontratación, incrementos de derechos mineros, etcétera, etcétera. Todo eso aleja y desalienta nuevas inversiones. Y es un reto porque tenemos que hacer lo que tenemos que hacer como mineros, como lo hacen otros sectores, pero a la vez tenemos que tener la capacidad de defendernos y de tratar de convencer a los interlocutores que tienen forma de hacerlo, que son interlocutores políticos, de la no pertinencia de darle cabida, o por un lado, a demandas que son frívolas, en donde la Secretaría del Trabajo tendrá que ser un filtro de acuerdo con las propias reglas del TEMEC, y nosotros tenemos que ser capaces de demostrar, teniendo la carga de la prueba, lo cual es injusto, de que no cometimos esas violaciones, y lidiar con estos temas. Fernando ha hecho una excelente labor a nivel gremial para representarnos a todos, en el sentido, insisto, de concientizar a quienes son los actores políticos y al propio gobierno federal, de que nos debemos centrar en todo aquello que nos fortalezca como sector y como economía. Y luego al final termino diciendo, dirigiendo una mina que ha sido objeto de una serie de ataques infundados, ¿no? Tenemos que tener como escudo a nuestras comunidades. Ellas son nuestras mejores defensoras. Ellas son las que pueden dar, digamos, el mejor testimonio de que nosotros somos socios corporativos responsables con el ambiente y con ellas mismas.
Pues sí, sin duda, un escenario complejo en materia política, como le dices, por el tema de las elecciones que serán próximamente y por el tema de las iniciativas que se están planteando en el Congreso de la Unión. Muchísimas gracias por esta explicación, Armando Ortega. Adelante, maestra Doris Vega.
Gracias, Esther. Bueno, pues pensar que vamos a tener o a regresar a la normalidad como la conocíamos anteriormente, creo que está ya muy lejano. Tendremos que adaptarnos a esta nueva normalidad. Y esta nueva normalidad, bueno, pues trae consigo muchísimos cambios en la manera de trabajar, incluso de la industria minera y la relación que tenemos las mujeres también con la industria minera, la posibilidad que nos ha dado de esta nueva normalidad de estar compartiendo pues la doble tarea, la tarea del trabajo profesional más la tarea de la familia, ha sido una buena oportunidad para demostrar una vez más que somos multitask, pero que también somos capaces de sacar adelante cualquiera de los retos que se nos ponen enfrente. Y esa es la nueva normalidad a la que vamos a tener que acostumbrarnos, al estar haciendo el trabajo remoto, pero bajo otras condiciones pues muy diferentes, que a lo mejor al principio se antojaban agobiantes, sí, porque al mismo tiempo que estabas conectada a una junta, pues también tendrías que estar, quienes tienen hijos pequeños, pues estar conectando a sus hijos también al mismo tiempo en las tareas propias pues de la escuela, de la educación, ¿no? Entonces, esta es una nueva normalidad con la que tendremos que acostumbrarnos, que adaptarnos, pero que finalmente sí estoy segura que traerá muchos beneficios para la industria minera, porque tendrá la posibilidad de tener, como siempre, a los mejores talentos, independientemente del género al que pertenezcamos cada uno, ¿no? Seguir fortaleciendo definitivamente nuestras alianzas y construyendo otras nuevas. Una de nuestras alianzas que tenemos muy clara es con la propia Camimex, que nos ha permitido tener esta visión de lo que está pasando con las mujeres en la minería a través de los indicadores que ya tenemos con ellos, que vamos a retomar nuevamente este convenio, que para nosotros es muy importante porque nos permite ver en dónde estamos. Y bueno, pues queremos hacer otras alianzas con la CANCHAM, con la AmCham, para también poder estar en este sentido, visibilizando aún más el trabajo que se hace desde la minería, y que donde las mujeres podamos todavía aportar mucho, y sobre todo seguir impulsando que la minería es una industria que tiene extraordinarias oportunidades para las mujeres. Y ahora con esta nueva normalidad, pues se antoja todavía muchísimo más atractiva.
Así es, mujeres multitask, mujeres multifunciones. Bueno, muchas gracias, Fernando Alanis. Adelante, por favor, ingeniero.
Esther, gracias. Yo veo 4 grandes retos, además de los que ya se mencionaron, que sin duda son importantes. Uno es la salud, y lo dijo muy bien Armando Alatorre. Esto va a perdurar durante un rato, ¿no? Un par de años por lo menos. Y regresar a una normalidad diferente, como bien lo acaba de señalar Doris, con todas las ventajas que también esto trae y algunos retos adicionales que también eso conlleva. Otro reto importantísimo para mí es el profundo desconocimiento que existe de la importancia del sector minero. Es un tema que tú bien lo sabes, Esther, hemos estado abordando en la Cámara Minera y hemos estado trabajando, tratar de posicionar la verdadera imagen del sector minero. Hay gente que la manipula por intereses particulares, hay otros que sencillamente lo desconocen y nada más replican cosas sin conocimiento. Hay un informe de desarrollo sustentable, el primero que acaba de sacar el sector minero, creo que compila muy bien este gran esfuerzo que se ha hecho en el sector por tratar de hacer las cosas bien. Está publicado, está disponible en la página de la Cámara Minera, y yo lo que hago es invitar a todo el público en general que estudie, que pueda dar una opinión educada y con conocimiento, y que lea este informe, que es la versión que tenemos en el sector minero de lo que nosotros estamos haciendo. Otro reto que tenemos son todas esas nuevas iniciativas legislativas que nos impactan, ya sea de manera directa o indirecta. Directa porque ha habido iniciativas para tratar de subir los impuestos a niveles estatales o a nivel federal para la minería, e indirectas como es las iniciativas del outsourcing, las iniciativas de la ley de la industria eléctrica, que son muy transversales para todo el sector industrial, pero que tienen un impacto sobre la competitividad de la industria en México, y la minería no es ajena a ellas. La buena expectativa que tenemos, lo mencionó la secretaria Cloutier al inicio de este foro, es la instauración de la mesa de minería. Hemos platicado mucho con ella, es una persona muy abierta, la verdad. Estamos muy contentos de esos primeros diálogos que hemos tenido con ella, y ella ha captado la importancia que tiene el sector y se ha comprometido a establecer esta mesa de minería como un foro para escuchar las necesidades y buscar cómo impulsar una política pública que ayude o que tome a la minería como uno de los pilares de la reactivación económica en el país. Yo creo que son los grandes retos que yo veo en general que tenemos para este 2021.
Y efectivamente muy grandes, ingeniero Alanis. Muchísimas gracias. Adelante, Paola, por favor.
Gracias. Pues bueno, definitivamente hay muchos retos. Yo me quiero enfocar en especialmente dos. Uno ya lo han mencionado con anterioridad, que es la salud. La pandemia no ha terminado y hay que continuar mejorando, continuar siguiendo el proceso de vacunación, que es algo definitivamente importante y relevante en este año. Pero a los dos retos que yo me quiero enfocar es al reto de la innovación y la reinvención. Creo que estos dos retos serán claves en este año para el sector minero. Creo que debemos sostener prácticas sustentables en las organizaciones. Estas prácticas son conocidas como ESG, que hacen referencia a los criterios ambientales, sociales y de gobernanza. La implementación de estas prácticas se puede traducir en la coherencia entre nuestra cultura, nuestros valores y nuestros actos. El adoptar a nivel industria sistemas de gestión de riesgos sociales y ambientales, en donde las organizaciones identifiquemos riesgos potenciales y tengamos la oportunidad de gestionarlos para evitarlos o controlarlos. Esto representaría, además de asegurar una estabilidad financiera de las empresas, también es una oportunidad para cambiar con hechos la imagen de la industria. Definitivamente la comunicación asertiva y efectiva continuará siendo un reto. En conclusión, definitivamente estamos inmersos en un entorno complejo y dinámico, en donde las prácticas sociales y ambientales repercuten en la aceptación de todos nuestros grupos de interés. Particularmente estoy convencida que fomentar estas prácticas nos permitirá mejorar la construcción de lazos de confianza, la transparencia y responder mejor a los retos de esta dinámica global.
Muchísimas gracias a todos, muchísimas gracias por estas explicaciones tan puntuales, tan precisas y tan claras. Bueno, pues hay un par de preguntas, creo que la de Axel Sánchez del Financiero, que pregunta sobre el impacto que tendría la reforma a la ley eléctrica, ya fue respondida por el ingeniero Fernando Alanis, pero hay una más de Ernesto Gloria, él es reportero de Enfoque Noticias y pregunta a los expositores, ¿cómo califican la respuesta de la autoridad ante la pandemia, concretamente en el sector? Si bien hubo una alta incertidumbre en todas las actividades, ¿consideran que fue adecuado dejar tanto tiempo sin actividad la minería? ¿Tendrán un estimado de cuánto afectó el sector, al sector esa medida? Y por otra parte, la desaparición del área en economía de la subsecretaría. ¿Qué opinión les deja? ¿Quién quiere iniciar? Adelante, ingeniero Fernando.
Gracias, Esther. Pues una muy interesante pregunta que nos hacen. Yo sí les quiero decir, definitivamente la subsecretaría de Minas fue fundamental para nuestro sector. Y sobre todo porque fue encabezada por una persona que realmente conocía el sector. Entonces fue muy fácil hablar un lenguaje común, fue muy fácil el poder relacionarnos y trabajar de la mano en ir mejorando situaciones, mejorando estándares, mejorando prácticas, porque había una muy buena comunicación. Cuando la subsecretaría desaparece, pues sí, definitivamente perdimos a un gran interlocutor y una gente de alto compromiso que ayudó mucho al sector minero. Fuera de la subsecretaría de Minas, no hemos encontrado todavía un eco importante en el apoyo de la autoridad. Y yo creo que se debe mucho a lo que yo decía hace rato, a ese desconocimiento que se tiene de la importancia y del impacto tan positivo que tiene la minería en el desarrollo social, en el desarrollo económico del país. Bueno, y ese es el trabajo que tenemos que seguir haciendo. El impacto que ha tenido la suspensión de operaciones, pues estamos hablando de casi un 15-16% de pérdida de la producción, parcialmente compensada hacia final de año por una mejora de los precios, sobre todo del oro y de la plata. Pero en volumen estamos hablando de un 15-16% menos. Y eso trae sus impactos, obviamente, en la parte económica. Acuérdense que la minería es el 7º generador de divisas para el país y es un gran pagador de impuestos, ¿sí? Entonces eso pues, lo estaremos viendo este año, seguramente los resultados del haber paralizado 2 meses al sector minero.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, ingeniero Alanís. ¿Alguien más de nuestros panelistas quiere dar respuesta? Adelante, licenciado Armando Ortega.
Como se había dicho antes, aquí la pandemia nos tomó a todos por sorpresa en su profundidad, en su duración. En México, pues sigue como un problema muy, muy delicado. A nivel, nuevamente, para no dejar este asunto, el TEMEC, una de las cosas que nosotros hicimos en CANCHAM, en un diálogo bilateral que se da entre los gobiernos de México y Canadá, que incluye a sus sectores privados, fue precisamente plantear, y se lo estamos planteando también a Estados Unidos, que podamos como países, en el marco de cooperación que es muy rico del TEMEC, pensar de una manera sistematizada en la definición de los sectores esenciales, dentro de los que por supuesto quedaría la minería, para los 3 países. Y creo que lo está haciendo muy bien el Consejo Coordinador Empresarial, que quiere que el énfasis se haga en lo que se llaman empresas seguras, de tal forma, y nosotros podríamos catalogarnos a nosotros mismos como sectores o sector seguro. Creo que ese es el énfasis, y con todas las acciones que aquí se han descrito, que se están haciendo en campo, y con todo lo que podemos en los resultados de este año acreditar, presentar, insisto, a nivel del TEMEC, pensando en lo que ya es el mercado norteamericano, una bandera común que incluya criterios para, por ejemplo, la pandemia y otros asuntos.
Excelente, pues muchísimas gracias por esta respuesta tan puntual, licenciado Ortega. ¿Alguno más de nuestros panelistas que quiera responder? ¿Nadie más? Bueno, pues con esto daríamos por concluido el panel, no sin antes mencionar algunos de los puntos más interesantes que externaron cada uno de nuestros expositores. Pues hablaban justamente de la iniciativa para la nacionalización del litio, también de la formación de un grupo intersecretarial para el cumplimiento de las obligaciones laborales en México, el tema, por supuesto, de la capacitación para las mujeres en la minería, pues que la pandemia demostró la capacidad del sector minero para poder reinventarse, las medidas extraordinarias que pusieron en marcha todas las empresas mineras, entre ellas Agnico Eagle, para afrontar esta pandemia, el sistema de gestión de minería responsable que echaron a andar, pues la solicitud que hacen todos de que no hay que bajar la guardia para disminuir los contagios, que debemos seguir construyendo sobre el cuidado a la salud, porque la minería es el insumo básico de otras actividades. Obviamente, el licenciado Ortega habló de que vamos a tener una supervisión más estricta sobre el cumplimiento de las prácticas de los derechos laborales, en los que la gran minería pues no tiene que preocuparse, ya lo hace, pero hablaba de la advertencia de que algunas empresas pueden ser el target para acusaciones improcedentes, acusaciones inválidas. Las elecciones, por supuesto, que podrían estar exacerbando estas iniciativas tóxicas que se están planteando, que se están vislumbrando en el país, que tiene que ver, por ejemplo, con la ley del Banco de México, con los impuestos que desalentarían la inversión en minería, por supuesto, estos ataques infundados, y decía que los mejores escudos que puede tener la minería son efectivamente las comunidades. Hablaban también de la adaptación a la nueva normalidad, que no solo se ejecuta en la industria minera, sino en general en la sociedad, y esta tarea para demostrar que las mujeres y los hombres en la minería podemos ser multitask. Los 4 grandes retos también se abordaron aquí: la salud, por supuesto, el desconocimiento del sector. Por lo menos en México Minero lo que hacemos siempre es estar dando a conocer los mensajes de por qué la minería es importante para nuestra vida cotidiana, por qué la minería está pues en estos dispositivos que estamos usando ahorita para conectarnos, para comunicarnos, etcétera. Y pues hablaba también el ingeniero Alanís de que hay gente que manipula la información por intereses particulares, y que el verdadero conocimiento es lo que puede dar justamente el cambio hacia el apoyo. Hablaba también del apoyo que se tuvo de la subsecretaría cuando todavía esta existía, y de que hay que continuar mejorando en la innovación, en la reinvención. Creo que son algunos de los aspectos torales, de los puntos más importantes que se trataron en este tema. Y pues yo diría muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por participar, por darnos a conocer esta información tan relevante, y pues a conminarlos a que continuemos trabajando por engrandecer la industria minera en México y por llevar esta comunicación hacia lo que realmente es esta industria y su importancia en el desarrollo de la humanidad. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes y que pasen un lindo día.
Muchas gracias, Esther, y muchas gracias a todos los panelistas. Realmente fue una conversación muy interesante. Estamos recibiendo muchos comentarios de las personas que tienen muchas más dudas. Entonces, a nuestros panelistas los invitamos ahora a acompañarnos en Brela dentro de la plataforma también, para que puedan seguir visualizando todo el programa y en dado caso también atender a las dudas del chat y del público. Muchísimas gracias, y me voy ahora a cambiar a inglés para arrancar con nuestro siguiente panel, donde vamos a hablar con las instituciones internacionales. Que tengan un excelente día. Muchas gracias. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. Right now, the next panel, the language is in English. So if you want to choose a different language or translation in your broadcast, this is the moment to do so. So you can move to English or to Spanish respectively. So now we're very happy and we're very glad to welcome the next panelists. The next panel is titled The Best Practices for the Mining Industry of the Future. And we have also gathered some of the key thought leaders in the mining industry, and we're very grateful that they took the time here to share with us their expertise. In that sense, as a moderator, I would like to introduce Henry Sanderson. He's a metals and mining correspondent at the Financial Times. As a panelist, we have Isabel Ramdou. She's the Deputy Director of the Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Minerals, Metals, and Sustainable Development. That's also known as the IGF. As well, we are here with Dolores Barrientos. She's a representative officer in Mexico of the United Nations Environmental Program, as well as Robert Schaffer. He's the president of the Society for Mining, Metallurgy, and Exploration, better known as the SME, and Aidan Davey, the COO of the International Council on Mining and Metals. So without further ado, I will now hand over the conversation to Henry, and thank you for being here. And your microphone, Henry, please. Excellent.
Thank you very much, Isabel, and thank you so much for inviting me to host this panel. We got a great lineup, as you've just introduced, and it's a fascinating topic, talking about the future of the mining industry and best practices for the mining industry. We're going to cover everything from ESG to what the mine of the future looks like, to tailings dam and what are the rules and developments around storage of mining waste, as well as some of the commodities needed for the future world and the transition to a low carbon economy. So I'd like to start off with the first question, which is a broad question. And I think it's good to ask the question, what does the mine of the future look like? You know, when people picture a mine now, they think of diesel trucks and big holes in the ground, and a lot of noise and a lot of pollution. But Robert, maybe I could start with you. You've had a long experience in the mining industry. What's your vision of what the mine of the future will look like?
Well, first of all, thank you, Henry, for inviting me to speak with you today, and thank you to the entire forum. I'm very honored to be here. I guess I'd start off by saying the mine of the future certainly will be moving towards electrification and so on, but I think it goes beyond just the mine. I think you're looking at a fully integrated community and business environment, if you will, in which planning goes on not just about the beginning, the operational stage of the mine, but also beyond closure as well, so that the society itself becomes, and the community becomes sustainable beyond the life of the mine itself. So with that, I would believe supply chains will be much shorter. You'll be deriving your materials that move the mine forward, as well as the rest of the community, from within the immediate area of the mine, so that we don't have disruptions, for instance, as we have now during this pandemic timeframe, in which communications and transport have been short, as well as it promotes better business, long-standing business within the community itself, so that it sustains itself beyond just a mine activity to have a fully integrated community and business environment. I think with that, I'll let others have a chance to say something.
Yeah, Isabel, I'd like to bring you in here, if I may. I mean, Robert mentioned the sort of community aspects of the mine of the future. I just wanted to get your thoughts, because obviously mines, like other industries, are moving more towards automation, to using technology, AI, which is going to mean less employment for local communities, less people working in the mine. I mean, how are they going to still win the trust of communities if they can't provide jobs?
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I think when we think about the mine of the future, what we will look like, it's important, as Robert said, and as you said yourself, to put that in the context of the global trends that we see in terms of the way our lives will change, consumption will change, and production will change. And for this, I think Robert mentioned the energy transition, and I'll focus more on one aspect, which is the technological innovation for the fourth industrial revolution. And indeed, to add to a smarter mine, the greener mine, I would mention the leaner mine, which means fewer people will be needed at the mine phase, and of course, work will be conducted remotely. That would have definitely implications for local communities, both positive and negative, because automation doesn't necessarily mean that all the jobs will disappear. You will still need people to maintain the automated machines, and you will need maybe higher skilled people. So definitely there will be impacts both in terms of opportunities for higher paid jobs. Lower paid jobs will probably be the ones that will be displaced. And then the implications for the local community is that you need to manage that transition, because the biggest risk for a company is when people don't know what's going to happen, and that may cause tension and disrupt whatever business is happening. So managing the transition away from redundancy will be important, helping them to find solutions outside the mine, because obviously the more capital intensive the activities become, the less opportunities there will be. But that's also an opportunity to diversify away from just the mining sector. So I think these are the broader headlines that I just wanted to mention here in terms of technology and communities.
Thanks very much. That's interesting. Aidan, I just want to bring you in because you're obviously in regular contact with some of the largest mining companies in the world. I mean, when they talk about the mine of the future, is there an attempt to come to ideas about best practices on how to deal with the communities, as we talked about, when there are fewer jobs?
Yeah, I think there is, Henry, and I think part of the challenge lies in and Isabel has touched upon it, is that as you move towards the mine of the future that Robert started to kind of paint a picture of, where you have ultimately far fewer people really being employed in the direct mining activity, that then does begin to change the nature of the relationship between companies and communities. And in some respects, I think it's going to need almost a renegotiation of the social contract between companies and communities. But just to maybe take it back a little bit to some of the characteristics of what the mine of the future might look like. So if we accept the proposition, it's going to be much less labor intensive. It's going to be much more energy efficient. It's going to produce considerably less waste than today. That is going to rely on advances in a number of areas. And the reality is we don't have the answers to those challenging questions yet, but we are working towards them. And so some of those areas you're going to have I think, a much more precise understanding of geology and where the minerals of interest are, and that's going to require advances in current spatial mapping techniques and in other areas as well. We're going to have to get greater precision around what we mine, which is linked to that first point. And then there's got to be a much greater focus on being much more efficient in terms of segregation, which is going to determine what you ultimately end up processing, and that in turn influences energy consumption, volumes of waste, potential impacts on the receiving environment. And so similarly, I think you've got to look at improvements in recovery methods, whether we're talking about in situ recovery methods or within the processing facility. But all of that does point to, hopefully, a mine of the future that has a much lower environmental footprint, but where it has much lower requirements for labor in terms of the immediate operating environment. And that, I think, takes us into a conversation about the essential need to reskill and engage with communities around future resilience, but also around a more creative way of employing communities and a more broader, I guess, definition almost of what the employment opportunities for future mining communities will look like. And that is something that we've given a great deal of attention to at ICMM. Just
as you mentioned, rewriting the social contract, the need to rewrite social contract. Could you expand on that? What do you mean by that? That's an interesting point.
Yeah, and I guess the traditional concept of a contract, going right back to Rousseau, is this notion that in some respects you give up something in return for something else. And when we talk about the social contract of mining, to some extent, the contract today is one whereby both countries cede the ability to companies to develop resources which they own, but in the interest of the wider population. At the more local community level, communities enable or support the development of that activity at that very local level in the hope and expectation of receiving some form of direct benefit in the form of jobs and economic advancement, etc. But as that equation shifts in terms of where the locus of benefit lies, then I think you have to think again about what does that more traditional social contract look like in terms of company, host community, and mining and the host government.
That's very interesting. Dolores, I just wondered if you could, add to that, and perhaps give us a taste of, of the Mexican context. I mean, in Mexico, is there a sense of what the mine of the future looks like? Are people pushing for that?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As a matter of fact, our work in mining industry and extractive industries is really new in UNEP, and we have been setting some areas of work on that sense. And the mining of future for us could be the one with good environmental governance and the compliance with international environmental agreements. On the other hand, we would like to work as well in preventing disasters and conflicts relevant in these industries. As well, the concept of depollution and detoxifying the sector, like lowering the impacts of the pollution in water, in soil, in air, and as well the decarbonized concept as well that some of the panelists already mentioned it. And as well the concept that we are promoting is the circular economy, which is related with approaches like eco-design or recycling or reuse in the process of the mining. So that is the areas of work that we are promoting globally. And in Mexico, we are starting, the first approaches with industry, because in the past we haven't been working in this important sector. Thanks.
That's interesting. You mentioned the circular economy and recycling, because I understand in Mexico there's going to be a lithium project, and perhaps they will also recycle batteries, near to the lithium mine. So is that something you think miners can get involved with in terms of recycling and reuse?
Yeah, for sure. I think the more efficient use of materials is one of our goals in the environmental agenda globally. And as you know, all this climate change emergency that we are facing demands, higher amount of quantity of some minerals. And you mentioned lithium is one of the main components of solar panels. And in that extent, we expect that around 50% of the new energy produced on renewable energy in the following 5 years will come from solar panels. So lithium is an important component of these zero carbon commitments for almost 126 countries, representing more than 50% of the total carbon emissions. So imagine how important is the mining sector for this transition to a lower carbon economies.
Interesting. Aidan, I just wanted to bring you in here. As Dolores mentioned, mining is needed for a transition to a low carbon economy. So it's got to decarbonize. Is it possible for miners to use renewable energy in their operations? Because obviously renewables are intermittent, but on the other hand, mines are often in places where there's great solar potential, right? Or great potential for renewable energy. What's the sort of difficulties of integrating renewables into a mining site?
And I think some of this is context and geography dependent, Henry, as you rightly acknowledge. Some geographies are far better suited to this than others. And so we see extraordinary progress in parts of sub-Saharan Africa and in parts of Chile and Peru in terms of the ability to bring on stream renewables in a way that can satisfy significant components of demand for miners. And I think, again, when we think about the flip side of the equation, that mining is essential to the supply of the essential materials that will support the transition to the low carbon economy, doesn't give miners a free pass in terms of doing their bit to decarbonize. And I think for the most part, they certainly, the conversation amongst our member companies is one where they feel this obligation and responsibility quite acutely. Excuse me. But I think some of the decarbonization levers that are accessible to them are more accessible than others. And so, many of them have found it quite possible, I think, to switch to lower carbon electricity sources. And sometimes that's available through the grid. And, we have very, very significant amount of hydro capacity in places like Chile, in parts of Canada, and in Northern Europe. In areas where you've got solar-based renewables, again, I think that's provided a significant component of the base demand that the companies have. Others have looked to electrify appliances such as pumps and heaters that might previously have run on gas, so you get that lower carbon dividend as a result of that. And I think there is a huge amount of focus on improving the energy efficiency of the core processing activities of miners. But as you know very well, this is hugely challenging in situations where ore grades are declining. But just as a last small point, though, I do think that mobile equipment offers a real opportunity space, and it's an area that we've been focusing on at ICMM because mobile equipment can account for 30–40%, in some instances almost 80% of a mine's Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. And we've launched an initiative called the ICSV, the Innovation for Cleaner, Safer Vehicles initiative, which is a collaborative endeavor between 18 of the world's biggest original equipment manufacturers and all of our members to try and stimulate and promote a new generation of cleaner, safer mining vehicles. And that's been up and running now for a couple of years and is really starting to bear fruit. So, the objective there is about making greenhouse gas emission-free service mining vehicles available by 2040. And we're really encouraged by the pace of progress so far. So there's a lot happening in this space.
Robert, I wonder if I could ask you this. I mean, miners don't want to be renewable energy companies, right? So they're dependent on national grids, right? So, I mean, is it hard for them to get their own renewables if a country doesn't shift its power supply? Oh, you're on mute, actually, Robert.
It's hard to remember to unmute yourself when you've been listening. Yeah. In any event, again, referring back to a comment that Aidan made early on, was that a lot of this is geography dependent, in that if a mine happens to be in a well infrastructured location, access to grid power is probably very possible. Obviously, if you're in a high sunshine area, solar is possible. And if you've got someplace near running water, be it rivers or be it currents in the oceans, you've got alternatives for hydroelectric power. And geothermal power is almost always a possibility, because just the normal thermal gradient in the Earth's crust has a possibility. But having said all of that, a hybrid sourcing of power for the overall mine operation is probably going to be the likely direction that the industry will have to take. Yes, we've made tremendous progress in electrifying our vehicles, both at all scales. We're doing this, we're minimizing utilization of power and water in our processing activities, but the mining industry will have to take advantage of whatever sources of renewable power or sustainable power that are in its geographic location. So you may have fields of solar power combined with some windmill farms, but then those don't always work, and you'll have to look at perhaps flow batteries that can store tremendous amounts of long-lasting power to provide the electricity for the buildings and so on and so forth. In addition, they're moving towards a more hydrogen-based energy system, and technology is now developing in which on-site manufacture of ammonia is very possible, which has much more higher carbon component, or not carbon, hydrogen component to than water or anything else, and transition, breaking apart an ammonium molecule to create access to hydrogen may be part and parcel to as part of every mine energy generation source, rather replacing the idea of diesel powered energy.
It's fascinating. Isabel, I just want to ask you, I mean, what are the ways that miners can decarbonize their operations? What does best practice look like?
Yeah, Thank you. I think Aiden and Robert mentioned the different options that you have for direct reduction on site. I think I just wanted to mention that we're really focusing on operations here, but I think the entire life cycle of life project of the mine is important, because you do have a lot of in the before operations and also after, quite a few things that can be done there as well. But I think that besides on-site, there's also the entire value chain that has to be looked at, because if you look at the GSG emissions of operations globally, it's 1%, I think, of GSG emissions for on-site operations globally, and the bulk of it actually lies indirect, so the scope 2 and 3, and there as well there's quite a lot of work to do. I think in terms of upstream, even if both upstream and downstream processing, the miners don't have control of it, on the upstream side, as a buyer, you are able to put standards to come up with requirements to see to what extent your suppliers can clean their supply chains, because you're importing their pollution, and downstream working with smelting, etc., to make sure that this can be done through tracking of but you don't have really control of that. So to me, there's a whole of industry approach to this, and as Robert and Ivan says, green energy, efficiency vehicles, etc., are probably different options for this. And I think ultimately two things will matter. One is the cost of all this, and secondly is technological readiness, because we're talking about electric vehicles, as green energy, etc. But not all of that is being deployed at the same pace, in the same location, in the same type of mines. I think there are some types of technology that are more fit to certain types of operations than others. So I think it is relatively complex, and therefore the solutions will certainly lie in a mix of different actions that companies can take. But I do think that companies need also to include in their actions working with their supply chains, because the bulk of the emission, actually, if you want to be meaningful, you cannot look at only what's happening on site. You really have to take a whole industry approach.
That's fascinating. And you mentioned the cost of this. I mean, obviously it is expensive if you're buying a new fleet of vehicles or etc. I mean, are we reaching a state where miners will be able to charge a premium for greener products? I mean, there's been some indication in aluminium, for instance, people will pay more per ton for a greener metal or lower carbon metal. I mean, is this something that you see happening at all?
I think it should. I think it should, because there is no free, that's not going to happen for free, and it is indeed expensive, even if the cost of technology will renewables, etc., will go down as the investment and in the technology increase. But I think there is a market for that.
Interesting. Aiden, I just wonder if you had any thoughts on that, because it is a fascinating topic, right? If there's a premium for being greener, what's the incentive, right? But I guess at the same time, there's pressure from miners' customers, right? And as Isabel mentioned, the whole supply chain going down to the consumer product, there's growing pressure. What do you think?
So, I guess much as I would love to see there being a premium for product that can be demonstrably, shown as having been produced through more responsible means, I think it's unlikely, and I think we've seen that same dynamic play out with the cost of capital, where rather than miners finding themselves in a position of having more favorable terms when it comes to the cost of capital, by virtue of being able to demonstrate that they're producing responsibly. Instead, what I think it helps, or what it has helped, both in terms of cost of capital, and I suspect both in terms of price premium, is that it's not going to get you either of those things. But what it will get you is the ability either to continue to attract investment or the ability to be a supplier of choice. And so if we look, for example, at some of the initiatives in the mining space, which are directed at ensuring more responsible production and supply of materials, and some of that is membership-based, such as ICMM's own mining principles. Some of it is commodity-specific, such as the Aluminium Stewardship Initiative or Coppermark. In those instances, I think what it probably confers is the ability to continue to be able to supply more discerning customers, rather than the ability to attract a premium from those customers. Now, at some point, you may get to, or at some stage, you may get to a tipping point where if there is sufficient convergence amongst all consumer-facing companies that all materials must be responsibly supplied, then ultimately that one, it'll drive, I think, broad-based improvements across the industry, and it may also drive the ability to apply some, if not a price premium, then price recognition of the associated costs. But I think we're some way off getting to that nirvana of a cost premium for metals, other than in very, very selective instances where we've seen it play out, and that's particularly, I think, in the jewelry sector, where there is that huge ability to pass on a premium to customers.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned some of the initiatives, such as the Aluminium Stewardship Initiative. I mean, there's all these different initiatives, in cobalt and copper. I mean, do you think there needs to be more alignment? I mean, people are getting confused by all these initiatives. Do you think there needs to be fewer and more alignment?
I think, ideally, that you would see convergence, you would see alignment. But I think in some respects, we have these different initiatives because they have different points of origin and different drivers that sort of brought them into being. But equally, I think we are starting to see real convergence across these initiatives, whether they're commodity specific or whether they're membership based. We are starting to see convergence around what, almost a core set of normative expectations about what good looks like in terms of ESG. And, as ICMM, we are quite concerned about the risk of almost fatigue and the risk of confusion coming through from the multiplication of these various initiatives. So one of the pieces of work we did fairly recently was to look at the equivalency between, in this case, our own mining principles, but against initially 5 of the other schemes that are out there, or standards for responsible mining. And this is an attempt, firstly, to kind of simplify for external stakeholders who may be just getting confused about how do these things relate to one another? Are they similar? Are they different? And to what extent are they similar or different? But it's also about, I think, providing absolute transparency to interested stakeholders, and that would include investors and customers, NGOs, and media, arguably, about exactly what you're getting with these different standards. And I think in some respects, again, that's a first step almost towards the pursuit of convergence. By laying bare and by making it extremely clear where the similarities and differences are, I think it's easier to get to a conversation around, actually, we're seeing a normative core at the heart of all of these, which we could probably align around for the sector as a whole.
Got it. That's very interesting. I'd like to move on a bit now to talk about biodiversity and, the problems and perhaps solutions of, how mining companies operate in areas of high level of biodiversity, because obviously, loss of biodiversity is one of the huge challenges we're facing, and we don't want mining industry to contribute to that. Dolores, I'd like to bring you in here because there's a sort of very interesting example in Mexico with the mercury for gold mining. And this is mined by artisanal communities. I just wondered what have been some of the solutions to this problem And how is that an example for the rest of the world?
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Yes, talking about the mining activities into natural protected areas is something really, really frequent around the globe. If you see a map where the natural protected areas are and the mining activities, they normally overlap. And you see, for instance, that overlapping in Mexico, South America, Asia, constantly. As a matter of fact, in Mexico, the Mexican territory, about 11% is under this conservation status. And in that extent, as you mentioned, the mining activities are in some extent impacting negatively regarding the forest and jungle laws, regarding loss of species, as well loss of soil, which is important for agricultural activities, water pollution. So, and you mentioned the case of Mexico, and in the case of Mexico, we can see that the legislation gives a preference of land use to mining activities. And even though, for instance, the environmental laws says that maybe mining activities cannot be part of this center of natural protected areas, the core area of this conservative territory, the mining law allows openly the activities. So in that extent, to have this coherence on between environmental and mining laws is really, really important in Mexico. In Mexico, we have a really important case in Sierra Gorda of Querétaro, which is in the center of the country. Sierra Gorda represents about 25% of the mercury emission globally. We have there almost 200 mercury mining working, and about 1,500 families works on mercury mining. But you know that mercury has a negative impact on health and environment. So in that extent, UNEP is developing a 5-year program starting this year with international resources and mainly local and national resources to give these families, this community, some alternative economic possibilities. We are starting working with the community, the artisanal mining families. 80% of them says that they would like to change activity if they get some support, no? And that's why UNEP and the Ministry of Environment and the government of Querétaro, we are working so hard in designing these alternative livelihoods like ecotourism or some specific agricultural activities. So we will see in the following 5 years, but this project is an example of how different levels of government can give the communities in that situation some options for having a healthy and more productive lives.
Thank you. That's a fascinating example to look at. Robert, I just want to bring you in here. Well, when we look at exploration now, is it the case that areas that, of high biodiversity or protected areas, are they totally off limits, or is there a way for the mining industry to convince governments that, they can operate in these areas?
Exploration is obviously the pioneers moving into an area that may be inhabited by not just small communities that are living in a subsistence style of fashion, but also, as I say, the biota. the plants, the animals, and so on are also in a, I won't say a challenged area because they're well adapted to it, but they can be at risk. So the keys for exploration is to start early with the communication and involvement with the local people, with the local governments, and moving upwards to determine what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. And yes, a lot of areas, by their very nature of their uniqueness, set themselves off as being not open to exploration, and therefore no mine or other styles of economic development should be allowed there. Other areas, we can't change geology, unfortunately. The minerals are where the minerals are found, and as a result, how should I say, there are some trade-offs, compromises, whatever term you like to use, and some of those will be addressed as we decarbonize as well, because the amount of mineral reliance that society will have as we decarbonize is going to increase dramatically. So yes, we have to be exceptionally cautious and careful about the way we move into areas that are sensitive to impacts that are created by mining. Fortunately, mining in general has a smallish footprint as compared to, say, a city development or even a major industrial complex. A mine may be a few square kilometers in its impact, assuming that we're able to internalize the waste production and find ways to recycle and replace it in terms of remediation. But if we develop a town around that, it changes the entire prospect of what the footprint of mining would be.
I want to ask you, I mean, the US, America talks a lot about bringing back mining now, but we've seen examples where, because of biodiversity, because of natural beauty spots, that a lot of these new big mining projects have been, or halted. I'm thinking of Pebble Mine or the one in Minnesota. I mean, do you think it is possible for a country like the US or other developed countries to revive their mining industries given these issues?
I think it's going to be a necessity, to be honest. A country like the US cannot rely solely on importing of its mineral needs, and should not as well. The morals of doing something like that would go off kilter as well. So the US does need to become more self-sufficient in areas, maybe not 100% in all commodities, but there's going to have to be I'm calling it the Great Compromise, as we look at the need for the dramatically increased need for new mineral activities as we decarbonize and transition the economies of the world, with the need for additional new materials to allow that to happen. And yes, rules will be established, and you'll know where you can and cannot work, but there's going to have to be some level of balance, creating new areas that are removed for consideration of mining at the scale of, say, Yellowstone Park or the Grand Canyon may be challenging. You may have to get more specific about how you protect certain areas so that there can be compatible mineral development. And as we're talking all the way along, technology is changing in a fashion that the amount of waste, the amount of derived from mining, the amount of disruption of an ecosystem because of exhaust from mechanized vehicles and so on, and generators and so on, is going to be minimized as well. So that as the footprint diminishes, the area in which mining can become acceptable will trade off in a fashion as well.
That's very interesting, actually. And I just wanted to move on before I open up to Q&A to ESG. And we've talked about the E, the environmental, let's leave the G out for now, but the S has really become, I think, big news in the mining industry over the past year or two. We've seen issues with Rio Tinto and Aboriginal communities. We've seen Norilsk in Russia and some Aboriginal communities there. I mean, Ada, maybe I'll ask you, what's going wrong in the mining industry in terms of the S part of the ESG?
Yeah, I guess, and this is not to kind of downplay the seriousness of either of the incidents you mentioned, but it is to say that they are not isolated examples, and so I think we have seen a significant number of disputes between local communities with mining companies over the years. And I guess the origins of this really come down to I think competing perspectives over two things. One, it's around the locus of decision making on whether or not mining should take place and who gets to decide that. And the second thing is around the ownership of the resources. Whose minerals, whose metals are really are they in any case. And most countries declare ownership of the subsurface resources in the interest of the wider population and seek to develop them for the interest of the wider citizenry. Not surprisingly, companies that have paid for a license to mine feel some degree of ownership, but equally, unsurprisingly, communities whose land overlies those resources also feel a degree of ownership. And so, when you couple that with increasing challenges to the legitimacy of those that get to make the decisions around whether and how mining should proceed, that almost creates a perfect storm, where there is almost an inevitability around disputes. And that's not to say that we should just accept it and say, look, it's terrible, it's too bad, but it's going to always be with us, and we've just got to learn to live with it. I think what we need to recognize is how do we better reconcile those two competing kind of tensions around ownership of resources, around locus of decision making, to try and bring about a means of decision making that is more inclusive of local communities. And already I think there are provisions in place, quite rightly, that recognize the historical disadvantage, particularly of indigenous communities, and put them in a position of greater decision-making autonomy and authority when it comes to how resources can or should be developed. That's not to say that we still don't get issues in those operating contexts, but I do think it starts to begin to offer the beginnings of a blueprint when we look at the agreement-making processes that are in place in countries like Canada, in countries like Australia, where despite the fact we've seen some projects go slightly awry, we've also seen examples of where you get harmonious development that is recognized as being in the mutual interest and to the mutual benefit of the company, the host community, and indeed for the broader government. And I think we need to learn more from the dynamics of interaction where it's worked really well and where all three of those parties feel both an appropriate degree of ownership and an appropriate degree of say in the decision-making process, such that we get mineral developments taking place that are less conflictual. So sorry if that's a slightly roundabout answer, but I think that's really what's driving a lot of this, Henry. And we've got to get to the fundamentals of how decisions are made and who makes them.
Very interesting. Well, I'd just like to open up for Q&A, and I've got some questions here already, which I'll ask to the panelists. Actually, Dolores, one question for you, actually. What are some of the main complaints regarding mining's impact on biodiversity in Mexico?
Yeah, I think the main complaint from the environmental point of view is the loss of forest and forest coverage. And Mexico last year was in the 10 top countries who lost this cover of forests. Mainly, of course, by agricultural sector, but also by mining. And it's the same story in Brazil, in Ecuador, in Colombia. And as well, the pollution, you know, the water pollution and all these ecosystem services that are affected by these activities of the mining are really, really important as well.
And I'm just looking at another question. Perhaps Isabel, I'll ask you this. It's a good question, which is, how can mining companies use being greener or using more renewable energy to benefit their relationship with communities? Is there a way that that can help their relationship with communities by using more renewable energy or being green?
Yeah, definitely. I think there are two issues there. One is, you know, reducing the carbon, the environmental footprint and being cleaner. So that's definitely one area where more sustainable mining operations will have less impact locally. The second one is, I mean, this has been discussed earlier, so I'm not going to go into detail here. But the second one that I wanted to mention, which is more as to what how can those be used as opportunities to create alternative livelihoods in the mining communities. For example, sharing some of those renewable energy off grid. Very often in remote communities, access to energy either is very expensive or limited. We've seen it in many African countries. For example, access to electricity, you have power cuts, is very unreliable, etc. And this is an opportunity to give power to people. And we know very well that there is no industrial development and there is no economic development if you don't have access to energy and affordable energy and reliable energy. So definitely sharing this, and it is something that can help, if you want, shift away from the negative implications that things like automation can have on employment, to creative alternative livelihoods, so people can generate their own jobs or can create work in other industries that can give them jobs. So there is also that opportunity to leapfrog development that you would not have had if the industry was not adopting it at that pace, because you would have had to wait for the grid to reach the remote communities, etc. So I think there are two dimensions on it. One is the cleaner one, which is the environmental dimension, and the other one is the economic dimension.
Thanks very much. That's very interesting. And actually, another question came in on that topic. Perhaps Aidan, I'll ask you, following on from that, how can mining companies play a part in helping find communities alternative economic activity after mines close? I mean, what's their responsibility once the mine has closed?
So this is an area that and I know, Isabel at IGF, I know that they're doing a lot of work in this space as well, but we put out the latest kind of generation of our integrated mine closure toolkit at the beginning of last year, and a significant area of focus throughout that guidance document, and it's freely available, is on the whole issue of social transitioning and preparing communities for not just the inevitability of closure, as it is inevitable, but also engaging them in a deliberative process to understand what might post-closure land use economic opportunities look like, and how can communities be an active part in shaping that future. And again, as is so often the case in life, there is a tension between, there is often a short-term need driven by regulators for companies to come up with closure plans that are sort of, if you like, neatly cut and dried, that have a high degree of predictability and stability, and it serves a regulatory kind of need and imperative. But that is, almost runs contrary to, I guess, the approach that we're advocating in the Integrated Mine Closure Toolkit, whereby you engage your host communities early on in what their vision of a post-mining future would look like. Economically, what are the opportunities that we see, either that are already in existence or that could be stimulated by some of the infrastructure that's been brought in associated with the mining activity? And then who are the other actors that we need to engage in a conversation about post-closure economic opportunities? So is it government agencies who may have an interest and a responsibility in economic progress? Is it other economic actors for example, in the agribusiness sector, particularly if you're operating in an area that's got great opportunity for agribusiness, perhaps not so well connected to markets historically, but by virtue of the mine being there, you've got this brilliant endowment of infrastructure. So that's the kind of thinking and logic that I think we're increasingly encouraging, and that's kind of laid out in that guidance document that I mentioned. So I think it's an exciting space, and lots of companies are doing really innovative work in this area right now.
That's great. Well, thanks very much. I think that's all we have time for at the moment. But thank you all so much for your thoughts and contributions. It's been a fascinating panel, and I look forward to seeing the mine in the future, hopefully very soon. And with that, I'll pass it back to Isabel.
Thank you, Henry, and thank you to all of the panelists. It was indeed a very interesting conversation. I invite you all to continue watching the live stream and the program Umbrella, and maybe some of the attendees will send you some questions over chat to your profiles there. I'm pretty sure there's a lot still to be discussed, and we're really, truly grateful to have you here. Thank you so much. And now I will move to the next panel. I am very glad to let you know all some general statistics of how the event is going. So right now on the platform, we have more than 350 people already registered, and the live stream is being watched, Umbrella, by more than 250 people. And we are also having some more people here on Zoom. I have around 50 people here on Zoom watching the live stream. Additionally, I need to remind you that you can check your notifications umbrellas on the right side of your menu, because we have around 500 meeting requests. So we encourage you to look at them and see if you want to have a quick networking opportunity with the person who's suggesting the meeting. Once you accept the meeting will be added to your personal assistant or personal schedule on the left side of the menu. And in there, additionally, is very, very good to tell you that we already have 250 meetings already accepted and happening throughout the next 3 days. And yeah, we're very happy that businesses are happening, networking events are happening. So congratulations to all of you, and thank you for all of your participation. Now, I am very glad to introduce you to our very next panel. The title of the panel is Mexico as a Jurisdiction: Risks and Opportunities in Today's Bull Market. So the focus that we gave to this panel is that throughout the whole interviews that Mexico Business and Mexico Mining Review organizes every year, we gather the top projects that we consider are led by the best teams and that are going to be really well positioned in Mexico in the next years. And we're very happy to have them here. I will introduce all of the speakers first, and then I will hand over to Matthew Gordon, our moderator. So as mentioned earlier, Matthew Gordon, he is the founder of Crux Investor. He will be moderating the session. Also, we are very glad to have John Mark Stott, the CEO of Riverside Resources, as well as Jorge Ramiro Monroy. He's the CEO of Reina Silver. Alberto Orozco, the CEO of Capitan Mining, also representing the Cluster Minero de Sonora, or the Sonora Mining Cluster. We have Robert McDonald, the VP of Exploration at Southern Silver Exploration, Mr. Douglas Cavey, VP of Corporate Development at Defiance Silver, and Mr. David McKinley Jones, President and founder of Minera Salamera. We're very happy to have you all. As you can see, we have a plenty amount of panelists. So this panel in particular will last for 1 hour and a half. So you can all allocate your times respectively. And without further ado, I'm very happy to introduce you and hand over to Matthew. And let's see, I think he must be having some technical issues.
Tyler, always at the drop, but
Okay, he should be here in a couple of minutes. So before I hand over to Matthew when he arrives, another key elements that I would like to mention are that in the Brella platform, to the left side of your homepage, you have a menu where you can select different areas where you can navigate in the program. We really encourage you to first go to the streaming tab. In the streaming tab, you can select the language in which you want to listen to the whole transmission. And then on the next one would be the schedule tab. That's where you can see the whole program and where the program is going to be next. Then there's a personal assistant or your own schedule part where you can also follow the meetings that you have scheduled. And then lastly, but not least, we have the virtual fair where you can find some e-books from the different sponsors that we have throughout the day. We really encourage you visiting the virtual fair to ensure that you learn the latest advancements in technology. So I will ask, please, I think I will start the panel just to ensure that when Matthew arrives, the moderator, we can already be starting. Yes, I cannot see him here. Okay, so the first question that Matthew had prepared for all of you guys, and you know the order in which we are going to have it. I have assigned you an alphabetical order. So just as we planned, the first question would be, could you please give a score out of 5 of how it is doing business in Mexico, and give a brief explanation on why you're giving this score. So with this question, I would like to start with Alberto Orozco, please.
Thank you, Isabel, and it's as always great to be here at Mexico Mining Forum. Always a pleasure to be sharing, and especially with this great panel that we're on today. It's a great question that you're making, and that was prepared to start this panel. It's a difficult one too, because I think you have to start ranking on a number of dimensions, and I think Mexico does very well on some, but we have challenges on others. So I'll start where I think we have the best, and that's on the geological potential, on the exploration maturity of the country. I think we're still at a very early stage in the country's exploration maturity, and still have potential to find many great deposits. We do have the skilled labor that has been increasing in latest years. We do have as well the ability to work all year round. I think we have Matt joining, and I think we also have the ability to do things within a framework of law that works. So on all those aspects, I think we have high marks. Where we have the challenges are, number one, I think on insecurity. That's been a worry for all of us in Mexico, and then there are definitely regions that are more insecure than others. On the agility that the direction of mines has been having, we've been really slow there on just the general administrative procedures that are important to get a mining industry going. On legal certainty, I think that's one aspect that we'll hear continuously. We have a number of challenges there. Things like what's going to happen to the mining fund, the being able to respect agreements, etc. So I think I don't want to overextend my time here, but I would assign it 3.5, and I almost want to give it a 4, because I see the potential, but you have to be very specific on geographies and regions. And I do believe we have some serious challenges to undertake. And I'm sure we'll explore more in depth in the next participations.
Thanks a lot, Alberto. That was very on point. And well, we hope to get to that for soon. And in that regard, Matthew is not online, so I'm happy to announce that our moderator is here. Matthew, I went ahead and introduced the speakers, and I also gave Alberto the opportunity to give his opinion on the first question. He gave Mexico a score of 3.5 out of 5. And I will now hand over to you so you can take the rest of the conversation. You're muted, please, your microphone. Thank
Hi.
you.
Hello. And apologies for missing the beginning of this. Question for you, Isabel. Do you want me to do an intro which you would edit back in, or is this part of just we're up and running now?
Yes, you have your introduction for the topic ready, right? Yes, please go ahead. We can start.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us and everyone watching at home for this Mexico Mining Forum 2021. We're here today to discuss jurisdiction, risk, and opportunities in Mexico, and we're joined by an illustrious team of CEOs and C-suite executives who are going to today do a little bit less selling of themselves and talk to us as investors about their experience in Mexico and what we as investors need to understand and may benefit from knowing. So welcome, gentlemen. Okay, we're going to start with the first question, which is a nice simple one, nice layup, but it's going to allow us to have an interesting conversation in a few minutes. And that would be, I'd ask each one of you to give Mexico a score out of 5 for how they treat you as mining operators in the country, and tell us why you've given it that score. And I'm going to put that one first of all to Jorge. How are you, Jorge?
Very well, thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you, sir. I'll let you answer the question.
Yeah, so I think I was thinking, and I had a very similar conclusion to Alberto. I came with a score of 3.8, and the sort of my reasoning for it was my experience of spending the last 10 years going to site visits all over Mexico is, it's very early in terms of exploration. The potential is just phenomenal. The Spanish explored it actually quite intensely for centuries, and that gives you a wonderful footprint and head start. In addition, you don't have, especially in the north, a lot of the setting is semi-desertic, so you can see a lot of it from satellite. Really a wonderful place to do exploration, and I agree 100% with Alberto. The risk is how to sort out the security situation, and of course the whole situation with the government. But it's obvious by the fact that so many Canadians prefer to explore in Mexico than in Canada, that obviously they prefer to deal with the lack of security than with the Canadian government. So that, I think, says a lot, and that's how we came to 3.8.
3.8. Well, okay, well, we'll come back to that in a second. So that's Jorge Monroy from Reina Silver, for those of us watching and listening to this. Same question, please, to Robert McDonald. How are you?
Oh, very good, Matthew. Thank you very much. And thank you to the Mexican Mining Forum for inviting me on this panel. Again, I agree largely with both Alberto and Jorge in terms of Mexico as a jurisdiction. There are clear advantages. Again, there's the ability to find large deposits, immediately adjacent to highways, like our current project at Cerro Las Venitas. So the exploration potential is very, very high, and then makes it very, very attractive for miners and explorers to come in here. There are challenges, however, and whether those be the social challenges dealing with local populations in Ejido, and there's also governmental challenges in terms of surety of tenure, as well as the speed at which staking claims or reducing claims, and that administrative aspect of managing your property portfolio. But I think in terms of our group, we continue to manage to deal with this in part by being aware of where we want to explore, of the jurisdictions that are favorable for exploration and hopefully for ultimate development. You want to make sure that you have the proper and experienced people in place, such that they see these issues and get out and at least try get out in front of potential issues that come down the road. In those respects, we've had largely positive experiences working in Mexico, and Southern Silver is a company that's been active in Mexico since 2005, and a number of the people that work with the company or behind the company have been active in Mexico since the 90s.
Great.
So
Rob, I'm going to have to push you for this number because I want to have a more interesting conversation with you in a second. So give us that number.
I think around 3.5 then. Sorry.
3.5.
Yeah, 3.5.
Building a picture here, folks.
Yeah.
Okay. And I would remind people that once they've listened to this panel, do go and explore the Mexico Business Publishing Group have put on a fantastic session here, and the website's great. So do go and book yourself some meetings as well, or go and listen to some other panels. Doug Cavey, how are you, sir? Do you want to, from Defiance Silver, let's hear your version.
Fantastic. Thank you, Matt. I'm doing well, and pleasure to be on this panel. I'll start with my number now. I think I'm going to give Mexico a 4. And one of the big reasons for giving a 4 is that we have had tremendous business success for our shareholders, and our shareholders and stakeholders, I'll talk about the shareholders first, have been able to make a profit off of investing in Mexico. So as a business case, it makes sense to invest here. Mining in Mexico for stakeholders, whether it's ESG or whether it's mine development or the components about it, have made leaps in the last 10, 15 years in terms of their direct community investment, their training, and what they are largely doing. And Canada is a global leader in doing this. And what we're taking from what we know about developing projects and Indigenous relations and community relations and training is being brought into Mexico on a large scale. And so for the Mexican mining industry, what mining is doing as a business in a business case is being seen regionally. Now, I know David Jones will speak about this in the parts of Mexico he's working, but because of the success for shareholders and the business growth opportunity, that has developed a highly skilled workforce here, especially when it comes to technical skilled workforce. We have a very gender diverse workforce in Mexico. We have very highly trained engineers and geoscientists to draw from, and they're Mexican nationals and they're proud to work here. Mexico has a strong cultural understanding of the role that natural resources play in the economy of the country, and that's echoed in small communities or large communities as well. Now, the infrastructure development does lend favorably for a number of projects, but there is still regional variability. It's a huge country that's very regionally diverse. So there is, some places that are great for development, some places that are more challenging. But then that comes with all these regional challenges. There's security challenges, there's ESG challenges that are very specific and very related to certain parts of Mexico. Some feel it more, some feel it less. There's permitting challenges right now, and again, that's very relative to where you are working in Mexico. And there's a lack of clarity with the government and government outlook of tenure security, of what the licensing situation is going to be. And there's honestly a lack of government clarity on what the support for mining is over the next 10 to 15 years. But there is a business case for opportunity in Mexico, and there's a business case for our previous shareholders, and so I'm giving it a 4.
Fantastic. Okay, well, look, I'm going to ask this question to one more person because I think it's enabled us to have a much more intelligent conversation about what needs to happen next. So, Dave McKinley Jones, I think it's time for you to step up and share with us your thoughts.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you all for your great work in putting this together. I really appreciate it. I won't waste too much time applauding, but applause to all of you. Okay, I'm going to cheat on my first question. I'm going to set a precedent and cheat. I'm going to give different rankings very quickly. And I'm going to do it in decreasing order. I'm going to start with opportunity. That gets a solid 5. And I'm doing that from the sense the potential is remarkable, relatively underexplored in many parts of the country. So that gets a very solid 5. And that overcompensates for all of the subsequent lower ratings, okay? And I'll get into that later. Okay, social issues, people, I'll give that a 4. The people are wonderful, they're welcoming, they're genuine, they work hard, and we always have a great relation with local people, even if they don't agree with what we want to do. They're good people, and I give the people of Mexico a 4. They say they're the happiest people in the world, and I believe that. So moving down the list, I'm going to go down to security. Well, let's be honest here. Security, to me, it just occurred to me now, it's a quantum function. So on any day nothing bad happens to you, it's a 5. On a day something really bad happens to you, it's a 0. So what's the rating? Well, is it a Schrodinger's cat kind of thing? And I really mean that you don't know until you look at it. And so I'm going to give it a 2. I worked years in Guerrero, and we all know about Guerrero. Now more in Oaxaca. So I'm going to give it a solid 2, and that's on a typical day. Now, going down to the lowest ranking, I'm going to give regulatory issues a 1.5. And let me just tick off what those are. Getting legal title, very problematic to impossible right now, owing to the new administration's stated and restated formal position, which is, as we all know, extra legal. Semarnat, especially in southern Mexico, has taken in Oaxaca, effectively a block everything they can. And Fortuna Silver and Gold Resource Corp could speak to that. Even if, for example, man-portable rigs, we have all, as an environmentalist, I use only man-portable rigs now. No roads, man-portable. But you still have to do a 9-month environmental impact statement on an area that has been clear-cut by either grazers or loggers. But we have to do an environmental, or if they're maguey growers, they just bulldoze the entire countryside, grow maguey for mezcal, which is great. I mean, more power to them. I like mezcal. But we have to do an environmental impact statement to use a man-portable rig while the countryside is being bulldozed. Okay, so regulatory, Semarnat, problem, MIA's problem. Federal Electrical Commission now, CFE, now has veto power on any issuance of new titles for electrical corridors. So that gets dumped into the CFE agency. You may never get title because they may never decide. That is a huge problem. Finally, indigenous consultations, what are they? Nobody knows. There are no regulations, there's no law. So if they say you have to do one, how do you do it? Finally, SAT. SAT's a huge problem in this country because basically they expropriate business funds and you spend as much money trying to get them back as you spend, generating taxes. So that's it. So I agree with everybody, 3.5 to 4. Opportunity trumps all. If you don't have anything, you'll never find a deposit.
There you go, David. I appreciate that. And I think some of those topics will rear their heads again. And sorry, and apologies to Jean-Marc Staude. I admitted you at the beginning. Please take this chance to give us your thoughts as well, please.
Well, it's great. I think for me, Mexico, as everyone has talked about, has this great potential. And I think currently we're in a low. I think if we look at doing business in Mexico, we've been working in Mexico for over 20 years, and it was very good, but it has been decreasing its effectiveness, the ability, and we've noticed that mining companies operating in Mexico have chosen to move outside of Mexico as they've grown their business. I hope, as we see the great potential in the next years at the federal level, it'll be good again. So if we give a score currently at 3, where we'd like to be back at 4, and where we've been at 4 and 5 in the past, but right now at 3, because without getting permits, with all the challenges, without getting clear title, without the ability to develop mines, the investors are quite concerned. And we definitely see that we've been previously a 4, but right now we're really struggling and at a 3 is my opinion. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thanks, Jean-Marc. Thanks for keeping it so concise. Now we've got a couple more, well, 3 more questions coming up. I want to keep this one about federal government if we can, because it's going to be easy to stray into the realms of what you also need to do at the municipal level. I had a conversation with Jose Caballero from the Ministry of Economy a couple of months ago. They talked the language of making a lot of promises to miners. They talked about ability to provide security services. They talked about the desire to put the permitting and licensing process online. What is the reality on the ground? And Alberto, I'll bring you in.
Sure, thank you, Matt. Well, yes, we've been having these conversations with the federal government for a while. Unfortunately, we had an Undersecretary of Mining who was very active and really, really proactive. I don't think we had seen in many years, but he has left. That position has been removed, and we are very sad to see that happen, because obviously we feel that that could be slowing down the progress on digitizing the direction of mines and doing these other efforts. We have had some conversations with Jose Caballero, who you mentioned as well. We hear they're making progress. We hope that this administration will be able to pull it off, because during the past administration was something that we were hearing about that was going to happen and didn't happen. And really, we sorely need it in Mexico. We really need to digitize and expedite all the administrative procedures in Mexico so that we can do business much more quickly, because our system is currently, honestly, back in the 70s. It's all paper-based and needs to be digitized right now.
And okay, I'll leave that there. Doug, I'm going to bring you back in. I'm going to mix the order of play up here, if I may. So, Doug, what are your thoughts on your experiences?
Thanks. I really want to echo with Alberto in digitizing the space that we work in and catching up with the rest of North America in land acquisition, in clarity of title ownership, of really creating a digital database. Currently, the federal government, because of the removal of the position of mining subsecretary, has become this place that is largely unresponsive. And when they are, it is there's a lot of litigation that is required to understand various components of title, various components of land access. And it requires oftentimes legal or moderators, and that can be cost prohibitive for a small company that is looking to advance it. It's maybe less cost prohibitive for a larger company, but still the cost is quite high to communicate with the federal government, which should be a government that's in place that's promoting economic investment in the country, and it should not be cost prohibitive to reach those agreements.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to come back to Robert, if I may here. Robert, could you also add what is your experience of with federal government in this context? Because are they engaged? Do they get out to site? Do they care?
At this point, I mean, we actually haven't had a lot of work and experience with the federal government. We've spoken to state authorities. You know, we of course do our proper permitting and with SEMARNAT, and there have been some visits out to the out to the property to review some things, sometimes on adjacent properties where there's been incidents. But I mean, largely we haven't had to deal with the federal authorities on any great level, other than the SEMARNAT permitting. Which has gone relatively smoothly. Initially, we had people working on the permit that weren't drafting them in the proper way, but then once you know, you bring in somebody local who knows those individuals, so it becomes a very individualistic or specific sort of a site-specific sort of exercise. Whereas again, if things moved onto the digital framework, well then there would be a set protocol that could be followed throughout the country, and it would make things a lot easier to progress.
Great point. I'm going to evolve the questions slightly just to keep it a bit more lively for those listening in. Jorge, what does the federal government need to do better with engaging with miners, explorers, developers, or producers?
Yeah, I mean, I think even just going back to the way that it was in the previous administration would be a big step, because we did have better access to like databases, a lot more promotion, a lot more engagement. There is already a very interesting framework, like essentially through the free trade agreement we have with Canada, that gives you a certain level of protection already as an investor, as a Canadian company working in Mexico. And I agree with the comments that other people have done, where it's become quite difficult to have direct contact with the federal government for mining. It's the Mexico is right now in what they call an austerity. I think the term in Spanish is austeridad republicana, which translates to Republican austerity, but basically meaning trying to save money at the federal level. As a result of that, they eliminated the undersecretary for mining, who was really a champion for mining companies, speaking on the industry's behalf. So I think hopefully the federal government sees how important that role was and gets reinstated. He was somebody who came from the industry and was helpful to companies. And then again, like the databases actually do exist. They do have, and they used to be available. They're no longer available. So they have, I think, don't know if it's 100% on purpose, but they don't have a great interest for making it easy on mining companies. And it's not very clear what the future looks like. We're all hopeful that they may see the importance and the amount of jobs that mining creates and the importance to our economy. That's yet to be seen. And I think from the mining industry, for all of us, it's very important to be very vocal and try to make the government understand the importance of all the topics that we've discussed over the last few minutes.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Jorge. Jean-Marc Stout of Riverside Resources, if we put you in charge for one day, what would you be changing?
I think I definitely understand that the communities want mining. And so I would actually, at the federal level, try to make the information available. I think that we do embrace ESG. I think we are trying to do things in a favorable way. And the companies that work in Mexico work internationally and embrace those changes. And I think we can make a really great future. So I would make available the mineral titles, because if we can give mineral titles, we can give up other ground. We're not trying to sit on ground. We're trying to develop it. I think we're trying to create jobs. Everyone has always worked environmentally consciously. So if we can actually speed up that process, I think it'll create a great future for Mexico and put it back to be a 5, where it always had been in the top 5 of the American Heritage list of top companies when we began working here in the early 90s.
So they've gone backwards. Okay. David Jones, we heard Jorge. He says you need to be more vocal. Have you been vocal?
My apologies, sorry. My response was, what do you think? Okay, so yeah.
That's why I asked.
Have I been vocal? Yes, I try to be very direct. I try to be as open as I can, but the short answer to that at the federal level, and this is from an exploration point of view, specifically Oaxaca, Guerrero, Morelos, Puebla. What has the federal government been willing to do to engage to help us? The short answer is 0, nothing. The attempts that we have made to approach them at the mines office have been essentially been met, to be honest, with a lot of very happy talk and no action, no assistance, just platitudes. And I understand it's a difficult position for them to be in, especially with the current administration's stated point of view. However, I would like to give great plaudits to the state officials in Oaxaca who have been outstanding, absolutely outstanding. Wonderful people, very helpful, pro-mining or pro-responsible mining. And but federal level, and I think the federal, understandably, the federal agencies respond more to revenue generating projects. And those of us trying to bring something from nothing to a mine, essentially we do not exist. And I hate to say that, but it's the way we're treated. We're treated as if we're just somebody to say, Hi, nice to meet you. See you. No help, none.
Okay, well, we're going to come back to this. I want to move on to ESG because that, I think, allows some of you to talk about some of the things that you're doing. So you're guests of the Mexican people, the Mexican government. What are you doing for them? I'm going to put that to, crikey, Alberto. Let's have Alberto on.
Thank you, Matt. Well, I'm Mexican as well. So whatever we're doing for myself, my family, my extended family, which tend to be large in Mexico. I think the mining industry in general in Mexico, whether it be from Mexican investment or foreign, has been doing a really good job, particularly at the operations, at the producers level, for a number of years. There's a number of initiatives, but I think it all starts with purpose. All of these companies really, and I had the Sonora mining cluster, so I have a lot of interaction with all of these companies. And we know that there's a lot of efforts to not just have small community programs, but to think in the long term, what's going to be the route to living a sustainable economy around communities, particularly once that life of the mine ends. Where I think we have a larger challenge is in exploration, and here we have exploration companies. And I think we have to make a different effort and not just explore for the geology and for the mineral deposit, but also at that early stage to be looking at what opportunities we could have in improving the environment, the relationship with the society, and even strengthening those relationships with government for a very early stage. It's a very important point in time in a project's development, that exploration stage, to set a very strong base to move forward.
Okay, thank you for that. Again, just slightly evolving the question. If Doug, I'm going to come to you. You're definitely not Mexican. You are coming from outside. You are a guest. How hard is it for an explorer who perhaps doesn't have the money to do the things that they perhaps feel that they should be doing to win over the locals? So what does ESG mean for explorers?
For us, ESG, as a Canadian working in Mexico, and I am ever grateful for the opportunity to work here because I love working here and I love this country and the people here are beautiful. Really good, really warm, friendly, as Alberto said, very much an extended family. With respect to what we're doing and with what can be cost prohibitive for small companies, and this is echoed across the industry, whether it's in Australia, whether it's in Canada, US, is what does ESG mean? And what are the benefits for small companies? What are the benchmarks? What do we need to do? What we see as the opportunity as a small company is in gender diversification of our workforce, of Indigenous consultation. And that's really important for Canadians because we have a somewhat of a parameter of Indigenous consultation and what that means. And that consultation can actually be echoed into just community consultation, where you need to have prior and clear informed dialogue with the communities. And in the end, you need to have consent to work in those communities. And that isn't too cost prohibitive. It means reaching out to having specific people that understand how to work within that specific community. And that's what I think that Canadian-Mexican business alliances do provide, is that we do come into this with this understanding of what ESG means for Canadian explorers and developers, at least in my experience in British Columbia. What does clear and informed dialogue mean, and what does prior clear and informed consent mean? And that is at the Supreme Court level in Canada. So we're bringing that and working in Mexico with that. But as a small company, well, as a explorer developer in Canada, or in Mexico, what are we doing? One of the key things is this awesome gender diversification of our workforce. Our workforce, senior technical workforce, is 50% mixed gender across the board. We're trying to increase that as much as possible. And just having this outreach program where we're speaking with the communities affected by our operations, and it isn't cost prohibitive for small companies to do that. Once you grow, it does become unclear what needs to be done and what are the guidelines and parameters that are in place. And that's globally felt around the ESG industry. There's no benchmark ESG yet.
Okay, thank you for that. Jean-Marc, can I come to you? Again, just changing the question slightly, is there a danger of companies coming from outside of Mexico into Mexico and imprinting their version of what they believe ESG looks like, and what damage could that cause?
Yeah, there definitely, we always have to be so important with culture, and Mexico has such a rich culture. My father was born in Mexico City. I grew up in Riverside, California. And when we go into Mexico, we have to adapt to that culture, but also there are challenges in that culture, in the Mexican culture sometimes as well. And so we can go and blend and bring in new things. So we definitely do have to adapt, and we want to make sure that we really welcome and work with everyone. It never works to come in and bring someone's foreign culture. And I think anyone that tries finds eventually it just isn't working. We work with all the local communities and all the projects we work on. I think all the companies do that. And whenever we try to impose something, even coming from outside as a big city, when we're going to small communities, we really want to realize that we're helping schools, helping with the hospitals, helping the community. And that really is the place that they begin to appreciate the cultures. And no, we don't try to change the culture. We try to adapt to it. And no, we don't try to bring our culture, but we do try to bring our skills of cleanliness, try to bring our skills of doing everything environmentally quite competent. And we also try to bring education. Knowledge is golden. Try to help teach and leave a better place.
Okay. Leave it better than you found it. Very good. Jorge, now you're a bit, I know you're international man of mystery, but you're also a local. So are you able to use that to your advantage when dealing with locals?
Yeah, I mean, of course, but you know, it's you know, I had to say I'm very humbled by, you know, by people like Doug, John Mark. I actually, it's the first time I've ever met David Jones, but obviously I know his work. And I'll be honest with you, you know, as a local Mexican, I have an immense amount of respect for what Canadians have brought to the country, because, you know, in the early 90s, before NAFTA was signed, you know, it was mostly, you know, the big Mexican oligarchs controlled mining in Mexico. And as NAFTA was instated, there was a flood of Canadian companies that came. And, you know, Bay Street at the time thought, you know, if the Grupo Mexico and Frisco haven't found it, there's probably nothing left here. You know, and surprise, surprise, the Canadians brought their skills, you know, 100 years of mining and exploration, and, you know, also an incredible entrepreneurial spirit. Look at somebody like Doug, who's living in Zacatecas, Mexico. You know, it takes, you have to respect this, because even you know, Mexicans won't take that kind of risk, either moving to the kind of places where you have to move to do exploration, or even putting your capital at risk. So I think, you know, as a local Mexican, rather than feeling like I have you know, an edge as a local person, I actually feel tremendously humbled by what Canadians have brought to the table.
Okay, we'll take that. And I'm going to hand over to David again. So David, we're going to just finish with you on this point, which is ESG is important. Do you find it frustrating that you've got to bother with something like this when they can't even get the basics right for your business? Because you've laid out a few things which they're not doing for you.
Sorry. Okay, first of all, no, emphatically, no, it's not a bother. A fundamental point to me about ESG, formal ESG, is that that's a luxury really that you have when you move into a framework of a successful project that's moving forward. When you do what I do, which I've decided to focus exclusively on finding new things starting from the ground up. But my philosophy is very simple, and it really is, it's ESG from the beginning. We are guests. We are guests. Anyone who works with me, the first thing I explained to them, I said, remember, we are guests. They decide if we can stay, work. So treat everyone with respect. Talk to everyone, be open, be as open as we possibly can. Don't hide things. And most importantly is constancy. Be consistent. Always follow through with what you say you're going to do. Always. There's a tendency for junior companies, particularly for people who are not from Mexico, to get involved in projects, promise things, and then the money runs out and they walk away, and then the people understandably feel as if they've been let down. Do not do that. Always follow through. Even if you're down to your last penny, if you said you paid for the holiday fiesta, take it out of your own pocket and pay for the holiday fiesta. These are our friends, our neighbors. They live here. Okay. So also conveying to local people, partners, we're partners. I always tell the communities, look, we have nothing without you. This has to be a win-win. If you're not with us, we don't do well. And if we're not with you, you won't realize the benefits. We are partners from day one, mutual respect and consistency and attitude. And mining companies, I try to explain them. I saw Los Filos go from absolutely nothing into being a mine, which is a mind-boggling experience, really. And I can say nowhere in the world, I tell people nowhere in the world, or in Mexico anyway, has any community gone from being so destitute to being so wealthy in a confined area where they had absolutely nothing. And it's a remarkable thing. And I think conveying to communities what they can benefit from that, very important. Also, the problem with ESG in a formal manner when it gets into the government regulatory realm is that when it becomes an impediment, when there are blockades, essentially the ESG policies or blockage becomes self-defeating, because if you can't work, if you can't realize success, there will be no ESG. There will be no support. So letting that become a bureaucratic environment is the worst thing. I think you need to go from the bottom up and you build up credibility and constancy, and then you overlay that with, in a bigger successful project, with a formal relationship in your company. And that's what I have to say about that.
Thank you, David. I'm going to stay with you actually, because I want to stay on this topic of ESG, because I was party to a kind of extraordinary conversation from, well, we've seen a lot of generalists moving into the mining space as they see the prices rise and opportunities set in front of them. And the statement and conversation went up something along the lines of, why should we care about local and indigenous populations and treat them with kid gloves? We're giving them jobs, we're giving them money to put food on the table. They should be grateful. What do you think of that statement?
Well, I disagree with that statement completely. I've heard it from one of my associates, and I pretty much cut him off at the knees when he talks like that. I think that's exactly the ugly American attitude, and well, it just is. It's preposterous. I'd like to point out that we're all from the same area 2 million years ago in Africa, right? So we're all in this together. It's always been that way. 2 million years, as we know as geologists, is nothing. So this idea that there's some preferred group that deserves some control is ridiculous, to be blunt. However, having said, and I should point out that the mother culture of Mexico comes of all of Mesoamerica is from Mexico, the Olmec culture, going back to about 2500 BC. So everything has sprung from Mexico and spread throughout North and South America. So I think it's extremely important to keep in mind, again, we are guests, respect. I can say at Los Filos, it was a funny thing, just very quick story, and then I'll give up my time. When I worked with Minera Nucay, they had an operating gold mine. They had a very belligerent attitude towards the local people in Guerrero and Mezcala, very belligerent. Starve them, don't give them anything, or try to, negotiate down to the last 5 pesos. And I did the opposite. I looked for any way, no strings attached, I could help out the local people. Anyway, cheap ways, just simple things. Let's buy them a refrigerator because they just got, or 2 refrigerators, one for the school, one for the community building, because they just got electricity. Let's buy them a few refrigerators. Well, shouldn't we have a condition on that? I go, why would we have a condition on that? Let's just do it because we're nice people. Well, we want to show them we support them. They work for us. They're good people. I would buy gifts every year for all my helpers. No strings attached. To me, you do 2 things. You have strings attached agreements, but you should always be trying to demonstrate to the people you really do care. If you care, show them how you care. We're very wealthy. I'm not living on the streets. I have my guitar here as my fallback career. When the market collapses, I practice every day so I can play in the subways. Well, but other than that, show everybody respect.
If we need a filler at the end, we'll get you on. Okay, promise. Jean-Marc, answer that question, but answer in the context, or rather the statement that had been made by this kind of rather uncouth group. Put it in context for them. What would it mean if a company did not, engage with ESG practice in terms of their ability to get financed?
Exactly. So much now as we go financing in New York and Toronto, around the world, and in Europe as well. And we have many European investors, and we have all these people that definitely want to see that we engage and work. So if we didn't do that, and if we don't actually follow the policies, you lose the license to operate. You lose the chance to really make a difference. And of course, the projects won't move ahead. When we get capital to deploy, the expectation is that we put it to work. And so we work very much with the communities. And so I think that now it's quite of importance, the scorecard of ESG, the review of all the permits. And sometimes actually in Mexico, there's a bit of a confusion because it seems that in many places in Mexico, the communities do welcome the project. When you go and talk to the people that are working there and living there, they do want it. Sometimes external NGOs, external forces come in and sponsor things that kind of question the ESG. I personally found the companies do embrace and work there. And I think the investors expect it, and the investors won't give the money if they don't see it coming in. So Matthew, it's a really good question, Matthew, that yeah, it's required, and we definitely keep up to date. And anytime we have any news or anything, the investors are constantly calling us to check and see what's going on so we can deploy and make sure we're telling them the truth and they can really get the true what's happening on the ground. Thanks for the question.
I appreciate that, Jean-Marc. Jorge, I want to come to you. It's a similar sort of theme. Mining is not everyone's cup of tea, so we say here in the UK. Not everyone welcomes mining operations in their backyard, and sometimes, you know, groups rise up and rail against it. They're sometimes sponsored by NGOs from abroad. What is the role of ESG in being able, for you as an operator, being able to deal with that?
Yeah, no, it's something that has come up over and over recently. Interestingly, a lot of calls with investors, they've asked that question. The first time they asked that question to me, it actually really took me off guard because, you know, we've talked about it internally. We didn't have a very comprehensive plan. And, you know, I do think that at the moment we're at the very inception of this, but it is going to become something. You know, going back to the comment that the gentleman you heard for, you know, talking about ESG, it's just going to become a necessity, a part of doing business. Obviously, a very positive thing, but you know, at the end of the day, what I think it is going to become very very crucial is for the companies to also understand how this is going to affect investment. There's funds that have already either internally or because, like, say, they're a pension fund, they may have a stipulation where the company has to have ESG certification. You know, in the kind of mining that we do, for certain, like say for coal, iron ore, there's funds that won't be able to invest in the commodity, let alone the ESG. So I think as an industry, we need to really think ahead and really understand. Present ourselves better. You know, in the case of Mexico, you know, silver actually takes a crucial role in the electrical car revolution. It's a big component for solar panels. Silver, because it's mostly mined underground, and because it's you know, it's high grade in Mexico. So it would, you know, there's a lot of ways that we can you know, present the industry. There's already some benefits to the environment just by virtue of mining in Mexico. And then obviously not so relevant for us in exploration, but for the producers, making a concerted effort to, you know, one thing I'll tell you, Matthew, that's been great in Mexico over the last few years is electricity. With the regime that we had before, you know, the companies would come and build you a solar panel at no cost to the mining company because they could then sell that energy to the grid. So that all of that becomes very important, and you know, I think we need to really think, forget about the you know, the social responsibility aspect of it, but from a business point of view, it's going to become absolutely crucial, because don't be surprised if with everything that's happening in the US with the Green New Deal, you know, we are in a situation where you might not be able to access capital if you don't have certain ESG certifications and certain you know, certain requirements in your company.
Okay, I can see that. Alberto, Talk to me about ESG. Dave Jones says it's about attitude. It's got to cascade throughout the organization and everything that you do. That's easier said than done. So how do you do it?
I agree. It's not easy. It's easier in a smaller organization like us in an exploration company. As you get larger, obviously it gets more difficult. It takes a lot of internal communication, but really about the higher management really showing that commitment. It all starts with purpose. And just going back also on some of the comments on how do you do it, and I think I'll go back again because I think it's crucial that exploration companies to implement ESG have to make that part of the business as important as the mineral exploration. So we really have to expand the scope of our exploration and also start looking into those other aspects. It doesn't mean that it's going to cost a lot of money. It really is not that much, but you have to be systematic. You have to be systematic from the start. So it starts with purpose. How do you do it? Empathy, it's a big, important word here as well. You have to go in, get to know who your neighbors are, what they do, what's important to them. Because it's very arrogant to show up and say, look, I'm going to bring a lot of jobs and a lot of benefit into this area, and then you have to love me because of that, and you have to accept me. It just doesn't work that way, especially with cultures as strong as they are in Mexico, where relationships are important, where friendship is important. And we have to take this into account. So exploration has to expand to not only looking at the rocks, but looking at the people, looking at the environment, looking at government, and putting all of that into a system. It has to be systematic. Just as we have QA/QC for our lab samples, we need to have our QA/QC, our records for our interactions with society. And that has to be presented also to government if we're going to develop a mine, to maybe another company if we're being bought out. We should have these records very clearly stated and not just be some anecdote.
Well, that's the thing. I think for some people, they talk the language where it appears slightly optional as to whether they do it or when they choose to start doing it. And it's a page on the PowerPoint. I think for others, it needs to be endemic throughout the organization. Robert, you're an explorer. Is it optional as to when you start?
I think these days that ESG and ESG protocols, they're not just a Mexican thing or not just a Canadian thing. I mean, it really is a worldwide attitude or how you approach your business. I mean, I think there can be easy steps in terms of starting, and really a lot of it is keeping your ear to the ground and keeping your presence very local, and get the proper input from various locals, and whether it be the ejido or just individuals within the community. And I think that's how it starts. You don't necessarily have to take a package of ESG that was developed somewhere else, that you may have worked at one point, but it can be a very organic and interactive process, and it can develop as people become aware of each other, and as you become aware, as a company become aware of the local community, and as the local community becomes aware of you. Of course, you will borrow experiences or protocols that have worked in other jurisdictions that you've operated in, but I think it can start right from the get-go with your initial interactions with the local populations, and particularly making sure that you hire locally, and that the face of your organization is basically local. And I think that becomes a very good way. And as I said, then it just develops as you move forward, and you become aware of your responsibilities as you move forward, and you hope that you don't miss anything. And you have to be aware of that as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Doug, you've moved to live in Mexico. You obviously felt that was necessary for the business. Has it enabled you to have better relationships in country?
I mean, part and partial. It was easy to make a choice to be down here with travel restrictions, with need to be on the project. When we got hired to begin work here, and this is after having worked in a number of places in Mexico, the first person that I phoned was someone that I'd worked with for, I got company permission to get nationals, guys in the country to work with us. And it steps back to what is a business? And a business is built up of assets and liabilities. And what are your liabilities? Your liabilities are financial liabilities, your liabilities are environmental liabilities, and your liabilities are social liabilities. You can pay this lip service, but ESG, as Rob highlighted, is very dynamic in how it starts and what it means growing in the business. And ESG has these financial components to it, as Jorge brought up, that you have funds that won't look at you whether you have certain certifications. You have just entire financial communities that won't even begin to approach you. But if you just have this lip service, one PowerPoint slide, and you're not having this effective change on the ground with the face of the company, the crew being mostly local, you lose that, or you begin to increase those liabilities, which then affect your business case. You know, what do? You table your assets against your liabilities. You can have great assets in Mexico that are, as we've all highlighted, have tremendous potential, but then you have these increasing liabilities that if you're not paying attention to that ESG, it's right there. It affects your business case for operating in Mexico. And those responsible business development and sustainable business development is implemented at the beginning of any project. And it's very hard to just go and start to do it when you're way ahead. So while yes, I by being in Mexico, I have a hands-on approach and I'm able to go speak directly to a community, I think it's also important to recognize that having the right people in place in the team that are being that face of the company to speak with those communities is equally, if not more important than me, some Canadian living in Zacatecas.
Good. I'm glad you said that. Okay. There's got to be some stories out here, guys, because I want to address, again, that comment from that group talking about, you know, we're doing them a favor kind of attitude, which you know, just stinks on every level. There's got to be some stories. I'm going to go to Dave Jones. What happens when companies get it wrong with their ESG in Mexico?
Well, I can give you, it's a great segue. Back in the Filos days, we had a sister company who I will not name, and they were a Mexican national mining company. They were extremely belligerent with the community. We were the opposite. They loved us. They didn't like our sister company. And it got so bad that after there was an accident where incredibly 17 people died in a single truck accident. Some of you may remember that. A mining truck went down at the end of the day and went off the road. 17 people died in a single accident. So what did the mine do? The mine did nothing. And they fought trying to pay death benefits. What I did was I asked one of my geologists, what do people do here when somebody dies? And they said, well, a nice thing to do is do a corona with flowers with the person's name. Now in the United States, that would seem kind of tacky because we don't do that. But down there, it's a meaningful gesture. So I ordered with the names of all the 17 people who had died, made up very large flower arrangements, coronas, I think they call them. And I had one of my guys go to every family, deliver the flowers. And I said, you take as much time as you think is right to sit down, talk to the family, commiserate. And it probably took him 2 or 3 days. And maybe $1,000, $2,000 for the flower arrangements. But you know, I didn't do that to pander to the people. I did that because I felt that it was a heartbreaking loss. I couldn't even imagine what it was like to lose a husband, a son. In one family, it was a husband and a son gone. And for people to turn around and say, well, they had lucky they had jobs. And I said, well, how lucky were they when the mine truck went off the road? And it got really, it got very tense between Teck. I was with Teck, between myself, project manager for Teck, and the sister Mexican company. It was an awful situation, but I maintain to this day, treat these people as if they're family. You may not agree, you may get upset, you may not like what they do, they may not treat you with the same respect all the time, but we're all family in this, and we should behave that way. That's how I view it.
So, I mean, that's also a very tragic story you tell. I'm also interested, because I do want to fully answer people like that. I think it needs to be addressed, because I'm sort of disgusted when people say things like that, is what does it mean for the bottom line? when companies get it wrong? Because that's when investors start paying attention.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, let's go with you, and then we'll move on to everyone else. Yeah,
I can
please.
do it very quickly. What goes wrong? Well, everything is an existential threat to your project. I forgot to mention the Mexican mining company. They blockaded the road because of the Mexican sister company. They blockaded it for a week and a half because of that, and we couldn't go to work. And they loved us. We'd go up to this, can we go? They said, no, we love you guys, but we can't because we have to blockade the road because of your sister company is not behaving well. So it can be everything. When you treat people with a lack of respect, expect to lose everything, existential risk.
Right, okay. Appreciate that. Jorge, again, your man is on the ground. You know what happens there. I mean, what have you seen when people aren't paying attention to the locals?
Yeah, I mean, I think you tend to see it, sadly more with the larger Mexican-owned companies. I've seen some shocking things that I don't think it would be something that I should necessarily mention here, but it's actually quite depressing, because maybe I'll briefly say something that probably better not say it, but you do see like just complete disregard, sort of similar tone to David Jones's story, where it would just take you nothing to make it better for these people. I focus also on another aspect that, again, Canadians have brought a lot of change to Mexico. There's an aspect of ESG where, the entrepreneurial side of being a mining entrepreneur. Mexicans the local people are incredibly entrepreneurial. And as a Mexican, that just really is something that I really, really like seeing. Just the same way that you have in Canada prospectors, you have Mexican, they call them gambusinos, and they'll go and prospect. But the difference in Canada, you can go to the markets and get funded, and you go to school, become a geologist, or even a prospector who has developed the skill. You can finance your project. That in Mexico just unfortunately does not exist. And the large Mexican mining companies actually take a very aggressive attitude. If the local tries to become very entrepreneurial, they immediately shut you down. If you might have put together a wonderful project, staking properties, using your limited resources to put it together, and then they'll offer you a ridiculous amount of money for it. That kind of thing creates a very negative sense where you don't feel like you have a chance. The average Mexican, and that's a big problem specifically in Mexico, is these oligarchic companies are so strong, and it's not just for mining, it's just in every industry, that people really feel oppressed because they feel like, look, this just I have all these ideas for a business, and there's no way to get credit, there's no way to get a loan, and not just this goes from people with little resources all the way to the middle class. So it is actually one of the big problems that we have. I think in Canada, North America, it has a different situation, but at the end of the day, it is that lack of opportunity of when you bring a large mining company, it creates a ton of business opportunities, and people are hungry for that. Especially Mexican, it's a young population, very entrepreneurial. And the last thing I said, I'm sorry I went so long, but the most nefarious aspect of this, and especially in mining communities, is if you don't become the source of jobs for these people, there's another company that it's like the FedEx of Mexico, but that's where the opportunities are. And these young people have no choice, because that's the employer they can go to. So very important in Mexico, to be able to create these opportunities so that mining is actually a very noble profession, and it allows you to earn an honest wage that actually pays remarkably high salaries for Mexico. Remarkably high salaries.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really important point to make here. The importance of mining for Mexico, and in terms of jobs locally, but also tax and revenues and royalties and so forth. It's very important. But what I'm hearing from you all is that there's a sort of level of dissatisfaction and a sort of a cry for change, certainly from the government. I think there's some happier stories at a local level, for sure. And I think I just want to give you guys the opportunity, and I don't mind if you do talk a little bit longer on this one, which is, what do we investors need to understand about you doing business in Mexico? Because mining's tough. I say to everyone all the time, mining is a tough business wherever it is in the world. There's a lot of variables, a lot of things that can go wrong, and you've got to manage and mitigate those risks, put out small fires every day. But is there anything specific to Mexico which makes it tougher, or is it just mining? I'll put that one to Doug.
There are a number of situations, and like Jorge, and I'm probably the one with the least years of experience at this table working in Mexico. Of course, Alberto and Jorge are from Mexico, and David and John Mark have been working here for a long time. And Robert, you said you've been working with Southern Silver since 2005. And so my experience has been more than a decade, but still of this group, I'm the young one. And I have seen some very violent things happen, and it's not worth getting into. And what is unique to Mexico is there is this security risk to operating here, and it is very unpredictable, and it is best described as isolated incidents, but that can be very mitigated. You can put yourself in risk, or you can take yourself out of risk. And one thing that Canadian companies have to continuously adhere to is we have to protect our shareholders and our stakeholders' rights. And public companies have regulatory disclosure procedures that don't often align with what the business regime is in Mexico right now. And as Jorge had just said, if we don't succeed, David had said so eloquently that if we don't succeed on the stakeholder engagement, or we don't succeed at the community level, our project can be taken away from us, and then our shareholders' rights aren't protected. And then the stakeholders of the project, the community, their opportunity is then removed. And there is this case, and time and time again, for, as he put, and it's probably the best description, the FedEx or the delivery services of Mexico then come in and offer a incentive or a job. Mining is a highly paid career for people here. It's interesting when you have people working for you and you start to distribute like minor pieces of gear that have a company logo. It is embraced to receive that like badge of honor of now working for this company and having this establishment, or being part of this establishment in the community, especially if the company has a good name. But it can go sour very, very fast. And as a Canadian company, we have to sometimes operate within those parameters where we can't go into this zone, or we can't travel in this direction, or we can't do this. And that may change quite quickly. That incident, that security risk may happen in a very volatile place. And to mitigate that risk, you have to, be very blunt and observe your protocols. And if you stray from those protocols, that's where incidents happen.
Excellent. Right. And Jean-Marc, I'm going to come to you. In again, same vein, does mining, or having a mining project in Mexico, make it easier or harder to raise money, or because they've been mining for hundreds of years, it's well understood and the risks are just something that you need to manage?
Doug really hit it positively, and today we put out a news release about a transaction we did selling our projects in Canada. It's difficult now for a lot of investors wanting to come to Mexico because of corruption, because of security, because of also this feeling that maybe, although you have a title, maybe something might slow it down or might block it. There have been some high profile projects, Almaden and other companies, that have had investors that have committed and believed and been supportive, who've now begun to give up. And I've lost over a third of our investment that we've been unable to deploy, that we've had for work in Mexico over the last 10 years. Because I think investors feel that if they give you investment, they want to see that money deployed. And so I think investors have now become quite wary of Mexico. I think there's a great hope. I think they do see that mining works. I think we do see that we can rapidly build a project, get it going. We can see companies such as Torex and other groups that have been able to make in places that are quite difficult. And Dave has been sharing some of the stories of working in Iguala and working in these tough regions where you can make it go. The investors that did stick in there have seen great returns. And so I think the greed factor of investors does come to play. They do see it works. But we also see companies, particularly international companies, Canadian companies, uncomfortable with the security and these other challenges, deciding to sell their projects to move and actually become more Canadian once they've worked in Mexico for a while. Mexico doesn't change. It gets difficult. And as Doug commented, it's predictable one day and then another day it's something different. There are isolated incidents. But us as investors see that as something that the company has happened to the company. So I do think, Matthew, that the future can be good, but we all have to keep an open communication and be well prepared. Our investors are a selective group because they do have to see, they don't only have mining risk, but they have these other enterprise risks. But these are true in all over the planet. It's not just Mexico. I've worked in 33 countries. I choose to focus and work in Mexico. I think of all the countries, it is the best one overall, although currently we have these challenges. Long-term, it's a great place to work. And I think investors do see that. And those that do stay make money. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jean-Marc. Alberto, is Jean-Marc right?
Yeah, I think what investors have to look at is the specifics of every company, every region, every project. Even Mexico is not homogeneous. So when you're doing your due diligence, you really have to look at where those companies are working. Is it a safe area? Not just the geology, because geological potential we have all over the country, but is it a safe area to work in? Do they have a friendly state government? Are there other projects that are advancing in that state or that region? And that's really going to give you more certainty as to whether the opportunities can move forward. I certainly think there are states where conditions are better than others. So people have to look at that. And management is also important in Mexico. Make sure that there's a good, strong knowledge of the country, good relationships in the country, because that's really going to facilitate things for companies. And I'll just make a comment too about one of your earlier questions on the consequences of not implementing ESG. Very quickly, you're going to see them because we have tons of examples. They're going to be blockades. They're going to be you not able to put your project into production or not even be able to explore it at all, or to just have these constant disruptions. They could even end up, in the worst of cases, in an operating mine being canceled, or even if we have many of these cases in a region or in a country, it can even turn into a government setting higher taxes or more strict laws, etc. That's the consequence, or the consequences of not being able to implement a strong ESG program within your company. And I think most companies currently understand that, and that's why they implement it from the early beginning.
So I thank you for that. David, here's one for you. Do you think that the Mexican government, with their mining code and the rule of law, should decentralize the control of mining to the municipalities, or is that already in effect?
No, I don't think they should, because for the simple reason that municipal politics, especially in southern Mexico, are sadly highly conflicted, and typically they're dominated by small groups of caciques, whatever business they are in, legal, illegal, otherwise. It's really some of these situations have just gotten to be horrible. And effectively in a lot of these areas, there is a rule of law. But if you were to take the mining, legal federal mining rights and try to put it into the hands of local municipal governments, or in some manner it would probably be the end of any investment in those areas, to be blunt. If I might, I just wanted to add, if I may, something to what everybody just said about investors, because obviously you're here to support investors. So I want to make a quick comment to investors. And that is this: what are the risks in Mexico? I look at it a little bit differently than some people do. And I look at risk reward. You're an investor. Where are you going to put your money? Why in Mexico? Okay, well, here's the thing. Mexico has a huge upside potential. The potential reward is, as I said earlier on, to start out, a 5. What's the risk? Well, the risk is higher than drilling in Nevada. It's higher than drilling in Arizona, or probably in a lot of Canada. I said, but would you rather have a 33% chance at 100? Would you rather have a 100% chance at 33? Well, I think riskers who have the appetite to invest in precious metals have a fairly large appetite for risk. So I'd rather have the 33 or 40, 45, 50% chance at 100. And also one final point along the same thing. Americans, Northern Europeans, as part of our culture, how do you get from point A to point B? A straight line, right? Simple. Point A, interstate highway, jump on the highway, boom, this city to that city, straight line. I try to explain to people who know nothing about working in Latin America. I said, there's no such thing as a straight line in Mexico. You may go A to D, then you may go backwards to A again. You may go back to A 3 times, and then you get to B, C, D. And if your goal is F, you may go back and forth, and you explain this to people, they go, I don't understand that. And I go, well, you know what? I don't really either, but I do, I get it. This is what working in Latin America is like. And I'm sure the Mexican nationals on the panel would agree. It's a complicated, culturally complicated way, and linear thinking does not necessarily get you where you want to be.
Right.
That's for the investors.
That's what we're here for. That's what I'm here for. I want to hear I think tonight has been exceptionally honest. It's less salesy than we normally see at these things. I think, congratulations to the Mexican Mining Forum for putting this on. I think this will be the best panel out of the entire few days. I'm sure of it.
Would you like us to comment on that?
I think Robert, if I was supposed to call you Roberto, you're going to make you an honorary Mexican for a second. Robert, you've been there since 2005. So how do you find talking to investors? What do you have to say? You're an exploration company, so you've got a whole bunch of different challenges and therefore, people and perception of you. So therefore, how do you have those conversations? What do they sound like?
Well, I think a lot from my end is you're investing in both the project and the people behind the project, and so the project can speak for itself, and typically with your high grade results or good drill results or whatever other dynamic of how the project moves forward. I think in terms of the people, that is just as important or more important from the investor's point of view. And I think that's what a lot of investors look like. The people that have been there have done it before, so that they understand, just how to operate within that particular jurisdiction. And so again, that's something that we try to stress with our company. We've got a group of people that have been very successful in Mexico and working in Mexico, for 30 odd years now. And so, in terms of the ESG, we have people that are familiar with how to operate and to work within various communities, how to be proactive within those communities. And so, I mean, that's basically what you how you present it to the investor. That you're placing your bets. Again, it's high risk money often, and it's money that you should never invest unless you can afford to lose. That's typically what we tell the investors, particularly in the earlier exploration stage. It's a little bit different as projects move down the road. But yes, you're often investing in the people behind the company that have been there, that have operated in jurisdictions around the company, and can bring that to bear in moving your particular project forward.
Right. So Mexico doesn't cause you any problems. I want to ask one about this recent silver squeeze that's been going on, and I want to see who feels that's something that should be taken seriously or should be ignored, or how it's affecting their behavior, their conversations. So, and there's a few silver people on here tonight. Jorge, what's your take on it?
Well, it was a really interesting. It was a really interesting last few days, and of course we got a lot of calls from investors, and I think it is a real thing. There's, the one negative thing is I think all this audience that came in from the GameStop crowd and invested, they got their ass kicked by the market. So that will make them a little bit hesitant. But the interesting thing is there's now a crowd of younger people who have silver in their awareness and are looking into the companies. I think it's very positive. I sitting here in Asia, the conversations with people in terms of like the numbers for silver demand, there's going to be a day of reckoning coming here, because when you talk to the people who are in the bullion and silver business, you can't get your hands on. There's a Kitco store here in Hong Kong. You couldn't get any product until the next I think 4 months, and you have to pay premiums about like 100%. I was also speaking to a gentleman who is the biggest importer of physical silver into India. And, that's saying something. I think India imported last year the equivalent of world production, just I think through a couple of traders. So, I mean, you do the math, right? Silver gets consumed every year for industrial production. Just across the border from where I'm sitting in the city of Shenzhen, is where a lot of that silver goes into making solar panels, making electronics. In India and China, by the way, is also buying record numbers of silver. And then the SLV is buying the equivalent every day of world production. So, I mean, the math doesn't add up. And I think the day of reckoning is going to come, the day that, all of a sudden either a big car manufacturing or a solar panel producer looks at their supply chain and, we might not get enough silver, so let's go and buy, all the production from First Majestic or, for the next 2 years, or, that's the time that's going to, that silver squeeze might be able to happen, because it's very tough for retail investors to be able to actually compete, to buy a contract of silver. If you do it through the SLV, it's not really going to happen. I think that physical silver, unless all the retail investors in the US start actually getting physical silver, I think that's not going to happen. But something's going on for sure, and I think for all silver investors, it's very interesting to keep looking at it, and it doesn't take too much effort or intelligence to notice that there's something's off.
Something is off. Jean-Marc, does it make life more difficult for you, or do you just ignore it and get on with the mining?
I was just pulling up some of my silver coins that I have here. So yeah, we actually we have a lot of silver. We see the value in that silver, and yeah. So but my son actually said, "Dad, I'll sell you all the silver coins you've given me the last 10 years." So he's the young GameStop guy who said, "Wow, silver's going up," and he'd actually been long silver, having held the coins for so long. But yeah, our investors all of a sudden took a huge interest in it. And oddly, we had spun out and worked with Capitan Mining. It's great to work with Alberto that has a very nice silver asset in it. And all of a sudden the phone was ringing and things like that. So yeah, we definitely found it to be a very interesting moment in time, as Jorge mentioned. I don't know if I immediately answered your question because we got overwhelmed with the silver.
You got very overwhelmed. So did I, actually. I do accept payment in silver. That applies to anyone listening. Fantastic. Well, Doug, I mean, talk to me about your views on what's going on in the marketplace. Does that change your attitude? Does it change your behavior? Are you getting asked strange questions? Do you know what's going on?
No, I don't. As the millennial, as the token millennial on the board here, I really did appreciate seeing the amount of generalist investors that this may have been a catalyst for to bring into the market. You know, the precious metal market is tiny in terms of a global investment space. It's a third of the market. All of the precious metal miners added up, their market capitalization is a third of the market cap of Apple. So to see us be able to get that, some piece of that, and like Jorge said, you know, get it on the radar, or John Mark said, you know, his son is now trying to do OTC trading here with his silver bullion. The questions that I really got, and I think are really valid questions, are how sustainable is this type of growth in the silver market? And what does that mean for operators? What does that mean for producers? What does that mean for economic studies? And I think the real, you know, pragmatist in me, or the realist, is that we do need to see some stability in the silver growth price. And that's a really incredible thing that Jorge had just said about India importing physically the world production in the last, I didn't catch the time frame, but last month, but or however long it was. That's an incredible thing to hear, because that actually almost plays into this whole decentralization question. And then silver is now becoming massively decentralized by having generalist investors, by having world markets open up, by having people recognizing that paper silver, which was the silver squeeze, is actually the more challenging market to play in, and the physical silver is the one to get in, and that demand is at a 10-year high right now, and you can't get your hands on that physical silver. And I did the same thing as John Mark when I was down here, and last time silver was at a high price, I went and bought a whole bunch of silver coins, and I have all these 5-ounce silver coins with the Mexican eagle on them, and they're really beautiful. And I text messaged my old dad, because he was really smart about putting them in a safety deposit box. And I was like, oh yeah, do you still have those silver coins? And his reply was no, in capital letters, I don't have them anymore. So, he's, yeah. But the generalist space is now recognizing this opportunity, and I think that's wonderful for the silver market.
Yeah, well, if you ever do work out what's going on, let me know, because I can't find anyone who's got an answer. But it's slightly, in a way, it's kind of slightly terrifying, because if this is the new way of working, I'm not quite sure what the rules are. David Jones, is the silver market controlled by forces unknown?
Well, Matthew, you asked me if anything strange was going on, and I'll put on my tinfoil. I haven't noticed anything. It's just business.
Is that not silver?
It's it's also called aluminum. It's an alchemist. So, but okay, is anything strange going on? I guess I'm going to avoid answering that and instead show you this. We have a project with Minorum Gold. I'm a principal and a director. So this is an 8 real mint condition silver coin from the Alamos Mint that I found on eBay. And I guess this is a way to segue to the point that silver has been important for 150 some odd years and will remain so. And so the nonsense of what goes on the short term, I think, is just a sideshow. And I'd rather watch the, Gone with the Wind than the short version. So I'm going to stick with the long-term reality. 8 reales, ¿verdad? And
I like that. I like that. Robert, what's your take on all of this? Does it matter to you?
I guess when the silver squeeze happened, and seeing the response from the generalists and particularly the 30-somethings or younger, I was thinking, okay, how do we get a piece of this? How do we get and project out to those people and make them aware of the upside to mineral exploration companies? I still don't have the answer to that. We continue to think about that and continue to try and sort out outreach in that regard. But I do believe, though, that silver is on its way up, just as gold is on its way up. It is a precious metal like gold, and the situation worldwide is likely something that's going to make people revert back to hard assets as opposed to paper assets. And so, I think that there is upside in the prices to silver and gold particularly, and that this is an opportunity for people to get in and start investing in exploration companies, development companies, companies like everyone here is involved with, which are still at, if they're not in the basement, they're maybe only on the ground floor or on the first floor. And I think that there is still a tremendous amount of upside in all of these companies, and particularly working in Mexico.
Fantastic. And Alberto, I better finish off with you. Last question of the day. And David quite intelligently avoided it. So, are the markets controlled? What can we expect to see from the price of silver going forward?
I don't know if the markets are controlled. won't get into that, but I think the general consensus is that we will see higher silver prices. We're certainly getting more demand, more interest in investing in silver. And does it affect us? Well, of course, we are exploring in Mexico, the #1 producer of silver in the world, that has been for years. So it really is probably the best place in the world to go and invest in silver. That's where you have the highest chance. Now, I think that's, when thinking about that, that's what investors should look into. If they're interested in silver, then Mexico is the place to go for sure. We've been producing silver for over 500 years now. And so certainly longer that we've been minting modern coins, and it's going to continue like that for a long time, I think. So
I think you're right. I think you're right, Alberto. Look, I think we've got to wrap it up there. I'm getting the evil eye from above to move things along and close up. So I'm just going to say thank you very much, all gentlemen, for coming on. I appreciate the sort of non-salesy approach you approach this with. You've given us some real information with which to make real investment decisions. I know we at Crux Investor strive very hard to get that from companies, and I appreciate the honesty and the openness which you came into today's panel. I'd like to thank Isabel at the Mexico Business Publishing for putting on this wonderful show of the past couple of days, and we've still got another couple of days to come. Mexico Mining Forum 2021. Do encourage people watching this, go and get involved with on the website, get into some of the other panels. I'm sure they'll be not quite as interesting as this one, but they will try, and you might learn a thing or two as well. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much, Matt. Thank you, Isabel.
Thank you, Matthew, on the show.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay.
Thank you all. And yeah, it was a very interesting conversation. We invite everybody, Umbrella, to join the speakers because they will continue the conversation on the breakout rooms. And to access the breakout rooms, you just need to click on the left side of your screen. There's a menu that mentions breakout rooms. In there, you will see one that is titled Exploration. So you can go ahead and click on that room, and you will find all of the panelists there. Thank you so much to all of you panelists for accepting my invitation. This was truly a really interesting conversation. I was taking notes on everything, and we're really looking forward to continue the conversation in your interviews and other interactions that we always have. Thank you so much, and we'll see you at the breakout room. Bye-bye.
Yeah, take care. Bye-bye.
Gracias.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second part of Mexico Mining Forum. We are very excited and very happy to continue with the program just as scheduled. I would like just to remind you a couple of things. Remember that you can choose the language in which you want to listen to the streaming. At the top of your streaming area umbrella, you can select whether you want to listen the audio of the conversation in English or Spanish. Also, we really encourage you to send us your questions through the chat on that area in the platform. And finally, remember to double check if you have any pending meetings or any person that you would like to meet during the event and that you can request a meeting with them. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to the next panel. This panel is very well thought out. We selected the top projects that are now under development or that I have already produced. We have one project that already started producing 1 week ago. So this is one of a really great time to discuss all things about Mexico, how the working environment has been for them lately. And the panel is titled Engines of Development, Mexico's Next Top Mines. I am very glad to introduce you to our moderator, Dean McPherson. He's the Global Head of Mining at the Toronto Stock Exchange. As well, I would like to introduce you with our panelists. The first one is Mr. Bradford Cook. He's the CEO of Endeavour Silver, as well as Jason Simpson. He's the CEO of Orla Mining. We also have Eric Fear, the CEO of Silvercrest Metals, Warren Wren, the CEO of Golden Minerals Company, Stephen Orr, the CEO of Gatos Silver, Mr. Ralph Shearing, the CEO of Telson Mining Corporation, and Mr. Tak Singh, the CEO of Discovery Metals. We're very happy to have you all in here. And as you know, we have 1.5 hours for your discussion, and I'll let Dean take over the conversation. Welcome, Dean.
Thank you, Isabel, and good afternoon, everyone. Certainly happy to be here. Mexico, of course, is a very important jurisdiction in the global mining landscape, and it's always our pleasure to be a part of this event. Very happy to see it continuing this year as well in the virtual format, as you know, we must press on. So it's great to see that resilience flag flying in Mexico as well. So again, thank you for joining us. And as Isabel mentioned, we do have a pretty distinguished group here in our panel of not only TSX and TSXV companies, but also very important projects in Mexico. And certainly they will drive they certainly are the engine of development for Mexico going forward, particularly from the mining sector. And as we know, mining spills over into so many other sectors. They are Mexico's next top mines. So let me introduce myself a little bit here before I ask my fellow panelists to join in an introduction. As Isabel mentioned, I'm Dean McPherson, Global Head of Business Development for the TSX and TSX Venture. Everybody in mining knows those symbols quite well, TSX and TSXV. We are the leading global mining platform in terms of equity markets for mining companies. 43% of global public mining companies are listed on our exchanges. And as a result, most money that's raised in the equity markets come through our market. 37 cents of every dollar actually that's raised by global public mining companies are raised through our marketplace. And that represents some 52% of total financings done in terms of equity financings by mining companies. Last year, mining companies on our platform raised $7.5 billion. And we have a total of 1,146 issuers on both the big board and the junior board of TSX Venture on our marketplace. And those companies did 1,642 financings last year. So it was a very good year for mining. Surprisingly, I think all but the bravest of us could not have predicted what a bummer year we had last year in spite of the pandemic that hit us after the PDAC in March. So we're very happy about that. And so far this year has certainly not let up. It's been a great year as well. I mentioned earlier that Mexico is a big part of our mining sector, and certainly for the leading global mining platform, of course, Mexico is very important as well. We have 132 issuers, or about 12% of our issuers with properties and operations in Mexico. About 370 properties actually represented on our exchange are in Mexico. So significant, only third behind the United States, actually. And those companies raised close to $2 billion last year. Of that 7.5 billion, close to 2 billion of that was raised by companies with operations in Mexico. Of course, we also have one of our new partners or new clients here today in Gato Silver, which is the newest project that joined our platform with operations in Mexico. Very happy about that, and we're very proud. And certainly we'll do everything we can to ensure shareholders and investors are happy in the next year, actually. And I'm sure Stephen will have something to say about that later. So with that said, that's me. I would like to invite my fellow panelists to introduce themselves and what they're doing in Mexico and what brought them here today. So Brad, why don't we take you first?
Thank you very much, Dean. And I have just 4 slides to introduce our company. So Endeavour Silver Corp is a company that I founded for the express purpose of acquiring strategic silver and gold assets in Mexico in 2003. We acquired our first non-producing mine in 2004 in Guanaceví, Durango, and came to production in 2005. So we've now been operating in Mexico for over 16 years. Endeavour today is considered to be a mid-tier producer of silver and gold. We own and operate 3 high-grade underground silver gold mines in Mexico. And there's really 4 key catalysts to drive value for our shareholders and our stakeholders. Optimizing our operations. We've been in tougher times, as you know, and through reducing our operating costs, we've been able to significantly boost our free cash flow. Perhaps the most obvious means of creating value is our best in sector organic growth profile, with not 1 but 2 new discoveries in Mexico that we'd like to take to production. All of the ore bodies that we've developed, all of the mines that we put into production were as a result of our exploration team's successful exploration results, our virgin discoveries, and we continue to explore to not only replace reserves, but make new discoveries. So those are the main metrics. All of our core assets are currently located in Mexico. Our head office is here in Vancouver, British Columbia, and we have a portfolio of world-class exploration projects in northern Chile. Today's panel is really focused on growth engines of development, and for that we would point to our first development project, the Terronera discovery in Jalisco State. It's currently reporting about an 80 million ounce silver equivalent resource, of which 66 million ounces is in reserves. It's through the permitting stage. We're in the final stages of a feasibility study expected in mid-summer, and we will then go to our board for a development decision. Terronera is basically approximately $100 million capital investment, actually closer to 200 and some odd million dollars over the life of the mine. And it will have a very significant minimum 10-year impact, not only on the company, but obviously on our local communities and even on the state of Jalisco. So that's a quick summary on Endeavour. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Moving along, Eric, do you want to go next?
Thanks, Dean. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Silvercrest is currently building the Las Chispas mine that's located in Sonora, Mexico. This is considered to be one of the highest grade silver gold deposits in the world. So that in itself is quite impressive. We've had a great ride over the last 5 years, from basically zero to having a market cap of over $1 billion, as we keep putting out stellar grades from our drill bit and keep growing this asset. We just put out our feasibility study on the Las Chispas project, and that has robust economics. You're looking at a current resource of 138 million ounces silver equivalent. When I say silver equivalent, that's just gold and silver, and that's at 86.9 to 1 in ratio. And of the 138 million ounces silver equivalent, contained within that is 95 million ounces in reserves. So that in itself is a huge achievement. The Las Chispas district, which we 100% control, is a classic low sulfidation epithermal system with now 45 veins being defined. This is a great district. I like the spacing of the veins. They're about 100 to 150 meters apart. Great way to access and use shared infrastructure to develop this project. Our timeline is today we are in construction of the processing plant under a fixed maximum price contract with Ausenco, which is a world-class builder and EPC contractor. Along with that, we continue to drive underground. We currently have over 9 kilometers of underground workings, and of that, 1.5 kilometers is in vein drifting. And you know, at some point after COVID-19, you guys got to come and see this. I was down on site 2 weeks ago, touching up to 100 kilograms per ton silver equivalent underground. And it ran for about 25 meters along the drift. So these are crazy numbers in this industry. These are the kind of numbers that the Spanish were looking for in the 17 and 1800s. So look for us to construct the mine up until mid next year and do startup production. We hope to have revenue next year. Our target is around $30 million in revenue by the end of the year. We have spent a lot of time on our COVID-19 protocols. This is serious business, guys, dealing with this. Unfortunately, it's going to cost us about an extra $15 million to put in a isolated camp for up to 640 construction workers. We're in phase 1 of that camp right now, so we're currently housing about 400 people on site as construction continues. And you thought that was the exciting story. It's really about the growth. So beyond the feasibility, which I feel is stale dated now, we are working on the next 10 to 20 million ounces in reserves, which we hope to get in before we start production and expand our resource. We also have what we're calling a satellite deposit near Las Chispas that may play a key role in the future in expanding the mill for better and more capacity at Las Chispas. Thank you. Stay tuned. Look for more high-grade results this year.
Thank you, Eric. Certainly, Silvercrest is one of the flagship stories in terms of great companies that have done really well for investors, and congratulations on the progress. Jason from Orla Mining.
Thank you, Dean. As introduced, I'm Jason Simpson. I'm the president and CEO of Orla Mining. I'm happy to give you just a very brief introduction to our company. Orla has the right formula for value creation. We have assets, the team, and the support we need to deliver results. Starting with the assets, we have over 10 million gold ounces spread across 2 nations, Mexico and Panama. In terms of our team, we have a group of industry veterans who have found, built, and operated mines globally. And finally, as always and needed, we have the support of a reputable board, shareholders including companies like Newmont and Agnico Eagle, individuals like Pierre Lassonde, and a group of institutional investors that have supported us from the beginning. And finally, and most importantly, we have the support of the communities where we operate. With those 3 things in combination, we can convert the resources we have into a benefit for all. One of those benefits has been reflected on the Toronto Stock Exchange with an over 553% return for our investors over the past 2 years. We've started our first mine. It is financed, permitted, enhanced, and currently under construction, and we expect to pour gold by the end of the year. Orla is gaining a reputation for delivery, and we strive to be a multi-mine producer that generates benefit for all of our stakeholders, which include our employees, our communities, our shareholders, and the nations where we operate. Thanks for the opportunity to introduce the company, and I look forward to being part of the panel.
Thank you so much, Jason. We'll move on to Ralph from Golden.
Yeah, thank you, Dean, fellow panel members. I'm Ralph Shearing, President and CEO of Nelson Mining. I founded this company quite some time ago with a vision of going out and finding a deposit, building it into a good resource reserve. And we've done that down in Mexico. We're actually producing at one mine and we're building another mine at this point in time. So our Campo Morado mine, we purchased from Nyrstar. Nyrstar put over $500 million into this project. And when Nyrstar pulled out of mining altogether, they sold this project. We purchased it for $20 million and got it back up in operation. We're currently producing lead, zinc, primarily zinc, with some gold and silver as well at Campo Morado. We're producing around 2,000 tons per day. The operation is running very smoothly, quite well. And we expect good things coming from that mine in the future with some new technologies that we might be able to introduce soon. Our second project, and I would actually say this is our first project because it's our flagship Tahuehueto project located in northwestern Durango. It's a district scale project. We've been exploring it for quite some time and have developed a good solid reserve and a resource. The reserves gives us a 10-year mine life at around 1,000 tons per day. That project is 50% built and we're just finalizing our funding to complete that construction. We hope to have it up and running by the end of 2021, producing 1,000 tons per day. And we expect that project, and after repayment of debt, et cetera, should produce free cash flows up in the area of $20 million or more. The project itself, Tahuehueto, as I said, district scale project. We've only explored a couple of veins along the main exposed structures. There is extremely good exploration potential. We actually envision being able to bring this project to 2,000 to 3,000 tons per day over the coming years with exploration success, which should come very easily. Many targets are there. We have over 8 structures to go after. Really have only explored on one. So we see very good things coming for Tahuehueto, as well as Campo Morado with future exploration and improvements in that mining operation. That's a quick summary of our company.
Thanks, Ralph. Warren from Golden Minerals. My wires got crossed there. I meant Warren from Golden. So why don't we have Warren, then Taj, then we wrap up with Stephen, and then we move into the discussion. So Warren, your floor.
Thank you, Dean. I'm glad to be here. As introduced, my name is Warren Rain. I'm president and CEO of Golden Minerals Company. Now, we are, I think, the most recent new gold silver producer in Mexico. We began producing from our Rodeo open pit gold mine in January this year. No, we just had our first pour at the end of January. We'll produce about 14,000 ounces of gold from Rodeo this year at a cash cost well less than $1,000 per ounce. And, we'll be continuing to ramp up production at Rodeo through the next couple of months, and we'll hit full production by the end of the quarter. Now, we also have an underground high-grade silver and gold mine at Velardenia. We plan to restart production at Velardenia perhaps at the end of the year. And one interesting aspect of the Velardenia operation is we're planning to install the bio-oxidation plant to get better gold recovery. It's very interesting technology, new technology. I think we'll talk about that later. It'll be the first bio-oxidation plant operating in Mexico, as far as I know. And we have a strong pipeline of advanced and drill stage projects located throughout northern Mexico. We also have projects in Argentina and the US and Nevada. Our total resource base is about 80 million silver equivalent ounces in measured and indicated, and about 40 million silver equivalent ounces in inferred resources among the various projects. And we just announced exceptional results from our first drill program in the Oquivo district in Chihuahua, a district scale project. We discovered a new high-grade gold-silver vein and demonstrated significant gold-silver hits on the other veins in the district. And we're looking forward to carrying on exploration there as well. We have about 155 million shares outstanding, about 130 million market capitalization at present. We're emerging as a profitable gold-silver producer based on our operations in Mexico. And we're committed to expanding our operations in Mexico. And we recognize the strong, good working relationship we have with the local communities and with the state and federal government of Mexico. Now, Mexico continues to be a very favorable jurisdiction for mining, and especially in the states of Durango and Chihuahua, where we operate. I look forward to being part of the panel, and thanks for the chance to introduce the company, Dean.
Thank you, Warren. Taj, you're up next from Discovery.
Perfect. Thank you, Dean. As introduced, I'm Taj Singh, President and CEO of Discovery Metals. We are operating solely in Mexico, and we're focused on silver. Our flagship is the Cordero Silver Project, located in Chihuahua State, and one of the most robust mineral belts in the world. We're advancing Cordero through an aggressive drill program, almost 100,000 meters to be drilled over 18 months, and which is one of the largest drill programs in the silver industry worldwide. And that'll culminate in a brand new resource and PEA for the project later this year. Our current resource area represents less than 5% of our total 100% owned land package at Cordero. So we're looking forward to developing many new targets and drill testing them and continuing to fill the pipeline and really bring Cordero, bring it to a future of where it becomes a silver district, which we think it has the potential of becoming. So kind of what makes the company different and unique? It's really the size and scale of our project. Cordero is one of the world's largest undeveloped silver projects, with close to 600 million ounces of silver alone and over 1 billion ounces of silver equivalent. And we offer obviously very exceptional leverage to the price of silver. And in the silver space, there's very limited large and scalable assets in the silver space, especially in good jurisdictions. And the reason is there's very few primary silver open pit mines. Most of them are underground mines, so that you don't really see the resource expansion you get with open pit mines when silver price goes up. For example, if you take our project and go from $20 silver to $25 silver, you increase the resource size by over 500 million ounces silver equivalent. If you go from 25 to 35, you increase it another 300 million ounces of silver equivalent. So obviously the leverage is pretty substantial there. Location, we're located, like I said, with fantastic surrounding infrastructure, 10 kilometers off a major highway, several power lines in the vicinity, 45-minute drive from Parral, the historic mining town of Parral, and about an hour and a half from Chihuahua City. The terrain is perfect for an eventual mine, flat, remote land. And within about a couple hundred kilometers of us, there's 10 operating mines. So definitely in the right area. And Chihuahua is a fantastic business to do, a fantastic state to do business in. We have very good relations with our host communities and the politicians, both at the local and state level. And then as a last note, I want to note that we love Mexico as a place to do business. Several members of our senior management and board are from Mexico and live in Mexico, so it's not a case of foreigners coming to the country. I personally have been working in Mexico for over 10 years. And honestly, I love the country, and it's a second home to me. So I'm very proud to say that. Again, thank you for having us.
Great. Thank you, Taj. And Stephen, I guess you're about in close here. You're closing up for us.
Well, thank you, Dean. I'm Steve Orr, and I'm the CEO for Gato Silver. And Gato Silver is a silver exploration, development, and production company. And we have ownership in an entirely new silver and zinc-rich mineral district in southern Chihuahua State in Mexico. And over the last 10 years, we've acquired a mineral rights package that totals over 103,000 contiguous hectares of mineral rights. And on these mineral rights, we've been able to discover 14 separate zones of mineralization. And in 2014, we brought in a Japanese refining company, Dowa Metals and Mining, as a joint venture partner to help with the financing. And with that financing, we were able to construct and commission our first mine on one of the 14 mineralized zones. It's called Cerro Los Gatos. And we did all of this while remaining private. However, last October, we completed an initial public offering on the TSX and the NYSE. The Cerro Los Gatos mine now has just completed its commissioning phase, and it is now cash flow positive. I'm very pleased to report. The company IPO'd at a market capitalization of just under 400 million. And as of yesterday, our market capitalization is now just under $1 billion. Thank you.
Oh, that's very impressive, Stephen. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. We're right in time, I believe, or just a little bit over. So we may be able to squeeze in a couple of questions at the end if they pop up. So let me get right to the first question for our panel discussion here. There's a lot of angst, about going forward, and certainly last year there were a lot of angst in the Q1 and leading up to the lockdown. Certainly after PDAC. Of course, I mentioned at the start that we had a really good year. I think everybody was quite surprised and happy that we had such a great year. But looking forward, what are you thinking? What are you guys seeing out there? I know a lot of you have been in the marketplace meeting with investors over the past 12 months. So, and your own, experience and knowledge in space. What is the general outlook and your perception of what's to come here in the medium term in mining and in Mexico mining to be particular, if you wish to go like that? Why don't we, I'll put that first to Brad, and then we give the other panelists a chance to chime in.
Thanks, Dean. Clearly, most metals have entered into a bull market in the last 2 years. So we now have a tailwind for the first time in many years, which is great to see. I'll speak only to gold and silver. Gold is primarily a monetary metal, very little in terms of industrial demand. And so its main value drivers are monetary, and primarily the incredible record low global interest rates, the amount of cash on the sidelines looking for diversification, and the fact that there is the potential for looming inflation with massive government infrastructure programs, COVID recovery programs. So I think the outlook for gold is better than base metals, and that's because the value drivers are different than a typical commodity cycle. Silver is special. Silver, which is our primary commodity, is both a precious metal and an industrial metal. In fact, you can look at two main drivers. I've already touched on the silver as a precious metal and the effect of monetary metrics on higher and higher silver prices. So let's turn our attention to industrial demand and why silver should outperform even gold in this next cycle. Silver is a green metal. You can't have solar power without silver. You can't have electric vehicles without silver. You can't have 5G telephonics without silver. And when you look at the 10-year forecast for growth in those three sectors alone, they should add at least another 200 million ounces of demand per year in a billion-ounce market, 20% growth in demand just from the industrial side over the next 10 years. So we're looking at a pretty special metal, and for that reason, I think silver will outperform, and Endeavour is very well positioned to benefit from that.
Thank you, Brad. Anyone else want to chime in? Jason, do you want to add anything?
Sure. I agree with Brad, in his reflection upon what gold is used related to the economy and fiat currencies and so on. I think most of the panel have been industry advocates for a very long time, myself 25 years and probably go for another 25. But what I've noticed most recently is another cycle. And we've seen many cycles in our industries and in various commodities. And we're once again being reminded, the world is being reminded of the necessity for tangible commodities. But there are some differences I see in the world ahead. The differences in how we harvest those resources need to be in a way that has a net positive benefit to society. We now understand that although these resources are needed globally, they need to be extracted in a responsible way, in a way that the benefit far exceeds the cost. And we'll need to use our ingenuity and innovation to do that. We also need to keep in mind, and I think Brad touched on this, that not all commodities are the same. Although many of them are necessary in the world, they have different functions in our society. Iron, for example, builds many of the cities that we all live in. Copper will be the backbone for an electrified world. Potash enhances the crops that can enable us to grow more food. Lithium, like silver, is used in solar panels. And gold, as Brad pointed out, has served as a store of wealth for over 6,000 years. And it's fundamentally different than the paper currencies of the world that we've relied on since 1971. So I believe the outlook for many of these sectors, albeit for different reasons, is good because they're the elements of the future world.
Couldn't agree more. Certainly, thank you for those comments, Jason. Anyone else wants to jump in? Taj, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, both Brad and Jason really touched on it. From the precious metals point of view, there's no opportunity cost to hold precious metals right now. You're not making anything from bonds or cash. Asset inflation is underway, and gold and silver have always been the best hedge against asset inflation. So that's pretty simple. Specific to silver, which we're involved in, and just to add a couple points to what Brad talked about, is it's the double whammy of the industrial. It's an industrial metal and a monetary metal, and the industrial demand's increasing anyway, as Brad pointed out, and he gave you he talked about the deficit that's going to be there, and it's substantial. But on top of that, if you layer on the investment demand increase, that deficit rises almost exponentially, because the silver market, the silver investment universe, is 1/10 the size roughly of the gold investment universe. So if you get the industrial demand increase, cause a deficit there, and an investment demand increase, that's why consistently time over time, silver has outperformed gold in any bull markets. Gold is probably steadier, it is, but when precious metals really go, silver outperforms gold. And if you look at, there's less liquidity, so marginal buying and selling, really helps. And silver prices are up about 80% or so since 2018. And if you look at the past 3 bull markets, silver went up 600% on average. So I think it's pretty clear we're in the early innings of what should be a really good ride.
Okay. I think we'll just close off this section with a word from Stephen, since Stephen, you mentioned your IPO last fall. So you have perhaps one of the most recent touch points with investors, global investors, in marketing that IPO. Based on the success of the IPO and post-IPO, Gato has been performing. I would think investors would agree mostly with our panelists. Do you concur?
I do concur, and I can really, that is a real life example. Gato Silver, we just completed the IPO at the end of October. The company's entire asset base is in Mexico, and it's comprised entirely of the Los Gatos district. And we saw particular interest from institutional interest because of our silver focus. So 70% of our resource is silver and only silver. And generally, the market believes that we're on the threshold of a global commodity super cycle. And a lot of it's driven by government spending all around the world. And in general, for the last decade, commodities have pretty much been out of favor, but now they're enjoying a strong rebound. It's certainly been helped by demand from China, because it's deploying massive fiscal stimulus programs. And I think that particularly applies to base metals and battery metals. But gold demand, this is supporting the other comments, has benefited from its safe haven status as a hedge against expected inflation. And I think we're going to see these massive global recovery programs that focusing on job creation and not on inflation control. And I think silver in particular will enjoy increasing and sustained demand. And it's because of the previous comments of its dual role as a safe haven metal like gold, but more importantly, its increasing industrial use in green energy initiatives in particular. So I believe Mexico, being the world's largest producer of silver, is poised to benefit materially from silver's increasing demand. I mean, Mexico alone produces 25% of the annual global silver production.
No, great. Thank you, Stephen. It's great to get a perspective from the investor side. Last year, we had a lot of conversations and questions about, why was the market doing so well, especially in at a time when most people, I think at the end of March, were sort of under a rock, hoping that it would go away, with the pandemic. And certainly a lot of the questions were coming in as to why. And one of the things that we noticed is that changed last year was the return of the generalist investors. It wasn't just the gold bugs and the mining bugs that were seeking out mining names, but the generalist investors, retail investors, new investors were looking to mining again. And that was certainly great to see. And certainly a lot of it had to do with how mining has changed over the past 3 or 4 years. I think we've made a lot of strides in other areas that are now bearing fruit. Is the industry has transformed the way we do business, the way we manage companies, and the way we communicate with our stakeholders. And we get to some of that later on. But Stephen, you ended on Mexico. And I think that's a nice segue into our next question here. Just how great is Mexico to do business? And let's, no one is listening, so you can certainly be frank here. How would you, earlier this afternoon, we had a panel that touched on that. Well, they asked the participants to give a grade to operating in Mexico. One out of 5 or 1 to 5 grade Mexico as how great is it as a jurisdiction to do business. I'll give our group here a chance to comment on that, and any particular areas you wish to touch on, please. But community relations, permitting, the usual suspects. You're all international executives who have quite a wide range of experience across different countries in Latin America in particular, and certainly globally as well. So why don't I put a first question here to Eric from Silvercrest. And don't be biased, Eric. You're on mute, I think. You're on mute, Eric, you're on mute.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Since we just put out our feasibility study on Las Chispas and in northern Mexico, I've been on a lot of marketing meetings, and there's probably been 60 marketing meetings since last week, and to discuss the feasibility. And of the 60 meetings, I'd say 5 ask about Mexico. Okay, so how safe is it to work in Mexico? How is the Mexican government, as far as cooperating with the mining industry? And to tell you the truth, I feel very safe in Mexico. I asked one of my VPs in Mexico one time, I said, this is a great place to work and I feel really safe. And he turned to me and he said, that's because we protect you. So, but really, I've been all over Mexico for the last 20 years. I've had very, very few threats on me, and it would be the same as in Canada. If you want to walk the back streets of East Hastings at 2 a.m. in Vancouver, you're going to get threatened. Okay. Yeah. So it's, the safety around Mexico is all about common sense. Okay. So, yeah. And, there's always a challenge for investors to get their head around that. I call it the Rand McNally effect. If you remember as a kid, I'm pushing 60 now, guys, but yeah, we didn't have Google Earth. We had these books called Rand McNally atlases,
Yeah.
And you get to Wyoming and you're looking at Wyoming, and then the next page you turn to, it's Mexico, and it's smaller than Wyoming. Okay. So everybody had this perception in my day that Mexico is it's smaller than Wyoming. And I've been to Wyoming, you know. And so if a crime is committed in the South, then doesn't that apply to you in the North? You know, because you're so small. Okay. So I get a lot of those questions, but really the investors just want to know, you know, from a investment standpoint and a global standpoint, do you like working in Mexico? You know, I trust you running the company for Silvercrest, and I got to trust your opinion on Mexico. And no, I really like working in Mexico. I feel it's safe. You know, the corruption people talk about all the time. You know, in over 20 years in Mexico, I've only been approached once for a couple of $100. Okay. So, you know, there's that willingness for investors to put their money into Mexico based on the CEOs on this panel today.
No, thank you. That's great to hear. Great to get the feedback from your marketing trip too. That's significant. If you have 5 people asking that question now out of 60 guys you met. Warren, what's your experience like?
You know, I want to focus a bit on the operating costs in Mexico, and that's what to me makes it, among other qualities such as what Eric mentioned. You know, the low operating cost in Mexico is head and shoulders one of the biggest reasons to focus, especially on the exploration side and even on the operation side, on Mexico as opposed to other countries. Now we have projects in Argentina and Nevada as well, and just to use as an example, the cost of diamond drilling between the 3 jurisdictions, you know, Mexico is one third of the cost of diamond drilling in Mexico compared to the U.S. Argentina is very close to the U.S. cost, maybe slightly less, but you know, it's at least half as expensive in Mexico compared to Argentina. So you can drill 2 or 3 times as many holes. If you can drill 2 or 3 times as many holes with the same amount of money, you have that much more chance of success. And in an area that geologically is phenomenal in terms of, you know, the endowment for silver especially, and gold as well. But to me, that's head and shoulders, you know, the reason to be operating in Mexico as opposed to some of the other jurisdictions. So we're still very bullish on Argentina as well, and there's great potential in Nevada, but you just don't get the bang for your buck in the other jurisdictions. So that's my you know, most important takeaway, Dean, on that.
No, I appreciate that. Anyone else wants to add anything to that? Taj,
Yeah, I've been able to work at various regions in the world as an engineer, and then I was also a mining analyst for a couple of years with a large bank. So we got to go all over the place and do diligence on assets all over the world. And so I can probably add some good color to it. And definitely I agree with Warren. The OPEX and even capital costs of Mexico are extremely competitive. They have gone up materially. I have to add that compared to what I've seen over the past decade, but it's definitely gone up across the world. But definitely those things stick out. I think a big part of Mexico is the culture. Mining is part of the culture. There's a deep pool of skilled and knowledgeable labor. They definitely know mining. Mining's in their blood. Another thing that doesn't get brought up a lot, but I actually feel that permitting is actually very clear and straightforward in Mexico, provided it's in a majority of the country, it's very clear and straightforward. You're able to get drill permits in several weeks, you know, and it's a pretty transparent process. Environmental considerations, I think, were maybe more lax before, but they're coming up a lot more. And I feel like a lot of Canadian and American companies that go there are applying their high levels standards of environmental you know, considerations anyway. But I think the government is also, this administration is also keeping it a focus, which I think overall is fantastic to keep them in line with the rest of the world. So those are my couple, and obviously geologically extremely fertile ground, #1 silver producer and top 10 producer of many other metals and minerals. So it's a fantastic place to operate in. Yep.
Thank you. Stephen, you have an operation, a pretty big operation in Mexico, and what your experience obviously has been positive, but would you also give a 5 out of 5 as Eric did?
Well, I think my comments are very similar to Taj's comments. I've been in the industry over 40 years. And during that time, I've worked on development projects in the US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Tanzania, the Philippines, and Colombia, and now Mexico. And I can say that in aggregate, Mexico is in the top tier as a favorable jurisdiction. I mean, every jurisdiction over time has its challenges, and they either create a favorable or unfavorable environment for mining investment. A stable government and strong leadership in a country, I think that has a huge influence on mining investment, particularly foreign mining investment, and how it's viewed by the industry and the global investment community. Almost every one of the jurisdictions that I've worked in has gone through periods where their investment environment was unfavorable. And now I said almost all these jurisdictions, because at least during my time in the industry, Mexico has always been viewed as a favorable investment destination. And it's because of the importance of the mining industry to the country. It is really part of Mexico's DNA. And there's been consistent domestic and international resource investment because the industry is welcomed. And there's relative certainty that as long as a company is attentive to its environmental, social, and governance performance, it'll be supported.
Well said. Thank you. Jason, anything you want to add before we leave this one?
No, all I can offer, Dean, is maybe to summarize some of the points that have been made, and I might push back a little bit to our panelists. You know, my view is that there are some distinguishing features, which Taj and Stephen have pointed out, related to culture, that I'll mention as a differentiating factor. But let's talk geologically. I think in all of the countries I've worked in around the world, Mexico is not that much different in terms of the geological prospect that you could have. Lots of parts of the world host the elements that we need. And I'll even say that the costs have been rising in Mexico. The cost to build and operate with electricity, fuel, steel, taxes, and so on. So I would like, we would say in most jurisdictions, I would say there's room for improvement. So 4 out of 5, let's say. But it is 4 out of 5. It is a top tier destination. We are constructing our second mine in 10 years there for a reason. And I think it's the reason that Taj and Stephen pointed out, which we would all agree with on the panel. There is a differentiating factor in Mexico, and it is the mining culture. It's a nation that understands the benefit that our industry can bring, and so has set up a lot of the processes that we need to build and operate mines. The permitting process that Taj talked about, in relation to Stephen's comment that if you do it properly, you'll be welcome. And so that means that investors can invest in companies like ours that can build and operate mines. Sometimes what holds Mexico back is its instability. There is instability related to blockades and security threats. There's sometimes political and taxation instability. And I think that instability is exacerbated in the larger market space. A number of us as leaders of mining companies in Mexico often have conversations to dampen people's fears about those types of instability, convincing them that we can navigate through that instability and make sure that their investment is returned. And so I think it's like a number of jurisdictions where we work that it has a lot of endearing features and some areas to improve. And it is unlike many of the jurisdictions that we would stay away from, in that you simply cannot get business done. So I'm happy to be in Mexico as long as I have been.
So you're saying a 4 or 3? I'm trying to gauge.
I would give it a 4.
Okay, so I think we can always have some room for improvement. And spoiler alert, I think we'll touch on that a little bit further into our conversation this afternoon, and just how some ideas around getting us to that 5. So let's move on to a topic that you can't get away from these days. It seems like I don't think you can have a conversation publicly about mining or privately in many instances without bringing up ESG. The environmental, social, and governance aspects of management, which I would put forward that mining companies have always had a pretty strong record. I used to work for years, maybe 10 years or so in my first career as a young engineer, civil engineer with Alcoa. And this whole concept of ESG, it just flabbergasted me that people talk about ESG in mining as if it's a new concept. This is it's fascinating. I wanted your input here and how this newfound recognition and this, around ESG and the way we report it, how is it impacting your business in terms of, your communication with the community that you operate in, and also with investors? What's your ESG strategy like, really? Who do we want to start with? Ralph, do you want to start?
Thanks, Dean. I agree with you on your points there. ESG has been followed by mining companies for a long period of time. We work to industry standard practices. You have to be able to continue to operate in your jurisdictions. So certainly there's more eyes on the environmental side of things, the green energy. Telson, for example, its remote project Tabaweto is going to require gas or power generation on site, and we're moving to gas generation to get away from the diesel footprint of carbon. So it will help a lot. It actually is less expensive in the long run to use gas. So that's one thing we're looking at. Both at Campo Morado and Tabaweto, we're investigating possibilities for solar power generation. So all of that is being looked at, where we are cognizant of what is required from your investors and from the world to be a greener company. So we're certainly working along those lines. And governance, absolutely. All public companies have to have extremely good governance. The better that governance is, the better chance of returning a profit to your shareholders. So I think that's a strong part of all public companies in mining in Mexico.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you gentlemen find that investors are now, demanding ESG to be a part of your proposition? Why don't we? Who wants to take that? Eric, you want to go?
Sure, you bet. So, Dean and audience, we've been in the Sonora Valley for over 15 years. I'll touch on the social and the governance and how it applies to our investors and the market here. So, having been in the Valley for 15 years, we're well integrated into the communities and we're well respected. We're the largest employer in the Valley, and have been for almost 15 years now. So really, for me, it's about relationship. I'm originally a rancher from Montana. So I have actually ranched with the guys in the Valley. This is a big agricultural and ranching area in Sonora. And drank tea with them, coffee, had barbecues, campfires and everything. So, it's executive boots on the ground. I don't sit in my ivory tower in Mexico. Every chance I can get, I go to Mexico, quite frustrated with COVID-19. Mm. I love hiking in the Sonoran Desert. I'm a geologist and a mining engineer, but the geologist comes out in me when I get on the ground. Mm. Okay, we got to go look at something. And I take community members with me. I mean, we have a very open policy at Las Chispas as we're building this mine with communities. We've had several tours of municipalities coming out. This is pre-COVID. Now we're locked down to essential business only at this time. But yeah, it's if you got a takeaway on the ESG on the social side, Silvercrest has been doing it for 15 years. Now we just are documenting it. And and our success around it. Take away one thing, guys. Early on in the success story in the Sonora Valley, we set up a nonprofit organization along with the community to handle all aspects of, the voice, social media, the donations beyond what the company is doing. And really, there's a committee of board of directors that meet. I go to that meeting myself once a year. They have a budget, and it really captures the sense of how you're going to complete, the 3 top projects in the best interest of the community, not the perception that you're donating materials or money to a specific group. So that's who they represent. Gets away from a lot of conflict, guys, and this has been quite successful for us. So that's on the social side of the ESG. And what our investors are looking for is that, that boots on the ground from me and my word back saying, I just 2 weeks ago, I was down on site. I went and saw 2 mayors in the community, social distancing, masks on, to tell them where we're at with the project and what do they need. So we went through a needs list and see what's reasonable to help them with. We've been very, very vocal in educating them on COVID-19 and preventions, and they're very grateful for that. And that's what my investors and I think the market want to see, Dean. As far as governance, and I spent a lot of time on compensation. Okay, so, and this is executive compensation all the way through, and having peer groups, and I think that's what the market wants to see, is that we're responsible on the corporate governance side. And that is a key aspect of investors. There's a lot of funds now that are requiring that you have a scorecard for an ESG number in order for them to even to be on the radar, for potential investors.
Interesting. Thank you, Eric. Brad, do you want to tap in?
Yeah, thanks, Dean. I'd like to start by saying that it's not mining companies who recently discovered ESG. It's the investment community.
Very well said.
And, well, when we arrived in Guanaceví in 2003, it didn't take anything more than common sense to realize that for us to fulfill our business plan and create value for our stakeholders, we need to do some things with the community, not for the community, with the community. And this is right up Eric's alley as well. You'll understand what I'm saying. There was no nurse in Guanaceví, no doctor, no clinic, no ATM, no bank, no paved roads, no secondary school, but there is now. And it wasn't built by the government, and it wasn't a handout to the community. What we did, recognizing that to fulfill our business plans, we had to figure out this common sense aspect of our impact on the local community, was we met and built relationships with the local leaders. And to this day, we continue to meet regularly. We do annual wish lists in terms of how we can create more benefit for the local communities. And through private-public partnerships is basically what we do. We form a partnership with the community, either with the local ejidos on some projects or the local municipality in terms of other projects. And that's how we get projects done, because when those projects are finished, the community, having played a key role in completing those projects, have pride of ownership and accountability, which handouts don't give you. So I think mining has always dealt in some way with ESG. I think the latest focus is really some of our legacy issues, primarily tailings. And that's really what brought ESG back to the fore for investors. And I think everybody on this panel has historically acted responsibly in their mining projects. So we work to the highest standards. We work to Canadian standards. We work to global standards. And we sometimes bring Mexico along for the ride. When we arrived in Mexico, there may have been environmental standards, but they certainly weren't enforced, but they are now. And I think that's the leadership of primarily foreign investors in the mining sector.
Very interesting perspective. Stephen, as one of the larger companies here, love to hear your take on this.
Well, I would concur with the previous comments that have been made by all of the panelists here. We have currently just over 600 employees that are working at Los Gatos. And we've been very attentive to make sure that most of that employment is from Mexico. In fact, 99% of our employees reside in Mexico, and 84% of them reside in Chihuahua State. And that's important for us. It is a priority. But we know that, it's not just about employment. I mean, we believe that we have an obligation to make people's lives better. So there's only one ejido that is close to the project. It's about 8 kilometers away. But we built the first full-time medical clinic in that ejido. And we then entered into a contract with Mexico's Social Services, and they staff it full-time with their doctors. And so that clinic is managed by the community. It has become somewhat of a regional clinic now and services smaller communities around the project as well. We annually support the local school in the community. We provide educational materials. We also provide annual scholarships for students to attend the University of Chihuahua. And we've helped the redevelopment of the community water system. We wanted to ensure that all the residents had access to sustainable source of potable water. And these are all projects that were done with the communities, which the communities manage themselves. And that's, I think Brad's point was very important. You just don't give out handouts. In terms of COVID-19, we have maintained very strong prevention protocols. All our employees are tested weekly. We also have provided molecular testing capacity for the clinic that's in the local community so that we can have community members get tested. And virtually all of them work for us. And so that's on the social side. On the environmental side, we knew that it was imperative that we build this project to a world-class standard. And we devoted a significant amount of effort in ensuring that we protect our employees' safety. And we've had, for the 10 years we've been there, when we started our construction back in 2018, every year since we've started our activities in earnest there, we've been able to lower our lost time injury frequency, and we achieved the lowest yet last year. We wanted to ensure that we built the project so that we didn't harm the environment. And for instance, we double lined the tailings impoundment because it's world-class best practice. We covered the crushed ore stockpile with a dome. The reason we did that is because we did not want high wind events creating a dust problem in the region, particularly since we have lead in the ore. We also cover all the surface conveyor belts, and all the other, the entire process plant is covered as well. So that's on the environmental side. The governance side, as we brought the company private, from private to public, we then turned our attention to making sure that we were deploying proper governance. And it was a huge issue for us in the IPO. So recently we appointed our first non-executive chairman, Janice Stairs, and she's also the first woman to join the board. We have now appointed a director from Latin America as well to join the board. And all of these things, I think, have helped us to demonstrate our intention to be very attentive to ESG.
Interesting. So you said it was important during the IPO process. Was this, did you find that you were getting, I don't want to say pressure, but inquiries, or, were there a lot of questions around these issues from investors?
No, because we were private, one, we had a very small board, and so we weren't getting any pressure to do it. but we knew that we needed to be attentive to it as part of the IPO and when we became a public company.
Yeah, great.
Dean, I had one further question if I have a minute.
Oh, go ahead.
Or comment.
Yeah, you can go
I
ahead.
think it's very important for the panel and the audience to understand part of the governance. I believe everybody on this panel would agree with me that, you know, a very important skill that we need to consider, not only from a corporate standpoint, but in Mexico is gender equality. So, you know, and I call it qualified gender equality. You're not just going to go out and get gender, and men and women got to be qualified to do the job. But you know, from a corporate standpoint, we have some targets internally for gender equality. Currently, 50% of our executives are women. I think this is a great balance, and about 30% are women on our board. So this shows emphasis. And again, we didn't jump on the gender equality, you know, terminology that's out there now. We were already doing it. Okay, so it just only makes sense. And from a Mexico standpoint, you know, my daughter is a VP of Silvercrest, and obviously a woman. She turned to me one day, and we were underground in Las Chispas, early days, and she turned to me and she said, "Dad," or boss, she calls me dad now. She said, "You know, if we were here 50 years ago, this would be illegal for me to be underground." Okay.
True.
So, you know, yeah, women were not allowed underground in Mexico. Okay. Yeah. And she actually said that a woman, one of her employees' mothers was concerned that she was underground, because is it really legal for you to be underground?
Right, okay. Right.
I'm here to say that we have a great, you know, team of both men and women in exploration, integrated throughout the operations. You know, one of the key positions that's building our mill right now and will be a manager of the mill is a woman. I've known her for years. She worked for me at Santa Elena. You know, this was 5 to 10 years ago. My daughter, she has gender equality throughout the geology and exploration side of things. So again, I love the diversity and skills, and this is important, you know, from a governance standpoint.
Oh, congratulations on those stats, Eric. Those forget about mining. I think across all corporate, globally, corporately, I would say those are benchmark numbers. Taj, as a TSXV company, do you find there is any difference, you know, as a smaller company around ESG, or do you find that you're getting more and more these ESG strategy questions?
Yeah, that's a good question, Dean. I was going to bring that up, but more from the side of being a late stage explorer going into development versus you know, a substantial amount of these stories as developers or producers. I mean, listen, our market cap is quite significant, 700 million market cap. There's some big funds into the name, lots of institutional holdings. It's completely an important thing to do. It's something, as my fellow panelists have said, we've been doing for years. But it's the investment community kind of now asking for it, and but we've always continued to do it. There's a common negative view of mining being a dirty industry, and the industry's worked really hard to clean up its reputation, becoming safer, more efficient, more sustainable. But an interesting thing is, for example, this year we're going to be putting out our inaugural ESG report, and you know, you wouldn't think of a explorer or developer doing that, but it's such an important thing. Really to document it and really to show that these have been our practices for a while. ESG is part of our scorecard, a significant part of the corporate scorecard, etc. So it's yeah, from that point of view, I did want to point out that even as a late stage exploration company, it's very important.
Great. No, thank you, Dash. Jason, do you want to add anything to this conversation?
Sure, Dean. You know, I don't think the concepts of ESG or running a corporation responsibly are lost on this panel. So one might ask the question, why has there been such an appetite for the discussion from investors? Well, the first thing we should recognize is we have new investors that are returning to the resource sector that we should be delighted about. unfortunately, we are not perfect, and there are examples of things being done improperly that have destroyed value for investors in the past, and that they are looking for a way to protect themselves against. And so the new metrics that are being considered by various institutions, the appetite for the discussion with investors is really around trying to recognize how some of their investments of the past have been reduced and how they can protect against it. It goes without saying that a project that does not benefit the local communities in the country where it resides is not sustainable. We all recognize that. A project also has to benefit the shareholders, and so that's really where the genesis of the ESG questions come from. Is they want you to have a sustainable business, and what running a company responsibly does is it protects you against those catastrophic events that can destroy the company and hence the value to shareholders. And I think that there's a new understanding amongst leaders and resource companies that in how to run a company sustainably and hence responsibly. Two things I've noticed that have changed recently. One is how we communicate about the things that we are already doing, and some of the panel has spoken to that. And so we've had to grow our ability to translate the things that we're doing in a way that is clear, consistent, and transparent to the investment community. So I think we are improving as an industry how we communicate what we're doing in a clear, consistent way. The second thing that I think we need to embark on is be open. We can all articulate the different ways we've helped communities across the globe in the areas where we've worked. That's a very long list. We all recognize that, but we need to be open to how we can improve our industry past where we are today or where we have been historically. Things like electrification, greenhouse gas emissions, gender equality that was spoken of. I mean, some companies may be doing it well, and Silvercrest is an example of that, but I can assure you there are other companies that are not. Yeah. And considering ways that we can get the capable talent in the diverse nature into our organization is how we can improve. Because frankly, the populations to choose from are just not there yet. So we need to retreat back to some of the early educational systems and provide incentives, and companies can do this so that the outcome in a few years from now is that we have more diverse workforce to choose from. So I think the panel has emphasized that we have for a long time behaved in a responsible way, but what's different now is the investors' appetite to hear more about it. So what we're improving on is our way of communicating that to our investors, and our way to look forward into the future and understand what the rest of the world is expecting from us, and how we can adapt our businesses to do better over time.
That's great. Great point, Jason. I think that sums it up quite well. I think one of the challenges in the mining sector for decades has been our communication skills. We've just never been, mainly because we're made up of geologists and engineers and people who get things done rather than people who talk about things. And so, that's always been a challenge. And Brad touched on it earlier about just how integral mining is in the general evolution of mankind, civilization growth. And you can't have a cell phone without talking about mining, but so much of that is lost. And a lot of the generation I don't know what to call them, Generation Xers or whatever, but the youth don't always get that very clearly. And we haven't done a great job of marketing ourselves and communicating how integral we are to growth and everything going forward. So we're doing better, I think. And you're right, this ESG embracement is forcing us to do better. And obviously, I think there are a lot of companies, you mentioned Silvercrest as a great example, but certainly in mining and in engineering in general, benchmarking is certainly something that we all know works pretty well. So it's great that we have companies showing the path. So it's good to see also junior companies jumping on board at Discovery. No offense to call you a junior company, Taj. I was just referring to stage of development, not market cap. So Warren, we covered that off pretty well, or you want to add anything to finish us off on this one?
No, I think the points made are very telling and very important. The one thing I'd like just to reinforce, from our experience, we've been in Mexico for over 10 years, especially in the Velardeña area, and with a very strong relationship with the community, as being an important employer locally for the community, and with a very strong relationship with the ejidos there. Well before ESG became so important to investors. But I think Jason's point is very, very important, that we didn't do a very good job communicating that to the rest of the world. And so that's on us to have a more transparent communication of that. But I think I agree with the other points made. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on to the other next question here. It's almost impossible to talk about ESG without talking about productivity and technology and how important that is in changing the way we do business, and because they are connected, and a lot of the environmental concerns around our sector can be changed, can be made better with technology, and the way we operate as governance. And we talked about scorecards and all that. Technology is playing a larger role in mining and entering into areas that were not expected. And I guess that's the impact of technology generally. It changes the way you do things. Ralph, do you want to talk about that a bit?
Sure, thanks, Dean. Technology is obviously something that one should really look at and explore new ways to try to improve your operations. We're doing that at Campo Morado. Campo Morado is an interesting volcanogenic massive sulfide ore body. It's refractory with gold and silver, so we have a hard time getting the gold and silver out of it. We get about 15% recoveries in gold and 30 to 40% recoveries in silver currently. There was some testing with a new technology that was developed by a group out of the UK called Malguin Engineering. It's called the Leachox process, patent technology. It's been in operation in several mines in Africa. And this process was tested at Campo Morado, and first phase testing went really, really well. It actually increased gold recoveries up to 60% and silver recoveries up to 80%. So those are big, big increases. So we've got to take this through second phase testing. We're just designing that program now. We hope that it will come in and allow us to start making much higher recoveries in a very difficult, from very difficult metallurgy. And also, they developed a new process. I'm not sure if it's new, but it's called the Immelflat flotation, where you use microfine grinding, which helps you liberate your metals. And this system is said to recover much better amounts of gold or lead, zinc, and copper. So we're going to exploring that as well. We hope to be able to really improve Campo Morado because it's a large ore body. And it is actually very high grade precious metals for a VMS style deposit. So if we can unlock that value, we're going to really increase the profitability of that project. We also have a tailings disposal facility where the past production was not able to recover that gold and silver. And we think we could potentially reprocess that and recover that as well for an added revenue stream. So these types of things, I think one has to keep an eye open for them, explore them, and see whether they can actually help the operations. And that's what we're doing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you, Ralph. Warren, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'd like to talk a bit about the biooxidation plans that we have for Velardeña. Much like the Campo Morado problem, we had very low gold recoveries from our pyrite concentrate at Velardeña, low payables if we sold directly to the smelter. The gold is encapsulated in pyrite and arsenopyrite. And your choices of processing technology are either very expensive or require a much larger resource base because of the capital cost in general. But bioxidation, which is basically using a bacteria that metabolize sulfur to artificially oxidize the pyrite and arsenopyrite in a vat type environment. Now, this allows us to go forward on a sustainable and low carbon footprint basis, really, compared to autoclave or roasting, for example, a much more environmentally friendly, and get recoveries from in the low 30% recovery in general to up over 90% recovery after bioxidation of the pyrite concentrate at Velardenia. So we see this as unlocking tremendous value for us. And it's an example of applying, it's not exactly a new technology, but it's new to Mexico, it's new to North America. There's not a single operating bioxidation facility in North America that I'm aware of. It's well accepted in Australia, it's well accepted in Africa. It just never quite took hold in North America, given some early bad experiences, basically. So we're really looking forward to completing the feasibility on that for Velardenia, and we see it as a tremendous value adder to the project and for the company. So that's an example of applying a new technology, if you will, to solve a metallurgical problem, much like Ralph was talking about.
Interesting. No, that's awesome. Congrats, Ralph and Warren, for those examples. That's pretty impressive. I wanted to put a question out there to the general group to jump in if you have any ideas. But talking about technology and ESG, particularly around community engagement and the impact, the positive impact that mining has on the communities we operate in, there is a lot of conversations going on recently about the risk to that stakeholder benefit in the communities if technology is pulled along and replaced many jobs. Truck drivers, operators will be replaced by mining, implementing more technologies. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? Any ideas? How is that really a problem? Is that something that's going to be an issue in the near term for us? Can we not have one and have the other? So,
Dean, this is Steve. I'll just make a comment on deploying technology and how it ties into ESG. I guess in our case, as we were building the mine, we incorporated best technology. But one instance of where we gave significant consideration to our employees on that was in the underground environment. So the discoveries that we've made in that area, the area has a very high geothermal gradient. And so as we develop this Cerro Los Gatos mine deeper, and it comes to within about 75 meters of the surface and then extends down to about 450 meters below the surface. But as we extend at depth, the heat quotient in the mine goes up. So we designed the first surface refrigeration plant, and we just finished constructing it and commissioned it last summer. And it made a huge difference in the ambient temperature in the mine. And this directly reflects on our concern. It really was driven by our concern that we provide a safe work environment for our employees, and one where it is an environment where they can work productively. Mm-hmm. So all our equipment is completely enclosed. It is they have independent ventilation systems, refrigeration in the trucks, and in the drills as well. But in addition, we have refrigerated the air in the underground. It's made a huge difference in terms of our productivity in the underground mine. We have a second refrigeration plant planned. The deposit extends for 2.5 kilometers from the northwest to the southeast. We have just commissioned the northwest plant, and we will soon be commissioning the southeast plant as well.
Excellent. Excellent. No, thanks for that. I think that's a great example of how they are interconnected. I don't think there's one, it's not one or the other, you can have both. And I think a lot of the work that's being done now around, like Eric yourself mentioned, the education programs and the scholarship programs in the local community, I think this will prepare workers for the new technologies that are coming down the pipe. So certainly they are interconnected, and certainly one helps the other. We have about 5 minutes left, so I wanted to use this time for us to address that 20% that's left on the board. We all talked earlier about how great it is to do business in Mexico for various reasons. And, you know, I think we collectively, I'm going to say we average at about, this panel will give business in Mexico a grade of 4 out of 5 currently. And so there's 20% to go. How can we get there? What would your advice be to the Mexican government to attract more investors and certainly, I think we can all agree that mining is going to be a large part of Mexico's growth going forward. How do we get mining to realize its true potential and let everyone say Mexico is the best place to do business, period? Do we want to start with Ralph?
Yeah, thanks, Dean. I guess I would say something to the government that you need to get some committees or surround yourself with people very knowledgeable in the mining industry. I think a lot of government decisions are driven obviously by politics. But if you narrow down and get into the best things to do for the industry, that's surround yourself with people that are knowledgeable in the industry. You know, get some cabinet members that are, or form committees that can help advise the government, and hopefully the government would listen to those committees that are extremely knowledgeable in the mining industry. I think that's a really good first step to try to get government policy doing better for the industry as a whole.
Thank you, Ralph. That sounds like advice that could go well up here as well in Canada.
Probably everywhere with politics.
Warren, do you want to take a go?
I'd like to focus on one particular aspect that would improve the outlook for mining in Mexico, and that's the lifting the current moratorium on new concessions. Really, it just doesn't work to have that restriction in Mexico, and it puts off investment, it puts off new exploration, it makes life extremely difficult, and it really has to come back in so that you can acquire new concessions. This idea and notion that everything's been found is absolutely incorrect. We know there's lots more to be found in Mexico. New concessions is the lifeblood of sustainability for mining. That's got to change. And in hand with that, the registry is in Mexico. The mining registry is terribly inefficient, and it really needs to get with the program and get the paperwork through the pipeline. We have things that we're sitting on requests into the registry from years back that have still not been taken care of, and I'm sure all of us have the same experience. But those two things would go a long ways in enabling Mexico to have more sustainability and to attract more investment in the exploration field, which would be in turn excellent for mining in the future.
Thank you, Warren. I would say elephant in the room. That's great. Thank you for bringing those up. Appreciate it. Brad, why don't we have your comment and then we'll finish off with Eric.
Yeah, thanks, Dean. I think the best way to improve our performance to 100% of possible growth, because what we're talking about in this panel is growth opportunities in Mexico, is really to remove the barriers to growth. And those are primarily barriers to investment. So Warren touched on one, which was the freeze on new mining concessions, but there's many other barriers that I think simply through better and more regular communication with the current administration, hopefully they'll start to recognize that barriers need to come down. So taxation. We're already at 53% total tax burden, which is more than most Western democracies. I don't think we're going to win that argument in a quick moment, but I think we have to engage a process of showing what more investment does ultimately to the bottom line. That more investment, more jobs, more tax income. Obviously, this government is still fairly new. It's only just over 2 years into its administration. And I think we need to engage in that conversation on an ongoing basis. Another barrier to investment is that the current administration actually disabled the position of Subsecretary of Mines. So that basically reduced its communication with the mining sector. The reason for that, I think, was political, not anything to do with mining, more to do with Mexican politics. But again, that's a conversation that needs to be resumed. So removing barriers to investment is really the main path, I think, to bigger and better growth opportunities in Mexico.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you for mentioning the Undersecretary as well. We share your opinion on that one. We had some pretty useful communications with him over the years. Disappointed to see that. Hopefully they'll find someone new soon. Eric, you have the final word here. We're a minute.
Well, I'm a 5 out of 5 here, guys, but always room for improvement. I agree with all the panelists there. You know, those systems need to be worked on. We spend a lot of time on IVA, which probably is not necessary, you know, and that takes away from productivity on what you should actually be doing is finding, permitting, discovering, permitting, constructing a mine, and not chasing receipts throughout the system and then waiting for IVA to come back. So we're now, some of our IVA has been sitting with the government for over 1.5 years. Okay, so this is not appropriate way to conduct business around a value-added tax that you should be receiving back. So I just asked the government, you know, get that system to a point. I know they're working on electronic instead of hard copy. Well, accelerate that and give the mining companies some relief around the IVA. You know, it's a roadblock, really. Mm-hmm. Okay. My final comment to the government would be, watch what you say to the reporters, because it impacts us worldwide. Okay. Mm-hmm. So as Brad said, this is a young administration. There's a lot of inexperience, I feel, within the administration, and I like what Ralph said too. You know, great comment. You know, bring some knowledge to the table when you start talking about the mining industry on the world platform here. So watch what you say to the reporters. Come with knowledge. Talk to your mentors. Talk to people that know about mining before you put something out in the news release, and it impacts everybody on the market. Mm-hmm. You know, short term, there's a knee jerk. I get a lot of calls. You know, Eric, is this really true? You know, and so that's not the best use of my time, and I don't think it's the best use of anybody on this panel. So,
thank you, gentlemen. Really appreciate your time, and thank you to the audience for paying attention. We do not have time for questions here, but I think Isabel will tell us in a minute here how we can help you, or we can answer those questions in a side room. Isabel.
Thank you, Dean, and thank you to all of the panelists. It was a very interesting conversation, and we really appreciate your comments. And in that regard, that is correct. We would like to offer you the opportunity to come to a breakout room, which is the same that we had at 1 p.m. with the previous panel. And in this breakout room, we will invite those panelists in this panel, as well as the attendees, to join us. It would be kind of a mini Zoom session where we can exchange some ideas and address some of the questions that we couldn't answer during the panel. For that breakout room, for the speakers, you have your special links And for the attendees, you can find the access to the breakout room on the left side of the menu umbrella, and you will see the specific title of the breakout room called Mexico's Next Top Mines, and then you can join us there. We will continue the conversation while the main streaming will be right now on pause. We'll be back at 3 p.m. with the next panel. And particularly, I would like to thank Dean and Tag because they were proud sponsors of this event, and we really want to thank you for making this happen. So I'll see you at the breakout room. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you again, gentlemen. Pleasure. And thank you, Isabel.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are very glad to have you all here tuned in for the next panel. Just as you know, the general reminders, number one, please make sure that you select the language in which you prefer to listen to this conversation. If you're watching from Umbrella, at the top of the streaming, you will see a menu where you can select the language. It can be either Spanish or English. Then I would kindly request you to double check if you have any meeting requests. Right now, we're having more than 500 meetings happening Umbrella, so we hope that you are one of them and you're making businesses happen and connecting with really interesting people that are attending the conference. Additionally, we also have the virtual booths, and we encourage you to visit them and learn more about what our sponsors are sharing, the new technologies. We have 2 mining companies, Torex Gold and Discovery Metals. We really encourage you to go and learn more about what they're doing in their mining operations. And finally, I am very excited to introduce you to the next panel. This panel would be a very interesting one because we are comparing haulage systems and the technologies that are being used right now for improving the environmental status of the haulage systems in the mining industry, and specifically talking about decarbonization. For that, we have gathered a good panel of experts. We have Mr. Fred Stanford, the chair of Torex Gold Resources, Mr. Jason Green, the President and Chief Technology Officer at GFS Corp. We have Cohen Langi, the Head of Mining Program from ENGIE and the Hydrogen Business Unit of ENGIE. We have André Barriault, the Product Manager of Electric Vehicles at Epiroc, as well as Brian Huff, the VP of Technology at Sandvik. And our moderator is Veronica Martinez. She is the Innovation and Climate Change Senior Program Officer at the International Council on Mining and Metals, better known as the ICMM. We're very excited to have you all in here. And without further ado, I would like to hand over right now the conversation to Veronica.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining today. Thanks, Isabel, for the introduction. And thanks, everyone, for joining today, whatever time it is in your time zone. So as Isabel presented, I'm a Senior Program Officer at ICMM. I lead the innovation and climate change areas. And currently at ICMM, we're leading collaboration across the supply chain to accelerate the development of the new generation of mining fleet, to improve their health, environmental, and safety performance. So it is a great pleasure to be here today with this very interesting panel where companies will share insights on the challenges and opportunities of innovative haulage system for the sector. So, hi, right now I can't see my panel. I don't know if great.
Hey, Veronica.
Yes. Thank you. Just gonna wait for everyone so I can see the faces. I think we're missing Andre. Great, thank you. So Isabel already introduced you a bit, but I think before starting, I'm gonna give you each of you like brief 30 seconds to introduce yourself and specifically maybe mention the role you have in your company thinking in new systems of material transportation for the mining sector. So Fred, can I start with you?
Yes, thank you, Veronica. I'm Fred Stanford, just shy of 40 years in the industry. Started at Inco in Sudbury some close to 40 years ago and spent about 28 years there. And left that operation as the president of the operations, and then moved over to Torex Gold as CEO, and most recently as chairman of the board.
Great,
that's 30
thanks.
seconds.
Thanks. And then Brian, then Andrew, please.
Yeah, my name is Brian Huff. I'm currently the vice president of technology for the Artisan division at Sandvik. I was actually one of the co-founders of Artisan back in 2003. And I'm it's kind of the technical lead for the company. And My expertise is really in battery systems and electric drivetrains. I started working in battery systems for automotive world back in 1994. So it's been 26 years of batteries and motors, and there's been quite a bit of evolution there. Artisan was acquired a couple years ago by Sandvik. Actually, our 2-year anniversary of acquisition, I think, is like today or tomorrow. So we're relatively new to the Sandvik family, and really excited to be a part of it, and pushing this technology forward.
Great, thanks. And Andre?
Yeah, my name is Andre Berrio. I'm a product manager for electric vehicles for Epiroc up here in Canada. I've been with the company about 15 years and was heavily involved in our first foray into battery electric vehicles. It's not quite 10 years ago now, we're getting close. And we've recently launched our second generation of electric vehicles, battery electric vehicles, and really excited to bring the good news and good word about electrification to the rest of the world on behalf of Epiroc.
Great, thanks. And Koen, on your side, and then we'll go to Jason.
Yes, hello everyone. Thanks, Veronica. So from my side, Koen Lengi, part of ENGIE's hydrogen business unit. More specifically, I'm heading up our mining program, where we really targeting the mining sector and looking for different hydrogen solutions that can help them reach their decarbonization targets, which are quite challenging. And probably within the discussion, I'll mention some of these ideas and topics that we're working on.
And finally, Jason. Sorry, Jason, we can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes, perfect.
Sorry about that. So yeah, my name is Jason Green, and I am the president of GFS Corp. And we were founded in 2007 to basically bring dual fuel technologies to high horsepower off-road markets. The team here, our history is converting high horsepower engines used in stationary power generation over to dual fuel diesel natural gas operation. And we saw an opportunity to kind of export some of that knowledge and know-how into the mining market, and we've been doing that since about 2007.
Great, thanks for that brief introduction. And we have a really tight time frame, so let's get right into the discussion. So I'm going to start with the mining companies. And Fred, I know that Torex Gold Resources has been working on a new hauling system for one of your underground operations. Could you please give us more details of the solution design, and how do you see its implementation will impact, the broader, operation of the site? Sorry, Fred, I think you're muted. No, we can hear you now. Okay, maybe I'll jump into, because we do have a tight.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now
Sorry,
we
I
can
couldn't
hear you.
get my mouse to go off the other screen. Okay, so the genesis of this idea started about 30 years ago with a number of us that were working in Inco and Sudbury. And we started to look at an underground mine really as a logistics business. And it was an unusual logistics business in that we created our own product, and we also had to create our own roads. But nonetheless, we moved a lot of material, and it's a business of organizing to move a lot of material. And when we looked at that logistics business, because the machines are wide and tall, they required very big tunnels, which were very expensive to excavate. But on top of that, they, because the machines were so big, they took the whole tunnel. So really, we were operating a logistics business on single lane roads, which is not a very efficient way to run a logistics business. So it was a bit of a backroom project. I could almost call it a weird hobby. We tried to find a way to get 2-lane traffic in a tunnel that is twice the size, or half the size, sorry, shrunk down so it's cheaper. And 30 years of working on it. About 5-6 years ago, we kind of finally figured out the last piece of it, and we started to build the equipment, and we have been successful in creating 2-lane traffic for our haulage systems, regardless of whether it's people or supplies or equipment. We've been successful in also steepening the ramps. So they're 4 times steeper than conventional. And when they're 4 times steeper, they're only 1/4 the length to achieve the same elevation change, which we need in a mine. So we can now make ramps and tunnels at 30 degrees, and our haulage systems run quite efficiently on that. So we use a monorail-based system. So basically we run trains. They can climb at 30 degrees. And the power units are battery electric locomotives, which basically the mine is completely diesel free at that point. And the battery locomotive is perhaps less challenging than some other battery powered systems because our weight to machine ratio, our payload to machine ratio is so much lower. The machine weighs much less than the locomotive. Okay. It has advantages for automation because you're on rails, you don't need to steer. And it also has another advantage from an automation point of view is because it's a cog drive, you can count teeth as you go so you know exactly where you are. The impact of the operations, we expect to be a 30% reduction in capital cost, 30% reduction in operating cost, and well more than 30% reduction in the time it takes to build a mine, basically because the tunnels are so much shorter to achieve elevation change. So that's where we are. We're just finishing up the testing in the next 2 or 3 months, and it's ready to go after a brief 30-year incubation period.
Thanks, Brent. That's very interesting. And now maybe moving into a more of an OEM perspective, I'm gonna give the same question to Brian and Andre, and you can answer separately. You both companies are leaders in terms of commercialization, of development and commercialization of zero emission vehicles now for underground operations. Can we please hear from you? What would you say are the main technical challenges and also commercial challenges when thinking of decarbonizing mining fleets? And what has been your experience? So maybe we can start with Brian, then with Andre.
Yeah, actually, it's from our perspective, we think that the products are really ready for this. And I think that's kind of news to a lot of people in the industry. And that represents what the real challenge is. It's about education and awareness from the customer base that these technologies are available, they're fully capable, and that's really, I think, the biggest challenge. And I, everyone in the mining industry, it's, we've been involved in mining now for the last 12 years, and this industry is full of people who are able to do the impossible. And it makes you think that mining companies are, willing to take on the world and take on any challenge, but reality is they're actually quite conservative. I think there's so much risk in the rest of the business that when there's things that, any additional risk is like too much. And so I think that sort of feeling of fear of the new, coupled with the risks being taken for development of new mines and that kind of thing is really where the challenge is. And so getting example cases out there, business cases that have been successful is really the biggest hurdle. We've had product in the field now for 11 years. We've got more than 50 pieces of equipment that use all our battery systems and driveline systems. And I think that's one of the messages that I'm out there to try to get out there is that this is not a science project. These are not experimental vehicles. This is production equipment that's been going on for over a decade. And the technology is even older than that, right? So we have to kind of fight that perception that this is new, risky, and venturing off into the great unknown. It's not. It's very conventional, very, very capable, more capable than conventional diesel equipment, and it's actually a very easy transition, and it's really more about the education and understanding of what that entails more than anything else.
Thanks, Brian. And Andre, maybe building up on Brian's answer, what would you say that it requires in terms of scaling up the technology and make it available at most sites? What would you say are main technical and commercial challenges there?
Yeah, sort of to echo what Brian said, I think battery capacity has historically always been a big technical hurdle to cross, but I think in the last 10 or 12 years, there have been huge advancements in that field. And that technology is mature to the point now where we can confidently take that underground. I think similar to the automotive industry, range anxiety is much more perceived than it is real. As Brian alluded to, these machines that are going underground now, we've proven time and time again that a BEV can easily do the same process, the same job that its diesel equivalent can do without any sacrifice to productivity. And most of the time you'll see gains there. I think 10 or 12 years ago, you could say it was possible to build an underground loader, an underground battery truck. And now we're to the point where it's not just possible, it's practical. These are practical machines, are a viable solution. Commercially, I think product availability has been a challenge. There are a lot of different shapes and sizes of mining machines out there. And for OEMs to offer an electrified version of all of those has been challenging, but I think we're rounding that corner now. We're seeing much more diverse portfolios in all the OEMs. And I think the next big challenge will be keeping up with demand and just supplying the market with the products we have available.
Great, thanks, Andre. And the good thing about this panel is that we have, the full pack of alternatives for haulage systems. So I'm going to move with to you, Koen. And I know that ENGIE has been working for quite a few years now on, promoting green hydrogen as an energy solution for the mining sector and in general. So what would you say are, its main potential to help mines to decarbonize material movement of operations in particular?
Thanks, Veronica. So I think indeed making the connection with what was mentioned around the battery vehicles, which today, and I fully agree, these are not new technologies. Electric vehicles are coming more and more and in bigger sizes. We are more targeting the very big equipment. So the 300-ton mining haul trucks or very big locomotives moving iron ore, for example. The funny thing, and most people don't know this, but these vehicles today, they already have a fully electrical drivetrain. They just didn't manage to fit sufficient energy on board. And this is why I always like to call it, they put a diesel battery, so they put a diesel genset to generate the electricity that they need to power these vehicles. And I think this is where hydrogen, because of the high energy density that it has, it provides a very nice complementary, and I say complementary because we're not just putting fuel cell with hydrogen, we are combining with the battery technology because there is advantages for both technologies, where the battery gives you a rapid response in terms of power and allows you to do recovery of braking energy. The hydrogen provides you larger autonomy with less volume, and it also allows you for fast refueling of huge quantities of energy. So certainly for these big vehicles, we consider that hydrogen could be a good option. Of course, we are a little bit earlier in the development. So we are working together with one of the mining companies, Anglo American, to have a first proof of concept in South Africa a little bit later this year. And if everything goes well, then we would be rolling out this technology for a full mining site. And from there, we take it the next level and industrialize this solution. Besides this, according to our simulations, we see that the hydrogen variant could become competitive with the diesel variant as soon as 2025. And this TCO, so the total cost of ownership, will only improve going forward, because hydrogen and fuel cell technology in general, they are only at the early stage. So very similar to what we're seeing with batteries, what we have seen with PV. as the manufacturing process of these technologies increases and becomes more and more automated and so on, we will see a significant drop in the costs. And also, of course, let's say surfing on the wave of the renewables that continue to go down, the price of green hydrogen will also continue to reduce as well. So certainly there's an option for a mine to switch to this new technology without having to sacrifice on productivity nor on the cash cost that they would have today. And of course, the good thing is that they will be displacing CO2 emissions as they will stop using diesel as well.
Thanks, Kun. Yeah, and that's very important because mining haul trucks, you know that the haul trucks account for up to 30% of Scope 1 emissions of the mining industry in general. So they're a very important piece if we're thinking, you know, the full decarbonization of the industry. And on that, I think I'm going to move with Jason. And from your experience, how do you see the role of natural gas when thinking of reducing the carbon footprint of mining fleets? And what would you say are the main benefits of using a rather well-known, you know, fuel in the industry? Maybe there's not such a hesitance from the industry, you know, when we say maybe hydrogen or batteries, but natural gas, you know, mining companies are more familiar with it. So what would you say, you know, in terms of, you know, the benefits that this technology can have?
Sure. Well, just as a bit of background, so what our company does is we also focus on large haul trucks. Typically, we're focused just because you need a lot of fuel consumption to drive savings. So we're typically focused on haul trucks above 100 tons. Most of the trucks that we focus on are in the 200 to 320 ton size range. Our company has a technology that allows you to use natural gas in these haul trucks, and we store that gas on board the trucks in the form of LNG, or liquid natural gas. So we got to liquefy the gas to basically get the energy density to a point where we can replace an appreciable amount of the diesel fuel with the natural gas. I will say that out of all the things that are being discussed on this panel, I would say that natural gas is probably the least sexy decarbonization tool out there. I think that obviously we see the future, clearly the future is going to be energy storage. That's where this is going. And I think the way that our company looks at it, the way that more importantly, some of our customers look at it, is they really see LNG in mining as kind of a bridge technology. I think the advantage that natural gas has right now is that it's available, although LNG, when we first started this business, was not widely available. It's a lot more available now in a lot of locations. And I think that most of our customers are looking at LNG as a way to make a real impact on carbon output. Obviously, it's if we can replace 30 to 50% of the haul truck's fuel requirement with natural gas, that is not like swapping out hydrogen or batteries, where we're supplying a zero carbon fuel. We're not. Natural gas is a lot cleaner. It offers some real benefits, and therefore, I think our customers, again, they're seeing it as a way to do something now. And you know, and to be candid, I think most of our customers are looking to kind of balance the what we can do on carbon reduction, as well as can we save some money switching over to this fuel, which depending on where you are in the world and how far the LNG has to be transported to the mine, it can be a less expensive fuel compared to diesel fuel. So that's really kind of the story of LNG, natural gas generally. It's got a role to play, and you know, we do see where these energy storage technologies definitely are going to be the future for the OEMs. I think that's going to come on fairly rapidly. I guess where we're kind of looking, someone mentioned earlier, you know, mining companies are conservative. It takes them a long time to kind of embrace new technologies, and there will be a legacy fleet of these diesel-powered haul trucks out there for probably quite a while. And I think that's really where we're going to be focused on. And a lot of our customers do seem to feel like natural gas can play a role in maybe a portfolio of technologies that allow them to decarbonize.
Great, thanks, Jason, on that. And I'm gonna move back to Fred, and when you're explaining, the project of Torex Gold Resources, we see that you finally came up with a full electric design, and it seems that electrification of mines is a trend in the industry, and in your experience, from this 30-year project that you've been working on, how do you see the impact of such technologies when thinking about the full electric mine in the way that future mines will be designed? You were talking about ramps, etc. That's a new concept of mine. Do you see this being applicable across the industry, or more of a niche trend to maybe smaller size mines, or some commodity specific? Or do you think this is a trend that is here to stay?
Well, with this technology, it's designed for hard rock mines. The size of the mine doesn't matter, because in our ramps we have at least 2-lane traffic. We can move a lot of material because 1 train or 3 trains can be going uphill while 3 trains are coming downhill, and there's no conflict the way there is with rubber-tired vehicles. So it doesn't matter to that. The ability to run at 30 degrees is particularly useful at those flat-lying ore bodies, which are particularly difficult to mine. If they're 30 degrees, 25 degrees, 40 degrees, it's kind of a miserable angle to mine. The rock doesn't fall at 40 degrees. The angle of repose tends to be closer to 65 or 70. So it works on anything. As long as we drill and blast, I don't think I would put it into a block cave mine where you don't control the fragmentation of the material. But any mine where you drill and blast, it works just fine. Like it's a haulage system, but it's an efficient haulage system because it's 2-lane traffic in a small tunnel, which is much cheaper. It's electric, which drops your ventilation needs. And the ramps are steep, and if you backhaul your backfill material, it generates a lot of electricity of its own. So we're looking at one mine design where we lift ore out of the mine with the train, and we bring cemented rockfill back underground with the same train, and it generates 90% of the energy coming downhill that it used going uphill. So it's not quite a perpetual motion machine, but it's not bad. So I don't, if you can reduce the cost by 30%, you can reduce the time to make it. I don't have a hard time understanding. Once the first one's built, like everybody said, miners are conservative. Everybody wants to be second. So once we get the first one built, then I think it changes the industry completely.
And Fred, just a follow-up question. What are your timeframes in terms of implementation? When do you think we will be, seeing this system implemented?
So we're testing it underground now. In sort of a side testing all the components, and we've had to design the machines and build the machines and test them and refine them and all that stuff. We've done all of that. We're now at the stage where we're testing for rates. How fast can we excavate a tunnel using this equipment? Because the tunneling equipment works off the monorail as well. How fast can we excavate from a stope with the way we do it? We should have that pretty much finalized by the end of this quarter, so by the end of March. Torex is doing a feasibility study now, which should be concluded in the end of March next year, where we're comparing the two technologies, the cost benefits, and of course, there's always a sense of concern with something new. And so we'll do a very, very thorough risk assessment of all the different processes in the mine to understand where the risks are and are they mitigatable or not. So that's sort of within Torex. It has a decision to make within about a year. And outside of that, there's a number of other companies that are looking at it as well. And they could easily be in play before Torex is, just because our next mine is a year before we start getting actively into that decision.
Thanks, Fred. And going back to the OEMs here, Epiroc and Sandvik, you before mentioned a little bit about, like maybe education or awareness of the customer. And I think that answers a little bit my question, but maybe we can get a little bit deep on that. How would you describe, the adoption readiness of mining companies when presenting, the opportunity to incorporate zero emission vehicles? We hear a lot about the benefits, less ventilation, less heat, even operators seem to find the vehicles more comfortable to operate. Maybe they can be even increased productivity. But what do you think is missing for this to become the new business as usual? We usually say that mines of the futures are designed with the technology of the past. So how do you think mining companies, or what it needs for mining companies to start thinking that this technology is here right now and it can be used for any, maybe greenfield project or things like that. And also I know both companies have not only have innovated into the equipment, the technology, but also into the business model. These technologies usually are more intensive in CapEx and maybe lower in OpEx. And I know both companies have worked, with the battery as a service, which I think it's very interesting I think it's an interesting approach also to overcome some of the non-technical, challenges of this. So what do you think it's needed for this to become the new normal, Maybe Andre first and then Brian?
Yeah, sure. I think as Brian alluded to, the management of change is a huge issue. There's a lot of time and effort going into making sure the implementation of a new fleet is very safe. We've been working with customers very, very closely. The mining companies that have committed to going emissions free and are committed and have a transition ongoing, they're very keen. They're very educated. They know what they want. They're working very closely with OEMs to make sure that transition is very safe and smooth. And I'm very confident we'll have long-term success there. Battery safety is being put under a microscope, and as well it should. One of the things that we really need to help these companies with is implementation and making sure with batteries as a service, what we ensure is that the mining company doesn't have to be the expert. We can be the expert. We can be the stepping stone while you're there and help you do that transition. You're not alone. I think it's not hard to see, like we see a lot of mining companies that will be implementing this, and we're very confident that it'll have a smooth transition. And there are a lot of other mining companies that are asking all the same questions, but they're kind of taking a we'll look and see, we'll wait and see approach. And once we have a few customers that have successful implementations that we're very confident will happen, we just need a few success stories to happen, and all these looky-loos. This is going to generate a lot of consumer confidence. And I think then you'll see a snowball effect where you'll see the true shift towards zero emissions.
Great. And Brian, on that?
Yeah, I think, as this management of change, it applies to more than just the technical aspects and the operations. It's also kind of the financial aspect, right? Mining companies are used to an operating cost for fuel. They're not used to shifting that to a more of a capital cost. And so this battery as a service program is really geared toward fitting within the conventional financial infrastructure of the business, right? Because in reality, there's a significant cost savings just on the machine itself over the total life of the product, right? So if you look at the fuel cost, maintenance costs, spare parts, rebuilding engines, rebuilding transmissions, transmission fluids, filters, all that stuff. If you put all that together and look at the total cost for a battery machine versus a diesel machine, the battery machine is actually lower cost than the single-digit percentages at the moment, but of course that's going to be changing as well. So, and that's not even considering the ventilation savings and everything else. And so, but doing that math is tough, right? And so doing the battery as a service allows it to fit in the same model. This is now truly an operating expense. It's not a lease program, although you can do a lease program if that's something that they prefer. But we're just trying to fit into these traditional cost models to make that work. Another big part, talking about customer readiness, and I think one of the key innovations that Sandvik is really focused on is minimizing infrastructure changes for the customer. So, our batteries, and this was talked about some of the others as well, right? Fuel cells are really about the ability to refuel quickly. Our strategy in Epiroc as well is to swap batteries. That can be done really, really quickly And so you can get a full charge, another 4 hours of runtime, maybe more, depending on the operation, but you can get another change in batteries in less than 10 minutes. And our new system is less than 5 minutes. And so you really have very, very minimal downtime, and the batteries can be recharged before the machine needs them again. And one of our key innovations is that the machine swaps its own batteries. So you can actually bring a battery with you to a remote location, work half a shift on one battery, swap batteries right in the stope, you with a second battery, finish your shift. So there's really no change in operation, no change in infrastructure. You don't need cranes, you don't need anything else. So it's really kind of a simple transition. And that's kind of the message we're trying to get out, is that this can be implemented right now. No reason to wait.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, it seems like the industry needs more real case studies that we can all learn from. It's something that I've been hearing from mining companies. Like, we need real data, we need something, the real numbers, so we can get that into. So hopefully those experience will come soon. And Koen, I want to ask you a little bit more general speaking, because you're more of an integrator and a solution provider, in general. What do you think it's necessary to enable mines to adopt zero emission technologies in general? I know we're not talking about decarbonization of vehicles, but we understand, at least we and ICMM, we have seen that, of course, that it doesn't matter to only worry about tailpipe emission. We need to decarbonize the whole system. That includes the power supply, etc. So you not only the truck or whatever equipment is, but you need the whole full enabling environment. And I think you can give us that perspective of a little bit outside the mine and the fleet. And what do you think it's needed to enable, as I said, mines for zero emission technologies in general?
Yeah, certainly. And I think already some great points have been mentioned by Brian and Andrea. So clearly there's the change management and the awareness. And most mines, we have seen impressive change in the sustainability targets that they have put and their, let's say, mission and vision. So this helps. Clearly there is the financial change, as Brian alluded to. We should not look at a fuel cost anymore. We should really look at a TCO, at total cost of ownership, and really at a system play for the mines. And this goes beyond swapping diesel with batteries or hydrogen for a truck. It might actually be, and I love the example from Fred, that we are going to change completely how we extract the minerals, right? So I think the system play and daring to look out of the box is key. This is not always easy because the miners, of course, they're used to a way of working and they have a lot of pressure on the productivity and delivering on this side. But we see a trend more and more going in this direction, mostly because from the top management, they have this push. And even more importantly, from their investors, there's also the push to decarbonize their operations. I think beyond this, also just to underline the safety aspect, this is key. If we can show them that it's safe and that the right norms and standards are in place, this will certainly enable them to adopt these technologies sooner. This is one of the key areas that we are working on within ENGIE for the hydrogen. And besides this, I think there is making the connection as well with the end usage of these minerals. We always like to say at ENGIE that mining these days is really at the center of the energy transition. I think the more and more people realize this and the miners themselves realize this and connect with their end customers to really try and close the loop. Just to give an example, if you are extracting, let's say, bauxite to make aluminium, to make an electric vehicle and so on, we really need to close this loop and make sure that the customers and everybody in this value chain is fully aware with what they call the life cycle assessment of these minerals. And I think this customer-driven approach will certainly enable the miners to adopt some of the technologies quicker as well. And of course, there is always policy. So if they get some guidelines from the countries where they're active and so on, this will certainly support. But yeah, I think the awareness and the change management coming from the top and connecting with the customers is key. And of course, they have to open up, and this is happening. And we have to go to more and more open collaborative platforms to accelerate. And this is where, as some of the examples that were given, miners are getting together with the OEMs, with technology providers, with integrators such as ourselves, really to accelerate, to find a solution. Where technology used to take a lot of time, today the technological cycles are very short. And if we work together, we can really leverage on this evolution.
Great, thanks, Koen. And I think also it's important, at least from your perspective, especially when you have, isolated mines, that you can design, the full system to run, renewable sources and offer, the full solution to mines that are not connected to the grid, right?
Yeah, certainly. And the mines that are not remote, some of the things that we're looking as well is how can they benefit from other industries, other, let's say, consumers that are around them and vice versa. So really the system play is becoming more and more important as well.
Yeah, definitely. We need to start finding those synergies across sectors. And Jason, let me get back to you. So how would you describe the response you get from mining companies, in terms of, I know that mining companies are not always willing to maybe do retrofits into their equipment. And do you see any major concern in terms of doing this, even when you consider, the benefits you were mentioning, LNG as a bridge technology, and probably for some companies that they want to do, like start getting into some action right now, this could be a very interesting alternative. So, but do you see any, like, in terms of willingness, are they willing to start doing the retrofit? Because we're talking about the large mining haul trucks. So what's your feeling on that?
Yeah, so a lot of this from the customer's perspective is driven by risk management, and they have to know that there isn't, number one, there's not a safety risk. That was probably our single biggest hurdle in getting this technology off the ground with miners, because as everyone who's listening to this knows, safety comes first. And certainly bringing in a new fuel, especially a cryogenic sort of technical fuel like LNG, early in the process, we had a lot of challenges around making sure that we were mitigating all the risks that they perceived and getting past that process to actually get to pilot projects and commercial projects. And then just as big or almost as big is the perception of production risk. In other words, in what way can adopting this fuel somehow risk their production? And I think that when we first launched the business, we probably spent about 80% of our time really taking deep dives with our customers on safety issues, because it was brand new. I think that over the past, say, 5 to 7 years, LNG has become much more well-known. The technology around it, the fuel storage systems has really matured a lot. So I think the perception of risk has really decreased. We still talk about safety, but I would say for most of our discussions with our mining customers, we spend maybe now 20% of the time really just talking purely about the safety aspects. That's almost kind of a given now. And now we get more into issues of production risk. And really what that comes down to is how does bringing LNG into a large mining operation with large haul vehicles, how does that change their world? How many more, do they have to refuel more often than they used to on diesel fuel? Any of these things, when we're building out our financial models of what a project looks like, it's something we have to take into account. The truck has to fuel one more time in a 24-hour cycle. That's a significant impact on production and production cost. So those are probably the two biggest hurdles that we have to get past. The first one, like I said, it's kind of when we first started the business, we were the ones that were kind of coming in and introducing LNG as a potential fuel to our mining customers. And now we get calls, every day from mining companies all over the world. They've already made the decision that they'd like to investigate the possibility of using LNG. And now it's really just about, how do you do it? How do you execute that? What infrastructure needs to come along with our conversion technology for the trucks to allow you to store it at site, dispense it at site, and so forth. And then I think probably the only other, because we're a retrofit technology, one of the things that we have to always be aware of in our projects is that for haul trucks that are outside the OEM warranty period, it's a pretty easy lift to get those trucks converted. If it's a mine that's got some newer trucks or a brand new mine and all the haul trucks have just been supplied by the OEM, you get into these warranty issues where understandably OEMs are going to be concerned about anyone kind of sort of fiddling with their trucks with this type of technology. So I would say that's probably been one of the other barriers from the customer's perspective is, again, it gets back to risk, is doing something that would potentially void OEM warranties. But by and large, most of our customers are not running around with brand new haul trucks. So the warranty has not been too big of an issue.
Great. Thanks, Jason. So I see that we don't have much time left, but before we finish, I wanted to, just ask an open question and to any of you, or maybe all of you, I don't know. Some of you mentioned it during your answers, but considering how expectations from investors, customers, and I would say even society in general have increased in terms of climate action, not only setting targets but climate action from companies. How do you think the industry, and when I say industry, I mean mining companies and suppliers, the whole value chain, can accelerate the development, and both the development and the uptake of innovative haulage systems? So how do you think this, increasing pressure is, maybe accelerating the pace at which mining companies and suppliers are adopting and developing technology? And what else is needed? You could mention a little about, collaboration. What else is needed? Do we need more resources, capital allocation? What do you think? Awareness, Brian mentioned, education. What do you think it's needed to, as I said before, hauling represent a large part of the, the emissions from the mining sector. So if we don't tackle hauling, probably we won't achieve the full decarbonization of the industry. So this is an open question. I don't know who wants to start. Just go ahead.
It's Fred here. I'll take a quick start, having worked with investors for many years, and they too are very, very nervous about change. It's not just the management, the investors, and like when we built our project, we put two very innovative pieces of technology into the mine we have now. And as the CEO at the time, I did 4 years of getting beaten up by investors for including this in the design, and then we knew it was the right thing to do. We did it, and it worked fine. But there was significant reductions because these people are held to account, maybe now more ESG, but back then they're also held account to their financial performance. And so if you're taking this risk and it doesn't work, they don't get their financial performance, and they're accountable for that. And so in that model, and that's what I like about ours, is that the financial benefit of 30% of capital reduction and 30% of operating cost reduction, which is really quite straightforward because the mine is very much simpler, and 30 plus reduction in the time between capital investment and revenue. When the number is that meaningful, then the financial risk to the investor drops quite significantly. If the financial numbers are quite close, then they too like to be second. But when there's a big gap, then I think you'll have more people willing to take a chance on it.
Maybe I could jump on top of that one there, because I totally agree with what you're saying there, Fred. And I almost hesitate to say this because in general, I'm not a real fan of regulation, but maybe the government needs to take the choice out of your hands. It's kind of like for your own good, right? Everyone knows, there's all these case studies showing that there's a financial benefit to this. There's a health benefit to this. There's a productivity benefit to this. It's good for everyone, but that risk is the major barrier. And you as a CEO is taking it all on yourself. If you could go to your investors and say, you know what, government says we have to, guys, we have to, right? Then they'll do it, and actually everyone will benefit from it. It's one of the few times that I would say that kind of government regulation actually is beneficial. But like I think about the mine ventilation regulations in Canada, where it's dictated by installed horsepower and things like that. It's not ideal. It's really not appropriate, because it should be based more on like a CANMET type analysis. But that financial factor makes it very clear and makes it easier for those Canadian mining companies to make this decision. And so in that case, like, I don't want them to change and really make these regulations more accurate or appropriate. It needs to be hard to do diesel, because you really have to start asking that question. When you're starting a new mine right now, everyone says, well, should we go battery? And it's really like, should we do diesel? You got to start asking the opposite question. Justify why diesel is a good business case. You won't, right? So that's kind of my take. It's really maybe a little unpopular choice, but I think that the OEM or mine companies have to have an excuse for why they're making this decision. And they need to say that the risk is actually something they have to do.
Thanks, Brian. And Andre, Jason, Koen, something on that?
What I see as well is I see some of the major players are making that commitment. The being socially responsible is now, it's not just a corporate slogan. For a lot of, it's a true core value. And now more than ever, being innovative and being socially responsible does not mean that you can't be profitable, and does not mean that you can't be, you have to lose productivity. They go hand in hand now. They don't have to exclude one another. At Epiroc, our slogan is dare to think new, our vision, dare to think new. And we encourage our customers and everybody else in the industry to do the same. Go ahead, challenge us as OEMs. That's how we all move forward in the business.
Thanks.
I would say from our perspective, we have seen a significant change. I'll kind of mirror what the gentleman just said. When we first launched our business, when we were giving one of these pitches to a room full of senior management at a large mine, there might be one guy in the room that was interested in the emissions angle on this, or no guys in the room. And frankly, if we even brought up the idea of lowering emissions, we would get a bunch of eye rolls. Like, nobody wanted to hear that. We're miners, we don't care about that stuff. But now, I mean, when we go to have these meetings, everyone in the room is interested in this. Everyone knows they've got to do something. They know they got to improve the emissions picture. So we've really seen a real change. And we don't think this is not greenwashing anymore. This is, people are legitimately looking for ways to lower their emissions. From our perspective, we really always want our technology to be something that it's not pushed, it's pulled. We want to show them that there's value there, let them internalize that, let them do their own internal studies and say, yes, this is something that we want. And then we provide the solution. But I will say that, especially when you're dealing with the larger global mining companies, I think they are really on board with this. Granted, they're risk averse, they have their process, they're slow. But I think we're kind of on the cusp of seeing some real change over the next couple of years with all the large mining companies.
So the question I have is that choice due to regulation, like emissions regulation, or is it truly because they think it's the right thing to do? I mean, in our experience, they will choose the right thing to do if it doesn't cost them more money. And so we're all about creating that equal business opportunity and a cost benefit. And in some cases, the ventilation regulations from the government are actually what are defining the financial benefit for these things, right? The fact that you have to spend the money on ventilation and ventilation power because of the regulation means that there's a real financial benefit on that side. Yeah. Are they really doing it just to be green?
If I could comment, as an executive who hasn't spent a lot of time, spent so much time on this new technology, that I haven't spent a lot of time looking at existing battery technology for rubber tired fleets. But I would say as an executive, my perception is that battery gear is more expensive by about 25%. That's my uninformed perception. So this total ownership cost, I can't remember what the 3 letters were I heard earlier. That message hasn't gotten through to me. I don't know that I've ever seen a number that had that in it. I have seen numbers that say it's 25% more expensive to run battery gear. So
I can elaborate on that a little. It's more expensive up front.
Yeah.
But the parts cost, like our electric motors and driveline systems and everything, and the brakes even, last the life of the machine. There's no transmission, there's no midlife rebuild. The cells are the only consumable, right? Cells have to be replaced after 3 to 5 years, kind of depending upon the usage. So there is that's a consumable that is dramatically offset by the savings on diesel fuel. So total cost of ownership is positive, not even including ventilation savings. So yeah, it's just, but it is an upfront capital increase, at least in the near term, because of the new technology, volumes, and all that kind of stuff. But of course, that'll also be decreasing over time.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, and just, an example of what we've been discussing now, and how we need to, as an industry, raise more awareness, more case studies that you can actually see the new equipment operating, the full benefits of it. And Isabel, I don't think we have any time for Q&A from the audience, but right?
We have 5 minutes. Actually, there's one very nice question. Were you able to see it?
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
so
go for it.
I see it here. It's from Paul Harris. It's open question. What about decarbonizing open pit fleets? So we discussed a little bit on this. I know 200, 300 tons haul trucks. Is the challenge the higher payload in terms of? I think the question is whether it's the higher payload in terms of the energy required, or maybe the power required. I don't know, maybe Jason or Koen, you have more experience on the open pit.
Well, yeah, just briefly from our standpoint, I think maybe that's more directed at some of the energy storage technologies. But as far as our technology is concerned, we're working with the existing prime mover. So whatever that truck is capable of doing on diesel, it can do on dual fuel. Our challenge is getting enough of the LNG on board one of these large haul trucks to make a meaningful dent in the overall diesel consumption. And although the trucks are very, very large, and that sounds like it should be an easy thing, there's not a lot of free space available. So we have to get pretty creative in terms of how we get the LNG on board. And the LNG does not have the same energy density as diesel fuel. It's actually significantly less, and it's also has to be stored in a cylinder. So you can't be creative in terms of a conformal tank design. So those are kind of really our challenges, but I'll let someone else speak to the energy storage challenges.
I'll comment real quick. Sandvik's not into surface haulage equipment, but it's not a technical hurdle from our standpoint. I think the only small detractor for the open pit fleet is that you lose a little bit of the more obvious financial benefit, because there's no ventilation requirements for open pit. But it would, I would argue, very, very, very good business case for a TCO improvement, offsetting diesel cost alone on a battery operated fleet. And if you can do trolley in an open pit, things like that, you could potentially see long-term savings from a performance standpoint and that kind of thing. But yeah, I think it's definitely scalable. You just don't have that compounding benefit of ventilation savings.
Yeah, maybe also what you were talking about regulation, maybe, carbon taxes in certain jurisdictions can help with that, with a stronger business case, maybe. Koen, any thoughts about it? You having worked on this hydrogen truck, probably same challenges that Jason was mentioning in terms of, the design of a truck. You need, different kind of storage, have to a little bit redesign the truck, right?
Yeah, indeed. So you have to deal with an existing truck platform. which again, it's electric drivetrain, but there's still some mechanical system attached to the diesel genset. So this is a challenge, but there's nothing really that can be overcome with the technology we have today. The thing about open pit is that generally they're going for very large trucks. So you have to scale up the battery system, the fuel cell system, which comes with, let's say, thermal challenges, integration challenges. But again, nothing that we cannot overcome, but somebody has to do it first, and then based on the experience and making sure everything is safe as well, we can then scale up the solution. I think probably for the open pit as well, you want to keep as much flexibility as possible in the operations, simply of how these kind of open pit mines are operated versus the underground mines. I'm not the mining expert, but in our exchanges with some of the mining companies, the flexibility of the power system for these trucks is key within the open pits as well.
Great. So I think we're on time. So thank you so much to our panelists today. And I think we have a great set of insights based on real experience from you. And mining is a very heterogeneous, business. And it's good to see that probably we have a good set of, solutions out there, and there won't be like one size fit all for everyone. So thank you so much. And back to you, Isabel. And good night on my side.
Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you, Veronica. Thank you to all of the panelists. It was indeed a very interesting conversation. Thank you so much for your time. We're very honored to have you here. And we kindly invite you to go back to Brela, continue watching the rest of the program. We are now very happy to present a panel about Newmont's mine in Mexico called Peñasquito. So this could be a very interesting panel for you. Thank you so much for being here and for everything. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks all. Nice to meet you.
Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you too. Bye-bye. Excellent. So now I am very glad to present to you the next panel that we have in the schedule. For this particular panel, we will have some of the speakers speaking in Spanish and some of the speakers speaking in English. So for the speakers, I would kindly ask you that you, on the bottom menu of your Zoom, make sure that you select the language in which you want to listen to the panel. It can be either Spanish or English, and you can hear the translation simultaneously. And for the people on Brela, we will kindly also to request you to make sure that you are on the right language channel that you want to listen to the conversation. So without further ado, I am very honored to present to you our panelist today is composed by Peter Hughes Hallett. He's a country manager in Mexico at Newmont. Mr. Bernard Wessels, he's the general mine manager of Peñasquito at Newmont too. Mr. Juan Renaud, he's the human resources manager in Mexico at Newmont. And Ms. Doris Vega, she's a communication and institutional relations manager at Newmont. As a moderator, we have Karen Flores. She's the Director General of the Mining Chamber of Mexico, better known as the CAMIMEX. And well, we're very happy to have you here, Karen. I'll let you take over.
Muchas gracias Isabel y muchas gracias a Mexico Mining Forum por la invitación a moderar este panel. Quiero decirles que estoy muy contenta de saludar a toda la audiencia y pues de estar en este evento que demuestra pues una vez más otro ejemplo que los mineros seguimos trabajando y adaptándonos a la nueva normalidad que el día de hoy enfrentamos como humanidad y como industria. Bien, pues así voy a tener el honor de coordinar, de moderar el día de hoy un panel con una de las empresas agremiadas a la Cámara Minera de México, que vale la pena resaltar que nosotros en la Cámara hemos sido muy enfáticos en decir que la minería que opera hoy en México es una minería moderna, es una minería altamente tecnificada, responsable, receptiva con las comunidades, con el medio ambiente, y Newmont, siendo el líder productor de oro mundial, opera en México la mina Peñasquito.
We lost Karen for a second. Let's wait just 1 minute to see if she can make it back. Just 1 minute.
Lo siento, creo que hubo un problema de conexión. Estoy de vuelta. Comentaba, para no abusar del tiempo de la audiencia, perdón, que el día de hoy vamos a tener...
Ok, estamos en espera unos minutos para que pueda regresar Karen. We are waiting for Karen just a few minutes, and don't worry, we will have enough time so we can cover everything.
Estoy aquí. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Lista.
Ok, ¿me escucho bien?
Sí.
Muy bien, gracias, Peter. Una disculpa, justamente de esta nueva normalidad que hablamos. Viéndonos en nuestro panel, y como comentaba hace unos momentos, Newmont, al operar una de las minas de oro más importantes para el país, quisiera yo preguntar e iniciar con Peter. Peter, siendo tú el country manager en Newmont, ¿qué nos puedes hablar? Comentarnos un poco más a detalle la perspectiva de la empresa en cuanto a las iniciativas en materia ambiental, social y de gobernanza ESG aplicadas en México.
Karen, muchísimas gracias. ¿Me escuchan bien, Isabel? Sí, perfecto. Entonces, muchas gracias, Karen. Es un enorme agrado coincidir contigo nuevamente y con Isabel, y más en un evento tan importante para la industria minera en México. Y ya que en realidad nosotros como empresa tenemos alrededor un poco más de un año de estar aquí en México, solo quisiera tomar un minuto de su tiempo para platicarles de nuestra compañía. Newmont es la compañía productora oro líder a nivel mundial y también producimos plata, cobre, zinc y plomo. Nuestro portafolio de operaciones, prospectos y talento está anclado en jurisdicciones favorables, así como México, pero operamos en Norteamérica, en Sudamérica, en Australia y en África. Somos la única empresa productora de oro que ha sido listada en el índice Standard & Poor's 500 y somos ampliamente reconocidas por nuestros principios ambientales, sociales y de gobernanza, que en realidad es el tema que nos trae hoy aquí. Fuimos fundados en 1921 y desde 1925 nosotros estamos en la Bolsa de Valores. Tenemos las reservas de oro más grandes de la industria, sobre 94 millones de onzas oro y 65 millones de onzas adicionales de oro equivalente, una producción estable en los próximos 9 años de más de 6 millones de onzas oro y más de 1 millón de onzas de oro equivalente, y tenemos estándares y un sistema de gobernanza sólido. Nuestro desempeño social, ambiental y en derechos humanos es reconocido mundialmente. Y para responder directamente tu pregunta, Karen, quisiera platicar con algunos datos sobre nuestro compromiso en cuanto a la estrategia ambiente, social y gobernanza, ESG por sus siglas en inglés, que es el motivo de nuestra presentación, y te puedo comentar. En cuanto a gobernanza, dentro de la compañía nosotros contamos con equipos que garantizan que en las operaciones nosotros cumplamos con nuestras políticas y estándares. Dentro de esas políticas, te puedo comentar que nosotros tenemos un código de conducta que establece públicamente los altos estándares de conducta que esperamos de todos nuestros empleados, ejecutivos, directores de nuestra cadena de suministro y también contratistas. Tenemos políticas de integridad de negocio, relacionamiento con nuestras comunidades, y también de estas políticas, Karen, se derivan algunos estándares específicos. Por motivos de tiempo, te puedo mencionar que nosotros en la compañía, en cuanto a nuestro sistema de estándares, contamos con estándares en derechos humanos, estándares en emisiones a la atmósfera, estándares de protección a la biodiversidad, estándares de cierre, de inversión comunitaria, de manejo de recursos culturales, de acceso a tierras, de línea de base social y ambiental, y podría continuar la lista. Pero por el tiempo te resumo que tenemos más de 25 estándares que nos permiten tener claridad y responsabilidad en cómo debemos operar como compañía. Gracias a estos estándares, nosotros en Newmont fuimos la primera compañía en ser incluida en el índice de sustentabilidad del Dow Jones. De acuerdo con el Standard & Poor's 500, somos la segunda compañía más transparente. Nos hemos enfocado, Karen, en crear valor mejorar vidas, mejorar nuestros márgenes, reservas, recursos, y creemos firmemente en nuestro compromiso ambiental y con liderar con el ejemplo. Y estaba escuchando atentamente la presentación que se tenía antes de nuestra participación, donde se mencionaba por qué lo hacen las empresas, por qué hacen algunas de las actividades o las acciones por las cuales se comprometen. Nosotros lo hacemos, Karen, porque creemos en lo que es la temática social, la temática ambiental y la temática de gobernanza. Tenemos ejemplos claros y firmes. Por ejemplo, nos hemos comprometido a nivel global en reducir nuestras emisiones de gases invernadero en 30% para el año 2030, con una meta final de convertirnos en una empresa con 0 emisiones para el año 2050. ¿Cómo lo vamos a hacer? Pues como parte de este compromiso, nosotros vamos a invertir $500 millones en iniciativas en todas nuestras operaciones para reducir emisiones en nuestras unidades en los próximos 5 años. Nuestra estrategia es integrada en los temas ambientales, sociales y de gobernanza. Y hoy tenemos en este foro, como podrás ver, un equipo multidisciplinario porque creemos que el tema ambiental, social y de gobernanza es multidisciplinario. Y por eso hemos traído aquí a todo el equipo que está con nosotros, y dado que los tenemos y son más participantes, Karen, termino aquí esta intervención. Y muchísimas gracias por la pregunta.
Muchas gracias, Peter. Sin duda, todo un ejemplo que suma a la industria minera en México, que justamente hemos comentado ya previamente, y como dijiste en los paneles previos, en el de la mañana, pues las empresas mineras en México aplican altos estándares, no solamente cumpliendo con la robusta normatividad nacional, sino también con estándares internacionales, como los que bien nos comentaste ahorita, Peter, así como pudimos escuchar en la mañana algunos otros como TSM, hacia una minería sustentable, de la Asociación de Minería de Canadá, entre muchos otros más. Y bien, I'm going to switch to English now to ask Bernard. Bernard, I would like to ask you, Peñasquito is one of the most important mines in Mexico and in the world. Where Peñasquito is located, how's the operation, and how did you manage to operate during these difficult times of the pandemic?
Thank you. I just want to check if you can hear me. Gracias. So firstly, just a little bit about Newmont, and I was struggling with audio, so I want to give some quick overview on Newmont. As probably Peter said, we are the leading gold mining company and producer of copper, silver, zinc, and lead. The company has got a world-class portfolio of assets, prospects, and talent, and is anchored in favorable mining jurisdictions in North America, South America, Australia, and Africa. And probably you saw yesterday a release, we've got the top gold reserves in the world. So certainly positioned for future production. Probably a little bit closer to home, Peñasquito is an open pit polymetallic mine located in the north central Mexico in the municipality of Mazapil in the state of Zacatecas. We've got 2 pits, Peñasco and Chile, Colorado, where through leaching and flotation processes, we produce gold, silver, lead, zinc, and concentrates. Our area of direct influence is made up of 25 communities, neighboring the operation, made up of 5,445 inhabitants and 1,365 homes, distributed in 3 municipalities in Zacatecas, Mazapil, Melcor, Ocampo, and Concepcion del Oro. Our demographics consist of 2,899 direct employees, 1,009 contractor employees, and important to note that 76% of our unionized workers are actually from the state of Zacatecas. 1,300 local, national, and international suppliers. So as you can see, a significant operation. To your question, the pandemic has obviously caught us all off guard. But at Peñasquito, we were quick to react. I think responsibly, we took the mine into care and maintenance, get our strategy in order, and then we opened the mine responsibly. Some of the things that we have put in place as preventative measures included PCR and serologic testing. Until today, and just to put it in numbers, we have tested close to 100,000 rapid tests. 23,000 of those were Abbott tests and close to 3,000 PCR tests. So you can see 123 to 124,000 tests up to date. So a lot of our effort is to make sure we keep our camp clean, we don't get infections in camp. Other measures, similar as you will have in industry, we've got temperature monitoring on entrance. automation, on digitization on our questionnaires, so people don't need to touch pens over and over again. We've got it obligatory to use face masks all around our site. Social distancing is part of it, hand washing, use of gel, installation of sanitation equipment is all over, offices, corridors, etc., etc. And an important point for us was to see that we reduce the amount of people on site. Therefore, you know, we had a look at what is critical people on site, and the others are actually working from home. And that's with the rest of the industry, certainly that have opened up a lot of opportunity for us. In the camp, we changed rooms to only one person per room. That was a significant effort. If you think about our camp actually had rooms of 4 and 5 and 6 people. Now we only allow one person at any point in time. Our flights, our buses, all of this was brought to 50% so that we can have social distancing on that. So, you know, a lot of effort from this team at Penasquito, and really proud of them. You know, we were also recognized in just yesterday or on Monday by the Sanitary Safety Badge by the Mexican Institute of Social Security for our safety protocols to prevent and disrupt the spread of the SARS-CoV virus. So very proud that we received that, and you will see that probably in the media. So that's sort of on site, but I need to also comment about what our company has done. On the global, we created a global fund of $20 million, which certainly Penasquito and communities have benefited from. And that was really in order to support the vulnerable local groups, governments, and employees during these critical times caused by this COVID-19 pandemic. At Penasquito specifically and our communities, through the Global Community Support Fund, we have allocated over $1 million to help 3,000 families, 36 communities, neighboring operations, and 25 local health institutions. Again, I'm an engineer, so I like statistics. Here's the statistics. The fund, we help to deliver to communities close to 300,000 face masks up to now, 8,500 basic cleaning kits, 6,100 food packages, 3,000 cleaning kits to families, 4,000 basic level distance education books, and so forth. To health agencies, 2,000 Tyvek suits, those coveralls that they use in the hospitals, close to 1,000 boxes of disposable gloves, 7,000 K95 masks, and so forth and so forth. So real big effort from us as a player in this in Mexico as well as in these communities to support them through this. You know, one other big number, just to put it in perspective, 11,000 liters of alcohol gel has been distributed. So from our perspective, we are really doing everything in our power to help these hospitals, to help our communities, to help our people to go through this pandemic and get out stronger on the other side. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Bernard. And I'm pretty sure you are doing everything that is in your hands. And I think all in the mining industry, and of course, Newmont is part of this big mining family in Mexico. We could be very proud of all the actions that the mining industry has taken toward these pandemic times. Y pues bien, muy bien, voy a cambiar ahora a español. Quisiera adentrarme un poco más en la parte de la estrategia justamente de ESG que realiza Newmont. Para esta estrategia, comentaba Peter al inicio de este panel, que es muy importante tener valores firmes y sólidos. Doris, y además un gusto saludarte. La verdad es que estoy muy honrada de compartir este panel con todos ustedes, que además de ser pues una de nuestras empresas agremiadas y grandes colegas de la industria minera, pues son muy buenos amigos también. ¿Qué nos puedes platicar tú, Doris, desde tu expertise en el área de comunicación y de manejo de relaciones institucionales de Newmont en cuanto a estos valores? ¿Cuáles son los valores de Newmont? ¿Qué es lo que Newmont fortalece frente a el ESG y frente a su estrategia ESG y frente a las comunidades?
Gracias, Karen. Bueno, pues como siempre, un gusto volver a coincidir contigo en estos espacios. Y déjame decirte que todas las actividades de Newmont están alineadas a los valores de seguridad, integridad, sostenibilidad, responsabilidad e inclusión. uno de los compromisos más importantes son los esfuerzos justamente de inclusión y diversidad, porque estamos enfocados en convertirnos en un lugar mucho más inclusivo en el que los colaboradores, las colaboradores sean respetados, valorados y respaldados. Eso significa que sin importar diferencias, sientan que pueden contribuir plenamente con su trabajo, compartir sus ideas, desafiar el status quo, alzar la voz y dar un esfuerzo discrecional y apoyar a que podamos alcanzar los objetivos de la organización. Sin duda, la inclusión y la diversidad de nuestra organización crea una ventaja competitiva para Newmont, pues está comprobado que los equipos altamente efectivos son aquellos que son capaces de aprovechar justamente esta diversidad como una de sus mayores ventajas competitivas, ¿no? Y bueno, hay diferentes dimensiones visibles y no visibles en cuestiones de diversidad. Y en este momento, el enfoque de mejora a corto plazo de Newmont está centrado en el género, en la nacionalidad y en los grupos locales e indígenas. Además, en Newmont estamos convencidos que las organizaciones que a su vez son diversas e inclusivas resultan comercialmente superiores. Pues tienen una mayor innovación, mayor resolución de problemas, mejor gestión de riesgos, mayores niveles de compromiso y, por supuesto, un acceso más amplio a estos talentos, ¿no? Cuando nuestra fuerza laboral, por otro lado, representa a la comunidad, pues estamos siempre en contacto con lo que pasa justamente en nuestra zona de influencia y además esto nos permite incrementar nuestra reputación y tener una mayor certeza en nuestra licencia social. Es importante recalcar además que nuestro compromiso con la inclusión y la diversidad no se debe solamente a que se genera un mayor desempeño comercial. Es uno de nuestros 5 valores fundamentales, pero además creemos que es lo correcto. Y justamente porque además de creerlo, lo vivimos, Newmont continúa siendo reconocido como un líder dentro y fuera de la industria minera por nuestro lugar de trabajo inclusivo y nuestro grupo de talentos diversos. Y por tanto, una opción para los inversores, para la fuerza laboral y también para nuestras comunidades. Y justo porque, además de creerlo, lo vivimos y además tenemos que practicar lo que predicamos, nuestra presidenta del Consejo Administrativo Independiente, pues es una profesional destacada y además estamos comprometidos con el paradigma de paridad. Este es un movimiento a nivel internacional que promueve las empresas y nuestro compromiso para el 2030 es que habrá paridad entre nuestros altos ejecutivos, pues ya alcanzamos esta paridad en nuestro consejo no ejecutivo. Otro de los hitos importantes que alcanzamos durante este 2021 ya es que nuevamente Newmont fue incluida en el índice de igualdad de género de Bloomberg. El GEI aporta transparencia a las prácticas y políticas relacionadas con el género en las empresas que cotizan en bolsa y mide indicadores muy importantes como son el liderazgo femenino, el flujo de talento, igualdad salarial, paridad salarial de género, que eso también es muy, muy importante, la cultura inclusiva, política de acoso laboral y sexual y la marca pro mujeres. Y bueno, estamos muy orgullosos de que en Peñasquito la persona que lidera la gerencia de plantas justamente es Jamie Aumack, una profesional destacada dentro de la industria minera y que por supuesto es ejemplo para todas las mujeres que trabajamos en esta industria.
Excelente, Doris. Es sin duda el talento, así como la minería, no tiene género. Y efectivamente la inclusión que abona justamente a los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible que la minería en México busca contribuir de manera constante a través de su desempeño, la igualdad de género, igualdad de oportunidades es uno de ellos. Así que muchas felicidades por ello. Y bien, Una pregunta que sin duda tiene que venir, Juan, y esta va para ti. Ante la fusión de dos grandes empresas, como sucedió con ustedes, siempre se enfrentan diferentes retos. En un año tan atípico como fue 2020, ¿qué ha sido gestionar justamente esta fusión?
¿Qué tal? Mucho gusto a todos. Gracias por darnos la oportunidad de platicar un poco nuestra historia acá. Les quiero decir a los que están escuchando que si hablamos y platicamos nuestras historias de éxito, es esperando que sean útiles para ustedes. Ni cercanamente pretendemos pensar que estamos donde quisiéramos estar, pero lo compartimos porque estamos bien orgullosos de lo que hacemos. Respecto a tu pregunta, sí, bueno, un año ciertamente retador. A la hora que estamos hablando de lo que significa cambio para la gente que trabaja en nuestra empresa, en los últimos 2 años fue el cambio relativo a la pandemia, fue el cambio relativo a un nuevo patrón, ¿no? Fue el cambio relativo a los elementos culturales y símbolos, fue el cambio relativo a adecuación de los valores. Afortunadamente, los valores de Newmont y Goldcorp cuando vino la fusión, la verdad es que han tenido bastante coincidencia, pero bueno, para la gente es nuevos sistemas, nuevos procesos, un nuevo modelo operativo, ¿no? Y en el contexto de la pandemia, bueno, ciertamente los últimos 2 años han sido retadores. Lo que nosotros decidimos hacer ante este contexto fue seguir operando de la manera en la que creíamos y seguir haciendo, digamos, cosas en favor de la gente y enfocadas a la gente, ¿no? Le llamamos people centric, como tratando de poner a la gente como un valor primordial, ¿no? Algo que es importante es que nosotros durante todo el proceso de la pandemia seguimos pagando salarios de manera normal a todo el personal, siguiendo las recomendaciones del propio gobierno federal en ese contexto. Nosotros paramos totalmente nuestra operación por 45 días y hemos estado operando con el 50% del personal y todos esos salarios fueron pagados de manera cabal. De igual forma, también tuvimos a la gente desmovilizada de los famosos grupos vulnerables, gente a la que se le pagó de manera completa su salario. Entonces, es ese tipo de enfoques, seguir pensando en la protección de nuestras comunidades locales, y les pongo algunos ejemplos que creo que pueden ser interesantes. Lo que nosotros llamamos los local, les permitimos que permanecieran en sitio, campamentarse, ¿no? Durante periodos más largos de tiempo para asegurar que teníamos, a pesar de todas las pruebas que hacemos de ingreso y egreso, para asegurar que teníamos protección hacia las comunidades locales, que creo que son importantes. Por otro lado, mientras estábamos en el momento del cambio, en el momento de la pandemia, en el momento de la nueva compañía, pues nosotros hemos seguido enfocándonos en la gente y en su bienestar. Estamos muy orgullosos. Hoy lanzamos un programa que se llama Spot Awards, que es un programa de recompensa y reconocimiento para la gente, que pretende valorar esos esfuerzos extras, que inclusive tiene premios económicos para el personal, ¿no? Entonces, la manera en la que nosotros estamos enfrentando este cambio es apoyando a la gente, es trabajando de manera transparente en materia de comunicación, de manera abierta y transparente, comunicación interna y externa. Esto quiere decir que número de casos activos COVID que pudiéramos tener en sitio se reportan claramente interna y externamente. Y vamos, el enfoque es la gente es primero siempre, y pues mostrar esa constancia y ese liderazgo y esa solidaridad con el personal en épocas que son ciertamente complicados por todos estos cambios, ¿no? Esos serían los comentarios de mi parte para esta sección, y de nuevo gracias por escuchar nuestras historias.
Muchas gracias, Juan. Sin duda, la minería ha sido un un gran apoyo para las comunidades, enfrentando justamente esta nueva pues, normalidad y los retos que la pandemia trajo para todos nosotros. Diste un dato muy interesante, y es que Newmont pagó íntegramente a la población vulnerable enviada a casa, así como a aquellos que siguieron esta actividad esencial para el desarrollo económico del país y para también pues atender esta emergencia sanitaria por los insumos que provee justamente a la industria médica. Y es de gran orgullo para la industria minera, y como Cámara Minera, en los censos que hemos hecho, decir que la industria minera mantuvo su plantilla laboral y mantuvo también prestaciones, así como salarios 39% superiores al promedio nacional, y en el caso de la minería metálica, 75% superiores. Y bien, pues para continuar con este panel y aprovechar el tiempo con ustedes para la audiencia, yo quisiera regresar con Peter. Peter, comentábamos hace unos momentos respecto a las inversiones que se hacen justamente en estrategia ESG, hablando específicamente de mantener una buena relación con las comunidades, algo pues, que es fundamental para el desarrollo de la actividad minera y para lograr operaciones sustentables. ¿Qué significa para Newmont? ¿Qué significó el acuerdo firmado con el Ejido Cedros?
Gracias, Karen. Una pregunta importante para nosotros. La minería, bueno, del futuro necesita de relaciones sostenibles, transparentes, sólidas con las comunidades donde operamos y exploramos. Y como bien lo mencionó Juan, nosotros estamos muy orgullosos de algunos de los datos que estamos presentando, pero también aprendemos todos los días de las empresas que operan con responsabilidad aquí en México, y estamos muy orgullosos también de ser parte de la Camimex, en donde tenemos una muy buena interlocución y presentamos los datos que son reales de nuestra industria que tanto queremos. En los últimos años, para referirme específicamente a tu pregunta, hemos tenido algunos conflictos, y en muchos de ellos, Karen, teníamos actores externos cuyos intereses eran únicamente económicos. Entonces, en el tema que me has consultado, del conflicto que se tenía con este ejido, lo primero que hicimos fue dialogar directamente con la comunidad y con el gobierno a través de la Secretaría de Gobernación. Y se inició una mesa de diálogo que tenía como premisa que no deberían existir acciones ilegales de ninguna de las partes, tampoco bloqueos. Esto nos iba a permitir tener un diálogo transparente y constructivo. Entonces, se formó una mesa de diálogo que fue mediada de manera objetiva y transparente por la Secretaría de Gobernación, pero se tuvo participación de representantes del gobierno de Zacatecas y de la presidencia municipal de Mazapil. Se discutieron ampliamente los puntos que los representantes del ejido querían revisar. Luego de varios meses de trabajo, porque sí, nos llevaron, no fue de un día para otro, fue una jornada ardua de trabajo de varios meses, logramos un acuerdo que beneficia a la comunidad en general y no a unos cuantos. Este acuerdo incluye, pero no se limita, Karen, a perforación de pozos para uso agrícola y doméstico, construcción y operación de una planta de osmosis inversa de 800 metros cúbicos para la comunidad de Cedros. Esta está operando al día de hoy, y orgullosamente nosotros podemos decir que la comunidad de Cedros cuenta con agua potable en cada una de sus casas al día de hoy. Tenemos también proyectos de construcción de represas, de una represa de riego y sistemas de irrigación agrícola con un pozo profundo también, con el objetivo de potenciar a los agricultores de la comunidad. El convenio incluye también una cláusula para la resolución de cualquier conflicto. Esta resolución debe de ser, de acuerdo a lo que nosotros firmamos con Cedros, es que debe de mediarse, tener un diálogo en donde exista la legalidad, y también junto con Cedros logramos un acuerdo para rentarles tierras para la exploración en su ejido, con lo cual nosotros buscamos extender la vida operativa de Peñasquito. Ahora bien, Karen, lo que nosotros consideramos más importante sobre todo lo demás en este acuerdo que firmamos con Cedros es que fue ratificado por la Asamblea General del Ejido de Cedros. 442 personas firmaron y aceptaron en una Asamblea General y validaron el acuerdo, mismo que también fue validado por la Secretaría de Gobernación Federal y por el gobierno de Zacatecas. Fue un acuerdo que se firmó, como todos los que estamos firmando con las comunidades, que cumple con la legislación nacional, pero mucho más allá también con las políticas de ética que tenemos dentro de la compañía, de conducta y de respeto a los derechos humanos, de esos estándares que te mencioné anteriormente y que nos permiten conducirnos de una manera correcta en nuestras operaciones. Tenemos una excelente relación y comunicación continua con nuestras comunidades vecinas y trabajamos con ellas para mejorar el acceso a agua. Les estamos proveyendo, además de Cedros, agua potable a otras 4 comunidades para un total de 5. Nuestro programa de monitoreo es robusto. Tenemos más de 900 muestras entre agua superficial y subterránea. Esto se complementa con un programa de monitoreo ambiental participativo, por medio del cual algunas de nuestras comunidades forman comités de monitoreo y son asistidos por una organización técnica completamente independiente que se llama el Centro del Agua, quien apoya a estos comités en la toma de muestras, en el análisis de laboratorio y luego en la interpretación de resultados y la presentación de los resultados a las comunidades en un proceso muy transparente. Ya que el agua es muy importante para nosotros y para las comunidades, Karen, la Comisión Nacional del Agua hizo una revisión científica del estado del acuífero de Cedros y se determinó que este estaba en equilibrio. Solo para concluir, Karen, mi presentación, también platicarte que tenemos un programa para apoyo de comunidades y proveedores locales llamado Ideas con Valor, donde junto con la ONG Tecnoserv proveemos de capital semilla a los proyectos que son seleccionados con el objetivo de promover micronegocios en nuestra área de influencia.
Muchas gracias, Peter. Y sin duda, un ejemplo justamente del diálogo que busca la minería siempre con las comunidades y cómo se impulsa justamente el crecimiento y el desarrollo regional a través incluso de otras actividades productivas que no solamente proveen a la minería, sino que también de alguna manera la minería las impulsa para generar comunidades sostenibles a largo plazo. Y bien, Bernard, Newmont has been recognized also for its safety and health standards and environmental standards. How do you implement these practices in Peñasquito?
Thanks, Karen. Well, firstly, safety and health and environment is part of the DNA of Newmont. And I've worked in different regions, and certainly Newmont is always known for that. I think a big part of our success has been not to be reactive, but rather to be proactive in our approach, in our programs, in our safety and health programs, and in our environmental programs. Ultimately, we want to prevent workplace injuries and illness. We want to increase productivity, but we also want to improve the quality of life of our employees and our communities. I think we believe in engaging with our employees and our communities. And certainly from my perspective, that means we need to work on the culture. And in this question, specifically on the safety culture of our mine. And therefore, we enhance the social responsibility goals that we have. We adhere and comply to the country rules and are compliant to the law and the regulations. So important that that is the foundation of what we work from. So just to the detail of health and safety, the main program from where we start off is called Fatality Risk Management. And that is a program that we have rolled out in Newmont globally. Obviously, with the acquisition of Peñasquito, that program has become a very important part of that. So Newmont adopted this program in 2016 and started to roll out in 2017. The system is aligned with the model that International Council on Mining and Metals, the ICMM, adopted for critical control management. Newmont is a member of the organization and certainly most of the big mining companies. With fatality risk management, we are shifting to proactive approach, as I mentioned, to fatality prevention, where we measure safety and the presence of controls in advance as with primary indicators. So again, we go about leading indicators and not lagging indicators. The fatality risk management program, as I indicated, began in 2017, and now with the acquisition, we are fully rolling out at Peñasquito, and certainly that is one of our major drivers for 2020 and 2021 as well. So the Newmont fatality risk management approach focus on preventing or eliminating major unwanted events. So we identify what controls are needed, and many of those controls are properly in place. So then we sort of start focusing on a smaller group of controls, and we call it the critical controls. So those are really those ones that can cause harm or fatality. And by making sure that we implement critical controls in that, we eliminate or prevent fatalities. A big part of that is the in-field observations that we are doing. We call that critical control verifications, or CCVs. These are in-field observations done by management, done by supervisors, and also in future by operators and maintainers. They verify that these controls are in place, and therefore we eliminate the fatality risk. So it's important that they understand the safe behaviors and they understand the gaps in the area of work. I just want to give some statistics again, the engineer coming out in me. So just in January alone, we did close to 1,300 verifications just on Penasquito. So it makes a very important point, and that is that we as a company actually promote in-field observations. We as managers, we as superintendents, and we as supervisors, our job is actually out there in the field where we are engaging with our people, and I think that is the message out there. Sort of stepping off the fatality risk management program, also fatigue management is a critical part of what we do at Newmont. We've got well-being programs, but we also, just in terms of fatigue, looking at our camp improvements. Again, in the previous question, I talked about the single rooms. That is certainly a step forward in terms of fatigue management, making sure our employees arrive fit for work every morning. We're doing health tracking. We're looking at chronic issues, and we do medical reviews. And then we also have some technology in our trucks that observe fatigue and do fatigue monitoring, and also got warning systems to our operators. We've got fatigue monitoring devices on our employees. Typical these Fitbit watches or those sort of brands that you get that monitor what is your daily and nightly sleep patterns. And so critical again that you understand how do you arrive at work. So a lot of focus on fatality risk management from a safety perspective, just to sort of capture that, and also fatigue prevention. Just on the environment, as you ask, around the communities and our environment, we are interested in generating a social license to prosper and share value in the region in which we operate, always with a firm conviction of growing together with our neighboring communities. So monitoring of environmental conditions in the areas of the mine is critical, and we continue to do that. We are a zero discharge facility. Peter talked about the water. We treat, reuse the camp influent, and 70% of our water is recyclable in the plant, and so forth. We have a tailings water recovery system, so all our water gets reused. So we have very strict controls to mitigate dust generation, continuously monitoring our performance for the measurement of dust. Just from environmental compliance, and I think I'm running along on my time, sampling and analysis is carried out by the EMA accredited laboratory, and an analysis and profile in accordance with the applicable Mexican regulations. So Penasquito has a permanent environmental monitoring program, so we really ensure that we are aligning with environmental conditions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bernard. La seguridad, sin duda, pues es un tema prioritario para la industria minera, y vale la pena resaltar que acciones como estas justamente y las que realizan las empresas agremiadas a Camimex son las que han hecho que la tasa justamente de incidencia de la minería se encuentre muy por debajo de la media nacional. Y dando continuidad a esta charla que estamos teniendo, Doris, yo quisiera preguntarte a ti, con relación a lo que comentábamos con Peter del Ejido Cedros y demás, la comunicación transparente y que esté disponible justamente para las comunidades es vital para el desarrollo de una relación a largo plazo de confianza con las comunidades. ¿Cómo nos aseguramos de que esta comunicación, cómo se asegura Newmont de que estas buenas prácticas de desempeño en materia de ESG estén disponibles para todo el público interesado en las mismas?
Gracias, Karen. Bueno, pues una de nuestras herramientas públicas de información es pues, justamente nuestro informe de sustentabilidad denominado Beyond the Mine, más allá de la mina, que proporciona a los inversores y al público en general, a quienes quieran conocer información sobre Newmont, pues una mirada clara y detallada sobre el rendimiento en cuestiones de seguridad, medio ambiente y sociales, justamente con este indicador que tú mencionabas, ¿no? Y bueno, este informe demuestra año con año el compromiso de Newmont de exponer su desempeño, incluidos los datos específicos de cada una de nuestras operaciones, cada uno de nuestros sitios mineros, sobre todo los más importantes relacionados con los temas de sostenibilidad. Durante este año atípico, como debo comentarte, pues hemos reforzado todos nuestros canales de comunicación, llámese internos y externos, porque pues nos interesa mucho consolidar la confianza que las audiencias tengan de Newmont, entre ellas sobre todo nuestras comunidades, las autoridades y los líderes de opinión. Una de las acciones que trajo sin duda mucha credibilidad para Peñasquito fue que una vez que se retomaban actividades, luego de que la minería fue decretada como industria esencial, mediante nuestras redes sociales estuvimos informando semanalmente sobre los hallazgos y los casos positivos de COVID que se detectaban en nuestros colaboradores justo en los centros, en los sitios de abordaje, mediante los protocolos que se establecieron para ello y que, bueno, Bernard ya explicó. Adicionalmente, también informamos sobre el número de pruebas que se estaban implementando o haciendo a todos nuestros colaboradores para asegurarnos que estuvieran libres del virus antes de ingresar al sitio. Y bueno, además, otra de las cosas que estuvimos informando a través de nuestras redes sociales fue las diferentes visitas que tuvimos de las autoridades sanitarias, quienes acudieron a Peñasquito para verificar todos nuestros protocolos de bioseguridad. Es un hecho que durante esta pandemia, las redes sociales se han convertido en el principal medio de contacto, pero sobre todo una herramienta para nosotros que nos ha permitido fortalecer la relación con nuestras diferentes audiencias. Y bueno, pues a partir de octubre dimos un vuelco interesante a nuestros contenidos en redes sociales y comenzamos a publicar una sección que se llama Historias en Peñasquito. Esta sección lo que muestra es precisamente el lado humano de nuestro talento, de nuestros colaboradores, pues sabemos que además de mineros y mineras, pues también son padres de familia, madres, abuelos, pero además cantan y tienen otros talentos, ¿no? Con Historias en Peñasquito justamente lo que pretendemos es cambiar la imagen del minero de antaño. Así que yo los invito a que si quieren conocer más acerca del talento de la gente que trabaja en Peñasquito, de quienes colaboramos en Peñasquito, pues nos sigan en nuestras redes sociales, en Facebook, en Instagram, Twitter y YouTube. Además, en estos medios de comunicación, estas redes sociales también podrán conocer incluso algunas de las áreas importantes de Peñasquito.
Muchas gracias, Dori. Sin duda, las redes sociales es una herramienta básica hoy en día. Comentabas ahorita respecto al informe de sustentabilidad, que yo creo que es muy valioso recalcar que las empresas mineras afiliadas a Camimex publican informes justamente de sustentabilidad y por primera ocasión, como lo comentó el ingeniero Fernando Alaniz esta mañana, la industria minera mexicana sumamos esfuerzos para publicar el primer informe de sustentabilidad de la industria minera en México, el cual quiero invitarlos a ver. Es público y está disponible en la página de internet para cualquiera que quisiera consultarlo. Y por supuesto en Cámara Minera siempre estamos abiertos para tener cualquier comentario o pregunta en que quieran ahondar un poco más a detalle al respecto. Y bien, para finalizar con esta ronda de preguntas y dar espacio a algunas preguntas de la audiencia, quisiera yo preguntar a Juan. Juan, mencionaste tú previamente pues la cantidad significativa de fuerza laboral que es sindicalizada en Newmont Peñasquito. ¿Qué papel juegan en el desempeño justamente de estos criterios de ESG?
Sí, bueno, muchas gracias. Nuestra relación laboral, tenemos una fuerza de trabajo sindicalizada. Entonces, nuestra relación laboral está principalmente basada en la relación con el empleado y tratando de seguir nuestros valores en la manera en la que tenemos nuestro proceso social, ¿no? La realidad es, otra vez, les voy a contar ahora algunas de nuestras historias, porque estamos súper orgullosos, ¿no? No pretendemos decir que tenemos ninguna fórmula mágica, ¿no? Al contrario, realmente la forma en la que operamos nuestra relación con nuestros trabajadores y con el sindicato son elementos súper universales y básicos de confianza, transparencia, en fin, ¿no? Y bueno, ahora les doy algunos datos que quizá puedan ser interesantes para la audiencia. Para poner un poco en contexto nuestra relación laboral, la última huelga que tuvimos en Peñasquito sucedió en 2013, 3 años apenas después que inició la operación. Entonces, lo que quiero decir es, hemos venido construyendo algo, digamos, sólido y estable, ¿no? Algo que es relevante es el sindicato participa junto con nosotros en el tema de empleo local, que creo que es algo súper relevante, ¿no? Hace un par de años teníamos un proyecto para la elevación de la línea central de la presa de Jales. Contratamos a 150 personas de las comunidades y los convertimos en operadores de camiones 777. Y ahora vamos, que estamos moviéndonos a otros proyectos de necesidades, los estamos reentrenando para operar camiones 930 en nuestra mina. Y nada de esto sucede, digamos, con la participación y la flexibilidad del sindicato, ¿no? En ese sentido, también hemos estado colaborando con ellos en el tema de la pandemia, teniendo gente desmovilizada, de pronto operando, como dijimos, paro total de mina 45 días, operando al 50% por varias semanas. La flexibilidad del sindicato ha sido clave. Algo que es relevante en cuanto al rol del sindicato en el universo ESG es la participación. Para nosotros son parte de la empresa, ¿no? Y así trabajamos, ¿no? Ellos participaron, por ejemplo, en la negociación que tuvimos con el Ejido Cedros y firmaron el convenio como testigos de honor, ¿no? Entonces se presentaban en los diferentes foros, en las juntas, en las diferentes secretarías, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, digamos, la participación activa, el sindicato es parte de la forma en la que operamos y al fin y al cabo representan a nuestra gente. A lo mejor un dato que puede ser interesante también es, tuvimos la visita del subsecretario Peralta en 2019. Por supuesto, el sindicato tuvo un papel preponderante y estuvieron aquí presentes, ¿no? También tuvimos la visita del subsecretario Quiroga el año pasado. Lo invitamos, no era necesario, pero lo invitamos la última semana que íbamos a estar acaparados porque se había declarado que la minería era esencial. De nuevo íbamos a reoperar, para que viniera y viera los protocolos que teníamos, ¿no? Los arreglos que habíamos hecho en campamento, en comedores, etcétera. Por supuesto, hubo presencia del Sindicato Nacional, aparte de gobiernos, de otros miembros de gobierno federal y estatal, en donde el rol del sindicato era, oye, somos testigos de la forma en la que opera Newmont y estamos totalmente de acuerdo que reinicie operación, etcétera. Entonces, digamos, a través de la historia, ya sea como firmantes de honor en un convenio con las comunidades, en el tema de desarrollo de empleo local, en el tema de la participación en la vida de la mina, en temas políticos, digamos, ojalá que estos datos que le ponemos acá a disposición de la audiencia puedan ser de utilidad.
Sin duda lo son, Juan, y pues bien, yo los felicito por las intervenciones de cada uno de ustedes, y si me permiten, voy a pasar a ver si tenemos preguntas de la audiencia. Tenemos una que dice, ¿cómo el futuro de Peñasquito nos puede dar visibilidad en la forma en la que las comunidades y el gobierno van a adaptar sus expectativas en materia de responsabilidad corporativa, estrategias ambientales, sociales y de gobernanza? No sé si alguien quiera contestar esta pregunta, no tiene remitente.
Sí, si te parece, Karen, te platico un poquito. Entonces, solo para recapitular cómo la Peñasquito va a tener influencia. ¿Cuál era exactamente la pregunta, Karen?
Dice, ¿cómo el futuro de Peñasquito puede dar visibilidad en la forma en la que las comunidades y el gobierno van a adaptar sus expectativas en materia de ESG.
Ok. Es muy importante. En el tema del gobierno, Karen, podríamos definir que existe una desinformación, posiblemente, por llamarlo así, de que la minería no paga sus impuestos. Nosotros somos una industria, y además somos una empresa que pagamos muchos impuestos. Solo para hablarte del impuesto del fondo minero, en Peñasquito nosotros hemos pagado solo de una operación 3,000 millones de pesos. Entonces, con respecto al gobierno, lo que sí nosotros esperamos que a medida de que Peñasquito pueda continuar operando, también exista ese entendimiento de que la empresa, la industria minera, también tiene y necesita continuar explorando, necesita continuar operando, necesita pagar sus impuestos. Entonces, estarle cargando más a una industria que de sí, por sí es poco competitiva al compararla con los estudios que ha hecho la Camimex con otras jurisdicciones de Latinoamérica, entonces se vuelve muy difícil. Con el tema de las comunidades, algo que es muy importante y creo que da un paso hacia cómo nosotros nos estamos moviendo hacia el futuro, o creemos que es en la dirección correcta, es en tener estas relaciones transparentes y que las negociaciones que sean acompañadas del gobierno, por parte del gobierno. En nuestro caso, la mediación fue fundamental por parte de la Secretaría de Gobernación. Entonces, sí esperamos un mayor involucramiento. Creemos que es la fórmula correcta, tener al gobierno central, tener al gobierno estatal y también tener al gobierno municipal junto con las comunidades. En esos procesos donde se está dialogando o hubo un conflicto, es muy importante para nosotros como Peñasquito movernos hacia el futuro.
Es correcto, Peter, y tocaste un tema muy, muy importante que es justamente el que la industria minera y Peñasquito, pues a ser uno de los grandes productores de oro del país, contribuye de manera muy significativa al erario federal, no solamente a través del pago de impuestos. Hablamos que en los últimos 4 años la industria minera ha pagado cerca de más de 131 mil millones de pesos, lo que es equivalente al presupuesto de egresos de algunos estados, mayor incluso, por ejemplo, como el de Zacatecas, ¿no? 52 millones, mil millones mayor que el de Zacatecas. Y pues bien, yo quisiera agradecerles a todos, reconocer el trabajo de Newmont, que suma, por supuesto, a esta minería responsable que agremia a la Cámara Minera de México y que además replican prácticas, ejemplo, a nivel internacional en México. Y pues bien, un gusto y un placer. Creo que hemos llegado al tiempo de nuestro panel, haberlo compartido con ustedes. Peter, Doris, Bernard, Juan, muchas gracias. Thank you very much. And thanks to the audience. Muchas gracias a la audiencia. Gracias, Isabel.
Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, Karen. Gracias a todos los panelistas. Los invitamos también a seguir viendo el programa. Saben que ustedes tienen acceso a Brela, también pueden quedarse aquí en Zoom con nosotros y más que nada felicitarlos por todos los esfuerzos que han realizado en Peñasquito. Como bien menciona Karen, son un ejemplo y esperamos que todos los esfuerzos de comunicación también que están realizando sigan dando frutos y sigan recibiendo mucho más comentarios alentadores. Y muy bien, en este momento es un gran honor para mí presentarles a Alejandro Espejel y a Alejandro Herrera, los cuales vienen representando a FLSmith. Los dos nos van a dar una presentación sobre digitalización y cómo las operaciones mineras se pueden beneficiar de integrar estas tecnologías. Me encantaría, Alejandro, darte la palabra. ¿Estás listo? Listo. Muy bien, excelente. El piso es todo tuyo, por favor, arrancamos.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias, Isabel. Y antes que nada, pues muchísimas gracias por invitarnos aquí a este evento de Mexico Mining Forum. Lo hemos seguido con mucho interés a través del día y creo que ha sido un éxito este nuevo formato digital. Y también creo que va muy, muy de la mano de nuestra presentación. Creo que las circunstancias, la pandemia, pues obviamente nos obliga a trabajar de manera distinta. Nosotros al principio estábamos un poquito preocupados por ejemplo, de no poder visitar a nuestros clientes con la frecuencia con la que nos gusta hacerlo. y sin duda al principio hubo una afectación, pero muy pronto entendimos y aprendimos y nos acostumbramos a poder colaborar mediante distintos medios y al día de hoy nos sentimos muy cómodos teniendo este tipo de webinars y teniendo reuniones virtuales con nuestros clientes. Entonces, sin duda, una muestra que la tecnología nos puede hacer más eficientes y que a veces es simplemente cuestión de romper algunos paradigmas. Me acompaña Alex Herrera. Alex, si estás aquí, no, si nada más me puedes confirmar.
Sí, Alex, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes.
Perfecto. Muy bien. Bueno, pues vamos a entrar en materia. Primero que nada, me quiero presentar rápidamente. Mi nombre es Alejandro Espejel. A muchos de ustedes tengo el gusto de conocerlos. Yo he estado con la responsabilidad de dirigir la oficina de FLSmidth México durante los últimos 3 años, donde atendemos a clientes tanto de la industria minera como de la industria cementera. En mi caso, directamente responsable de atender lo que son las ventas a nuestros clientes en minería. Y pues bueno, fue una responsabilidad que, como les comento, tuve durante los últimos 3 años. Justamente ahorita, este mes, estoy teniendo mi último mes para tomar una nueva responsabilidad en FLSmidth. A partir de ahora soy encargado global del área de Smart Service, que en términos, digamos, breves, significa digitalizar todo lo que es la experiencia de nuestros clientes hacia FLSmidth en el negocio de refacciones, en el negocio de servicio, con el objetivo de volvernos un proveedor lo más ágil y responsivo y moderno posible, ¿no? Entonces, FLS es una empresa que apuesta mucho a la digitalización, no nada más en cuestión de nuevas soluciones, que ahorita vamos a hablar un poquito al respecto, sino también de incrementar nuestra propia eficiencia y productividad como prestador de servicios, como proveedor, para poder estar siempre a la vanguardia. Bueno, también nos gusta siempre comenzar una presentación donde haya más de 4 personas con un safety share. Yo creo que aquí este mensaje viene un poquito apropiado al tema o a las circunstancias en las que nos encontramos actualmente. Todos nosotros, yo creo que al inicio pensamos que esta pandemia iba a durar un par de meses. Yo recuerdo que en mi caso, mi cumpleaños es en julio. Yo pensaba que para julio del año pasado ya íbamos a estar en circunstancias normales. Y bueno, desafortunadamente se fue alargando y es el día que no vemos todavía el fin de esta pandemia. Y bueno, definitivamente tenemos que encontrar maneras de mantener el balance, de mantener nuestra vida de manera saludable y sostenible. Y esto quiere decir que tenemos que adoptar ciertas prácticas nuevas, ¿no? Concentrarnos mucho en vigilar nuestra salud, tratar de dormir las horas apropiadas, asegurarnos que si bien la jornada laboral en muchos casos se extiende, dedicar periodos al descanso, a la comida, al ejercicio, desconectarnos del trabajo, poder aprender a acostumbrarnos y sentirnos cómodos poniendo el teléfono a un lado, mantener el contexto y las conexiones sociales que tenemos. Yo creo que muchos de nosotros pues estamos dejando de ver a amigos y familiares por cuidarnos y por cuidarlos a ellos, pero bueno, podemos tener una llamada con ellos, hablar de manera espontánea para mantener nuevamente esta conexión con nuestros amigos, preguntar por ellos, preguntar si están bien y por supuesto seguir todas las reglas de distanciamiento social y las recomendaciones de las autoridades. Alex, ¿sí se ve bien la presentación? Porque no, yo veo aparte otras ventanitas. ¿Se ve bien?
Sí, Alex, se ve tu presentación bien.
Ok, gracias. Bueno, yo creo que muchos de ustedes ya nos conocen, pero bueno, para los que no nos conozcan, no hay que asumir nada. FLSmidth es una empresa de origen danés, fue fundada en 1882, lo cual quiere decir que estamos muy próximos a cumplir 140 años en la industria, dando servicios, soluciones de proyectos, equipo y servicios a lo que son nuestros clientes, principalmente en 2 industrias, la industria minera y la industria cementera. Tenemos más o menos la mitad de nuestros ingresos distribuidos entre estas 2 industrias. Y bueno, de hecho, justo el día de hoy publicamos nuestros resultados de fin del año pasado. Tenemos un revenue, una facturación que está en el orden de los 3 billones de euros, como pueden ver aquí expresado en coronas daneses, esa es la moneda que seguimos nosotros, y un EBITDA de 4.7%, que significa que, bueno, si bien hemos tenido una presión por tema de afectaciones normales como cualquier otro negocio del COVID, somos una empresa bastante rentable y que nos hemos sabido mantener en una gestión bastante responsable de lo que es nuestro negocio. Si no, pues no hubiéramos durado los casi 140 años que llevamos en la industria. Tenemos casi 11,000 empleados muy comprometidos, con mucho expertise técnico y, por supuesto, muchos de ellos también en roles de servicio y de soporte a nuestros clientes, que estamos muy comprometidos para darles servicio a nuestros clientes nuevamente. Aquí en México tenemos una oficina con casi 100 personas dedicados a nuestros clientes y estamos establecidos desde 1965. Entonces ya estamos cumpliendo 55 años aquí en el país. Creo que nos conocen muy bien y afortunadamente también nosotros conocemos muy bien a todos nuestros clientes. Y bueno, pues con presencia en más de 50 países. ¿De qué vamos a hablar un poquito? No vamos a hablar tanto el día de hoy de temas de equipo de proceso, que es lo que normalmente discutimos con nuestros clientes y por lo cual nos conocen. Como muchos de ustedes saben, bueno, pues nosotros tenemos el portafolio posiblemente más completo de cualquier proveedor de equipo en la industria minera. Cumplimos prácticamente todo el espectro de proceso, desde la extracción, los malacates y algunas refacciones para equipo de material handling y de acarreo. Y bueno, pues de ahí pasando por todo lo que es el manejo de los materiales, la molienda, la trituración, el cribado, los alimentadores, bombas, ciclones y válvulas, que también somos líderes en ese campo, todo el equipo de beneficiación y de recuperación, lo que son los espesadores, los filtros, la recuperación de metales preciosos, filtración y manejo de jales, ¿no? Entonces, pues tenemos referencias de todos los equipos principales, por supuesto, alrededor del mundo, y aquí en México también contamos con cuando menos alguna referencia de todo lo que son nuestros equipos principales que normalmente ofrecemos a nuestros clientes. Entonces, sin duda, eso nos da una ventaja bastante amplia. ¿Por qué? Porque conocemos muy bien todo el proceso, toda la tecnología, y desde hace muchos años, tampoco es nada nuevo, que hemos estado invirtiendo en digitalización. De hecho, tenemos aproximadamente 40 años con distintas soluciones de automatización, de analítica, y más recientemente en temas ya más de digitalización de equipos y de monitoreo remoto de condición, que es de lo que les vamos a hablar un poquito hoy, de qué tenemos disponible y bueno, por qué hace sentido hacer este tipo de inversiones y por qué es importante discutirlo el día de hoy en la industria minera. Prácticamente estos son los temas que quisiéramos cubrir dentro de los próximos 20 minutos. Primero que nada, resaltar por qué es importante hablar de digitalización el día de hoy en la industria minera. Y darles un panorama muy breve, unos ejemplos, porque realmente no podemos cubrir todo, de cuáles son las distintas soluciones digitales que tenemos en el espacio de optimización del desempeño de los equipos. Asimismo, darles unos ejemplos de nuevamente también soluciones que tenemos en el espacio de lo que sería la salud o la confiabilidad de los equipos, que es prácticamente igual de importante que el desempeño, y algunos otros ejemplos de soluciones de conectividad que tenemos disponibles para nuestros clientes el día de hoy. Bueno, ¿por qué es relevante hablar de digitalización hoy en día en la minería? La minería, al igual que muchas otras industrias pesadas, los factores relevantes, las empresas líderes están constantemente empujando por ser las más eficientes, por tener los mejores números de estructura de costos más baja y sostenible. Y bueno, en el caso de la minería, yo creo que hay una serie de factores que constantemente hacen que esta industria se vuelva un reto cada vez de mayor complejidad, ¿no? Nosotros, bueno, pues, y ustedes como nuestros clientes lo saben muy bien, estamos conscientes de que cada vez el grado de las reservas es más bajo conforme pasa el tiempo. Realmente los depósitos ricos, pues prácticamente se han consumido a través del tiempo, Y hoy no es ninguna excepción ni suena extraño hablar de minas de cobre, por ejemplo, con grados abajo del 0.5%, ¿no? Y esto, pues obviamente, genera una gran demanda sobre lo que serían los equipos de proceso. Para darnos una idea, pues estaríamos hablando de que más o menos tenemos que consumir o procesar el peso equivalente de un elefante para obtener una caja de 50 libras de papas, ¿no? Entonces, definitivamente es necesario mover una gran cantidad de materiales, procesarlos y bueno, con la inversión energética que eso conlleva. Pues asimismo, como lo mencioné hace unos minutos, pues estas reservas solo van en una dirección, a menos que hubiera descubrimientos revolucionarios que con lo que se conoce de geología hoy en día y de las reservas que ya se tienen mapeadas y estudiadas alrededor del mundo, pues se ve un poco difícil pensar que esta tendencia de repente iría a la alza. Y como pueden ver, pues realmente los depósitos, las reservas, la riqueza ha ido disminuyendo aproximadamente un 30% en los últimos 20 años, ¿no? Entonces, cada vez se vuelve más importante tener una eficiencia sobre el proceso para asegurarnos que siga siendo viablemente económico la explotación de distintos yacimientos alrededor del mundo. ¿Esto qué conlleva? Bueno, pues conlleva a que la energía consumida en el proceso para poder obtener los minerales que al final de cuentas se persiguen, pues es cada vez más intensa. Obviamente la tecnología va mejorando y se vuelve también más eficiente, pero definitivamente con esta relación entre el volumen inicial y el grado se vuelve obviamente más intenso, ¿no? Al día de hoy sabemos por distintos estudios que se han publicado que más o menos la energía que se invierte en un proceso minero completo de concentración, más o menos el 40% se consume en el área de la molienda, entre los molinos SAG y los molinos de bolas. Entonces, pues aquí nos da un claro ejemplo del potencial que puede haber en optimizar y en eficientizar esta área del proceso, por ejemplo, para poder asegurar que las operaciones sean lo más rentables posibles. De acuerdo a estadísticas que nosotros tenemos, en el segundo lugar sería todo lo que sería el manejo de equipos del transporte. Ya veíamos también nosotros en alguna de las pláticas previas que efectivamente también hay muchos desarrollos tecnológicos y nuevas innovaciones que apuntan a poder hacer esa parte del proceso también más eficiente. Entonces, en conclusión, ¿por qué es importante hablar de minería, de digitalización hoy en día en minería? Pues es definitivamente una respuesta a un reto constante que es el de mantener la rentabilidad en las operaciones y este reto no va a desaparecer y por lo tanto la tecnología en general puede ayudar a los productores de minería a mantener e incluso mejorar esa rentabilidad, ¿no? Es muy simple. ¿Y cómo lo puede hacer? Pues lo podemos hacer principalmente de dos maneras. Una es haciendo que los equipos y los procesos sean más eficientes y por otro lado, asegurándonos que esos equipos se mantengan en estado confiable y con costos de mantenimiento óptimos a lo largo de la vida de estos activos, de manera tal que la estructura de costos también sea lo más óptima posible. Les vamos a hablar un poquito de, como les comenté al principio, algunos ejemplos de optimización de desempeño de equipos. Traemos un par de ejemplos en este aspecto. Uno de ellos es la solución llamada Smart Cyclone. Aquí me gustaría hacerte la palabra, Alex. Tú conoces muy bien esta línea de productos. Si nos pudieras hablar un poquito al respecto.
Sí, claro. Gracias, Alejandro. Sí, le pedí a Alex unos minutos de su presentación para poder tocar más acerca de una tecnología digital que tenemos que se llama Smart Cyclone. Esta tecnología es un excelente ejemplo de cómo FLSmidth usó un enfoque digital para resolver un problema de años en la clasificación de pulpa. Como ustedes saben, FLSmidth es líder en clasificación de pulpa por medio de sus ciclones marca Krebs. Y lo hemos sido por bastante tiempo. Y en el transcurso de esos años de platicar y conversar y trabajar con el cliente, nos dimos cuenta que uno de los problemas más grandes en cuanto a proceso era el tiempo de reacción entre un evento de acordonamiento de ciclón y la operación normal, ¿no? Como todos saben, un evento de acordonamiento puede generar miles y decenas de miles de dólares en pérdidas por evento, por lo que necesitamos desarrollar una solución en la cual redujera o eliminara el tiempo de reacción para resolver este tema. Entonces, lo que terminamos desarrollando es un sensor inalámbrico que se conecta en el apex de cada uno de los ciclones, y este es un sensor acústico. Lo que está buscando este sensor acústico es básicamente la falta de ruido, que es cuando un ciclón está tapado o acordonado, ya sea por fallas mecánicas o por exceso de sólidos en el bajo flujo. Y aunado a este sensor que manda una señal a un nódulo, y este se lo manda al cuarto de control, también podemos juntar esta tecnología de un sensor tanto de desgaste como acústico para leer y ser un poco más inteligentes con la lectura. Aunado con software de FLSmith automatización, lo que nos permite es ofrecer diferentes paquetes. Paquete en el cual la falta de ruido o la señal de alarma del sensor acústico simplemente le manda al operador, oye, tienes un problema de acordonamiento, o puede ser tan desarrollado como que el programa de automatización automáticamente abra otro ciclón para reducir la presión y evitar este evento de acordonamiento. Entonces, en lugar de que tarde 10, 15 minutos, una hora, un día en determinar que hay una falla, inmediatamente se reduce la posibilidad de eventos de falla, ¿no? Entonces, ¿qué es lo que se logra con esto? Por medio de la detección temprana de estas fallas, se pueden ahorrar muchísimo dinero y muchísimo tiempo en mantenimiento. Todo lo que está después de la clasificación de los ciclones también se mantiene. No mandas partículas grandes al siguiente proceso al siguiente proceso, llámese flotación, llámese lo que ustedes quieran, ¿no? Entonces, es una muy buena tecnología, que es una tecnología bien aplicada, que usando nuestro know-how de cómo operan los ciclones y del proceso, pudimos desarrollar esta para, a final de cuentas, hacerle la vida más fácil a nuestros clientes.
Perfecto, Alex. Pues muchísimas gracias por darnos esta explicación muy completa de un producto que de por sí ya es bueno, ¿no? Que son los ciclones y que nosotros podemos ayudar a nuestros clientes a seleccionarlos de la manera correcta y además optimizarlos a lo largo de la operación, y que con esta tecnología se complementa de muy buena manera y el proceso se vuelve todavía más eficiente. Otra de las soluciones que queríamos hablarles el día de hoy y que parte de una adquisición que hicimos recientemente, FLSmith, y nada más para platicarles un poquito al respecto, FLSmith siempre está preocupado por tener el portafolio de tecnología más completo y más actualizado posible, ¿no? Eso nos lleva mucho a hacer esfuerzos, por ejemplo, de investigación y desarrollo propios, y muchos de los productos se han desarrollado de manera orgánica dentro de la empresa, pero en algunos otros casos hacemos adquisiciones de empresas terceras o independientes que integramos a nuestro portafolio con miras a tener nuevamente el espectro de tecnología más amplio. Hace 3 meses compramos una empresa que se llama Knowledge Escape, una empresa basada en Estados Unidos, muy cerca de nuestro headquarter minero, que está en Salt Lake City, que tiene una serie de soluciones muy interesantes. Una de ellas, y sobre la cual les quiero platicar un poquito, es esta solución de LoadIQ, que prácticamente es una solución muy fácil de montar. Ahorita les enseño una fotografía, pero que ofrece una solución muy interesante porque permite estar midiendo y monitoreando de manera constante en línea la caracterización de la cama y del ángulo de la cascada dentro del molino, para saber cómo están cambiando las condiciones producto de los cambios en la mineralogía, los materiales que están entrando al molino, y también el perfil de desgaste de los liners que bueno, pues también va cambiando de manera paulatina con el paso del tiempo, ¿no? Entonces, este algoritmo que tiene el sistema de control contenido dentro del LODIQ, lo que está haciendo es determinar lo que sería la carga ideal del circuito de molienda y ya sea mandar la señal o la instrucción al operador en el centro de control para que él mismo tome las acciones de optimización mediante el cambio de parámetros correspondiente, o todo esto se puede poner en un loop de control automatizado que está cambiando las variables de entrada del molino de acuerdo a lo que se ve dentro del sistema y se está midiendo, para estar optimizando de manera continua lo que sería estos parámetros de operación, ¿no? Y esto, bueno, pues tiene muchas ventajas porque definitivamente en vez de estar operando en muchos puntos subóptimos a lo largo de un día, por ejemplo, pues se está constantemente optimizando ese punto de operación, que lo que hace es eficientizar el consumo energético, incrementar el rendimiento del molino y proteger los liners o los revestimientos para poder extender la vida de estos componentes que bueno, también son un insumo importante para el mantenimiento. Entonces, es una solución muy práctica, muy fácil de comisionar, que tiene un costo bastante atractivo. Y aquí les quiero mostrar una foto para que se den una idea de cómo es. Realmente es como si fuera un reloj automático, ¿no? Es una placa que se diseña en base al patrón de los pernos del molino, que se monta en un turno con facilidad y que tiene un mecanismo que con el mismo movimiento del molino genera la energía necesaria para activar los sensores y la caja de control y comunicación que está mandando la señal para poder optimizar la operación de este molino. Entonces, no hay ningún tipo de cableado que se tenga que hacer o de instalación externa al molino que represente ninguna inversión significativa de tiempo. Esto se monta muy rápido. Y como pueden ver en la tabla de la derecha, es una tecnología que, si bien es bastante nueva, ha logrado tener muy buena aceptación de mineros muy importantes. Y ya hay una serie de referencias bastante importantes y muy pronto también tendremos aquí en México algunos casos que esperemos poder discutir en el próximo Mexico Mining Forum, ¿no? Entonces, si están interesados, por cierto, no lo mencioné al inicio, pero bueno, Alex y yo estamos más que dispuestos a concertar una junta a través de Brela. También hay una serie de colegas que están participando junto con nosotros en este evento, para que por favor se acerquen con alguno de ellos si quieren saber un poquito más al respecto. Entonces, esos fueron dos casos muy concretos de tecnología que tenemos para optimizar lo que sería el proceso. Les comento, hay muchos más, pero por cuestión de tiempo es imposible entrar más en detalle. Y aquí ahora lo que quisiera es brindarles un par de ejemplos de lo que sería la optimización del desempeño de los activos y cómo logramos eso, ¿no? Y realmente, pues aquí cada operación va a ser un caso muy distinto, pero lo que nosotros hemos visto a través de distintos casos de estudio es que es muy factible encontrar beneficios de doble dígito en lo que es la optimización de distintos parámetros de mantenimiento, como puede ser reducción de las paradas no programadas, el incremento de la productividad, la disminución en números de eventos de mantenimientos correctivos, de dólares asociados a los reemplazos de partes de manera prematura, más el impacto en lo que sería la operación o el negocio, ¿no? Entonces, realmente temas de manejo de activos, como ustedes bien saben, tiene mucha tela de dónde cortar. Y lo que nosotros hemos estado haciendo a través de nuestra tecnología Enabler, que prácticamente significa la digitalización de nuestros activos, a través de sensores adicionales que se van montando, de cajas de control y de comunicación que nos permiten compartir esa información, bueno, que el cliente obviamente tenga acceso a ellas, y si nosotros lo acordamos también con ellos, el nosotros poderlo monitorear desde fuera, nos permite mover la línea y las estrategias de mantenimiento, de un mantenimiento reactivo, que definitivamente es lo menos deseado, pasar ya, digamos, dejar de hablar de mantenimientos preventivos, que sería una sustitución cíclica de componentes que si bien es mejor que el reactivo, pues sigue siendo una inversión de tiempo, de recursos, de mano de obra, de posibles fallas en la realización de estas actividades, y hablar ya de un monitoreo basado en condición, pero que además es continuo, ¿no? O sea, que no depende de hacer rutinas de inspección en los equipos, sino que el equipo está monitoreado 24/7 y hay una analítica, unos sensores que nos permiten estar corriendo modelos para detectar de manera automática si hay alguna condición anormal incipiente en la operación y en los parámetros de desempeño de sus equipos, y que nos permitan tomar una acción correspondiente. Obviamente, pues la tecnología nos va a llevar hasta cierto punto, pero todo esto hay que combinarlo con la experiencia, con los modelos, con los especialistas que se requieren para realmente poder monitorear esta cantidad de data que se genera. Y entonces, en este sentido, nosotros lo que hemos hecho aquí en FLS es completar esa propuesta de valor de no nada más ofrecer equipo que está digitalizado, sino de ofrecer unos paquetes de servicio mediante los cuales nosotros podemos monitorear todos los equipos de manera remota en distintos centros de monitoreo digital que tenemos alrededor del mundo. Tenemos en Chile, tenemos en Estados Unidos, tenemos en Dinamarca, tenemos en Egipto, en Vietnam, en la India, para poder seguir el sol y estar constantemente revisando las condiciones operativas de los equipos de los clientes con los que tenemos este tipo de acuerdos. El cómo funciona en la práctica, bueno, pues hay una serie de sitios que estamos nosotros monitoreando a través de todos estos sensores que se provisionan en los equipos cuando se suministran, y en algunos casos son paquetes de retrofit que vendemos, y hay una serie digamos, esta información se almacena y llega a la nube de FLSmidth, a la nube industrial, que es una nube segura en la cual nosotros hemos construido ciertos modelos y algoritmos matemáticos que están constantemente monitoreando esta información y detectando cuando hay alguna situación que requiere el análisis de un especialista o la intervención de un humano, ¿no? Obviamente no sería factible que todo esto estuviera al 100% monitoreándose de manera manual. Y cuando hay algunos de estos eventos, nuestros especialistas, en algunos casos, es lo que le llamamos el nivel 2, que es decir, con un conocimiento bueno y profundo, revisan estos eventos. Cuando es necesario, se contactan con los expertos que tenemos dentro de la organización, que en muchos casos son los expertos que diseñan los equipos o que están muy familiarizados con el comisionamiento y troubleshooting de situaciones muy específicas, y para encontrar una solución, y en caso de ser necesario, bueno, pues nos ponemos en contacto con el cliente a través del representante respectivo, ¿no? Entonces es un modelo muy sencillo, ya muy probado y establecido que tenemos y que ponemos a su disposición para poder tener una cobertura adicional y pues realmente un seguro de confiabilidad y de aseguramiento de la disponibilidad de estos equipos. Este es un ejemplo, por ejemplo, del centro que tenemos en Dinamarca, con un par de especialistas dándole seguimiento a algunos de los equipos. Y pues realmente lo que hacemos normalmente es que tenemos distintos niveles de instrumentación. En algunos casos los equipos nuevos específicamente pues ya vienen con alguno de estos dos paquetes que pueden ser nivel 1 o nivel 2. Los nivel 1 normalmente protegen lo que sería al equipo de una manera básica, y los sensores nivel 2 nos permiten tener más resolución sobre la operación de los equipos y poder anticiparnos todavía más a lo que sería una eventual falla, ¿no? Esto lo queremos representar aquí con la línea del tiempo, donde realmente entre dependiendo de la sofisticación de ese paquete, los niveles 2 nos permiten estar en el lado izquierdo de la curva, donde tenemos más precisión y más información que nos permite detectar de manera más temprana lo que pudiera ser una falla que se está desarrollando en el equipo, y que si tenemos un buen espacio de tiempo, bueno, pues nos permite prepararnos de mejor manera para poder atacarla, o incluso tomar acciones para que no se desarrolle la falla de manera completa. Aquí traigo muchas ilustraciones, realmente las voy a pasar nada más, pero lo que quisiera que se dieran una idea es lo que son estos paquetes de instrumentación que les comento. El nivel 1 son los paquetes verdes y donde están instalados estos distintos sensores, y los paquetes que vienen, los puntos guinda, son el nivel 2 de instrumentación. Esta información se las podemos hacer llegar si nos comparten sus datos, o si nos contactan, por favor, terminando esta presentación. Pero aquí incluso van a poder ustedes ver pues cuáles son los componentes que se protegen con los distintos paquetes de sensores, y los modos de falla que se previenen dependiendo de qué nivel de sensorización estemos hablando, ¿no? Entonces, tenemos paquetes ya estandarizados y listos para proteger lo que son molinos SAC, molinos de bola. Como les comento, me voy a pasar un poquito rápido aquí. Tenemos paquetes para las trituradoras giratorias, que estas ya vienen también, ahora sí que 100% digitalizadas desde un inicio en los nuevos proyectos, donde protegemos pues todos los componentes principales de la trituradora, que muchos de ellos tienen tiempos de suministro importantes, y también pueden ser de un costo relativamente elevado, y todo lo que es el sistema hidráulico y de transmisión de la misma trituradora. Tenemos paquetes para lo que son las cribas vibratorias, también un equipo muy común en plantas. Para los desmenuzadores de Avon, que también los conocen ustedes muy bien, para proteger las transmisiones y los componentes principales. Y por supuesto, un equipo que es básico en el proceso, que son las celdas de flotación, tanto en versión WEMCO como en la versión Next Step, ¿no? Entonces, si ustedes tienen algunos de estos equipos nuestros en sus plantas, todo esto es algo que se puede vender un paquete de retrofit para poder adecuar sus instalaciones y asegurarnos que estén con la instrumentación adecuada, y además, como les comenté, más importante que la instrumentación, lo que nos gustaría conversar con ustedes es cómo armar estos paquetes de monitoreo remoto para que estén ustedes lo más protegidos posibles. Y realmente el costo de servicio es una fracción y representa un costo muy menor contra lo que sería la afectación operativa si es que se presenta una falla. Bueno, y ya por último, porque creo que también nos estamos pasando un poquito de tiempo, aquí nada más les voy a mostrar también algunas de las cosas que estamos desarrollando, muchas de ellas también para hacer frente a la pandemia. Tenemos un equipo que le llamamos nosotros Augmented Field Engineer, que lo que estamos haciendo es equipar a nuestros ingenieros de servicio con una cámara industrial que nos permite conectar a ese ingeniero de servicio local con nuestros especialistas donde quiera que estén en el mundo, para que puedan recibir instrucciones y soporte sobre la resolución de problemas o incluso el comisionamiento de equipos, ¿no? Esto es algo que se está volviendo muy cotidiano ya con nosotros, que los comisionamientos de nuevos equipos, enviamos uno de estos visores a nuestros ingenieros de campo, y el experto que puede estar en un país muy distante se conecta y tiene una visibilidad y puede dar instrucciones y dar apoyo a ese ingeniero para que el comisionamiento sea lo más efectivo posible, ¿no? Esto en la época de la pandemia y de tantas restricciones de viaje, pues se ha vuelto una herramienta muy importante para no detener los proyectos, y seguramente algo que llegó para quedarse. Y así de la misma manera tenemos otro tipo de aplicaciones, esto se llama Checkproof, donde también nuestros ingenieros de servicio están dejando a un lado el papel y están llegando con una aplicación diseñada por nosotros para cumplir con el checklist apropiado dependiendo de la tarea, si es una auditoría, una prueba de comisionamiento, una inspección mecánica, y seguir con todo el protocolo de inspección que dictan nuestros estándares, y todo esto al ser a través de una aplicación, pues se puede emitir un reporte que fácilmente se puede compartir con los clientes al terminar la rutina en cuestión. Tenemos otras soluciones como lo puede ser SiteConnect, que también puede ser muy útil para algunas de sus operaciones, donde podemos tener habilitarles una aplicación también móvil a ustedes como clientes donde pueden ver todas las variables de proceso y de operación de los equipos más relevantes en la palma de sus manos para que todos los tomadores de decisiones y la gente que tiene que tener esa información a la mano, pues la tenga disponible. De la misma manera hacer análisis de confiabilidad, de paros, análisis de causa raíz, Pareto, etcétera, etcétera, para que podamos cada vez eficientizar juntos las operaciones. Y bueno, pues eso sería el mensaje principal que queríamos dejarles, ¿no? Como les comenté al inicio, FLS tiene ya más de 40 años desarrollando soluciones de digitalización. Empezamos con sistemas de control, de ahí nos movimos a lo que eran sistemas de robotizados de laboratorio, de análisis de muestra, y bueno, al día de hoy ya tenemos un abanico bastante grande de tecnologías que ponemos a su disposición. Tenemos más de 500 sistemas de control trabajando hoy en día, más de 180 plantas a las que estamos conectados. Entonces, pues ya es una base instalada que nos permite tener muchas sinergias que aprovechamos de manera interna para tener especialistas que pueden cubrir todas nuestras líneas de producto y todas nuestras operaciones o las operaciones de nuestros clientes alrededor del mundo. Y por último, bueno, pues, ¿por qué FLSmith? Pues definitivamente habrá muchos proveedores que ofrezcan este tipo de soluciones en el mercado, pero yo creo que solo vemos uno que no nada más tiene toda la tecnología del diseño de los equipos y el expertise sobre los procesos y que además pues ha hecho estos desarrollos, muchos de ellos de manera propia y en algunos casos, como les comenté, comprando empresas de tecnología que son líderes para poder integrar esa oferta de valor que es el ser el diseñador del equipo original y a su vez ser un experto en digitalización en los casos específicos y para las fallas y operaciones específicas de la minería y de la industria del cemento. Estamos aquí listos para apoyarlos. Como les comenté, estamos siempre muy interesados en estar a la vanguardia en tecnología. Tenemos experiencia probada que podemos discutir junto con ustedes y más de 2,000 activos que estamos monitoreando hoy en día de manera remota. Y bueno, Alex, antes de despedirnos, me gustaría darte nuevamente la palabra para que por favor te puedas presentar. Yo de mi parte, bueno, pues me despido de este periodo aquí en México. Ha sido muy provechoso, ha sido lo he disfrutado mucho y bueno, el mercado y nuestros clientes se quedan en tus manos.
Gracias, Alejandro. De mi parte solamente quisiera hacer aviso que Alex se cambia a las soluciones digitales y Smart Service al cliente de vuelta en Dinamarca. Yo me quedaré viendo a todos los clientes mineros de México y Centroamérica. Ya llevo 16 años en FLSmith. Y la verdad es que me queda mucho por decir, más que estoy muy emocionado de poder ayudar a los clientes a hacer sus operaciones más eficientes a través de nuestros productos y soluciones digitales. Por favor, no duden en contactar a su representante, a su vendedor, a su contacto de FLSmith si algo de aquí les pareció interesante o en cualquier otra cosa que se necesite. Estamos definitivamente a sus órdenes.
Muy bien, Alex. Muchísimas gracias. Isabel, si estás por ahí, voy a dejar de compartir y no sé si quieras cerrar la sesión.
Sí, claro. Muchísimas gracias, Alejandro. En realidad la presentación fue muy interesante. Creo que muchos de los que están escuchando la transmisión van a tener muchas dudas. Entonces, por favor, no duden todos en visitar a FLSmith en el e-booth o en la feria digital. Ahí ellos tienen un poquito más de información, tienen todos los folletos y también pueden contactarlos directamente en el chat. Y sin más preámbulos, muchísimas gracias. Gracias a Alejandro. Obviamente el hecho que ustedes son patrocinadores, que FLSmith está patrocinando el evento, hace que esto sea posible. Adicionalmente, quiero agradecer a todos los oradores, a todos los asistentes, a todas las personas que nos estuvieron siguiendo e interactuando con nosotros durante todo el día. Ha sido un gran placer. Estamos ya terminando hoy en el tema del programa. Sin embargo, el networking continúa. Tienen todo el espacio hasta las 7 de la tarde para poder seguir haciendo sus reuniones y me encantaría mañana verlos. A las 9 de la mañana arrancamos con el primer panel de finanzas y de cualquier duda, saben que aquí el equipo técnico de Mexico Business está a la orden. Muchas gracias y que estén muy bien. Excelente día. Hasta mañana.